Abhinandan, Suprabhat. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nidhi Rangdale, the host for the day, and I welcome you all to NAREDCO Real Estate Conclave 2026. So can we please begin the day with a resounding round of applause? Thank you so much. Now, I would like to begin with a timeless and powerful Indian thought. Janani Janbhumische Swargadapi Garyasi. Janani Janbhumische Swargadapi Garyasi. Anyone here who knows the meaning of this quote? This timeless and powerful quote. Show of your hands. Yes, sir? You know the meaning? Would you like to share it with us? Can you please bring the mic towards the gentleman? I'm repeating the quote, Janani Janbhumische Swargadapi Garyasi. Yes, sir.
Good morning, all. The meaning of this quote is like the Janani Janma Bhumisha means the place where we born and the place we live is beyond the heaven. The Swarg is heaven. So
Yes.
this place is beyond heaven. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Absolutely. Well said, sir. The meaning of this quote is our motherland, our Bhumi is even far greater than heaven. And perhaps our land and spaces that we create are not merely assets, they are foundations of society itself. And perhaps that is why the story of a nation is often written through the cities it builds. And behind that story stands countless contributors of this sector, visionaries who do far more than construct buildings. They create opportunities, generate livelihoods and investments, and transform aspirations into thriving communities. Because when they build homes and cities, they are not merely building skylines, they are shaping the future of the nation. So let us first have a huge round of applause for all the real estate stalwarts and contributors, experts who have joined us today, who are contributing towards the nation building. Everyone, please, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Once again, my name is Nidhi Rangdale, and it is my privilege to welcome all the esteemed dignitaries, policymakers, change makers, technology innovators, and real estate experts who have joined us today. You know, India today is witnessing one of its most exciting urban transformation in its history. As the aspirations rise and cities evolve, the conversation is not just merely about constructing more. It is about building smartly. It is about building sustainably, and it is about building for generations to come. And that is exactly what brings us all together here. From new construction technologies and prop tech innovations to AI, climate intelligence, and the future of world-class urban ecosystems, today's discussions are designed not merely to anticipate change, but to shape it. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, let us begin with the proceedings with the ceremonial lamp lighting. In our culture, light symbolizes knowledge, progress, and collective wisdom. As the ancient prayer says, Tamso ma Jyotirmaya, meaning lead us from darkness to light. Now may I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting. So everyone, please put your hands together as I invite our dignitaries, honorable dignitaries here on the stage. Please put your hands together for Shri Parveen Jain, President NAREDCO. Everyone, please put your hands together. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman NAREDCO. Shri Anand Kumar, IAS retired Chairman, IFRERA and Delhi RERA. Please put your hands together. Mr. Neeraj Bansal, Senior Partner and Head India Global, KPMG India. Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, IAS retired, former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. And I would like to invite Ms. Preeti Singh, Additional Director General, NAREDCO. Everyone, please.
I request the Honorable Governing Council members to join us for the lamp lighting. Shri Suresh Bhai Patel, President NAREDCO Gujarat. Shri Pradeep Agarwal ji, Governing Council member. Shri Lion Kiran sir, esteemed Governing Council member Shri Rajan Bandelkar, former Vice Chairman, Srimati Smita Patilji, our NAREDCO Mahi President, Shri Harsh Bansalji, NAREDCO Delhi President. Kindly join us on stage, Shri S.V. Goyal sir, the Governing Council member and esteemed partner in our Haryana State Chapter. Can we have a huge round of applause for the NAREDCO leaders for joining us for a lamp lighting ceremony?
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
I request Haseeb ji, our member legal, kindly join us for the lamp lighting.
समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
सिंदूर लाल चढ़ायो अच्छा गजमुख को, जोन दिल लाल विराजे सुत गौरी हर को। हाथ लिए गुड़ लड्डू साई सुरवर को, महिमा कहे न जाए लागत हूँ पद को। जय देव जय देव जय जय जी गणराज
Bharat Buildcon, join us for the lamp lighting.
दर्शन मेरा मन रमता। जय देव जय देव। भाव भगति से कोई शरणागत आवे, संतति संपत्ति सब ही भरपूर पावे। ऐसे तुम महाराज मोको अति भावे, गोसावी नंदन।
Well, thank you so much. I would like to thank all our dignitaries. Everyone, please can we have a resounding round of applause for this auspicious beginning. Thank you so much. And now I would request our honorable dignitaries, Shri Parveen Jain ji, President NAREDCO, to please join us here on the dais. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman NAREDCO. Shri Anand Kumar, IAS retired, Chairman IFO RERA and Delhi RERA. And Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, IAS retired, former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Everyone, please can we have a resounding round of applause as we welcome our dignitaries here on the stage. To formally welcome the gathering and set the context for today's conclave, it is my privilege to invite a distinguished leader who has consistently championed the growth and transformation of India's real estate sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcoming Shri Parveen Jain ji, President NAREDCO. Everyone, please put your hands together, and I would invite him here on the dais for the welcome address.
थैंक यू। NAREDCO के हमारे सीनियर पिलर निरंजन हीरानंदानी जी, श्री दुर्गा शंकर मिश्रा जी, हमारे दिल्ली के रेरा चेयरमैन, हमारे पूरे देश से आए सारे हमारे सीनियर लीडर्स, फेलो डेवलपर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, आर्किटेक्ट्स, इंजीनियर्स, एग्जीबिटर्स, पार्टनर्स एंड मीडिया रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, आप सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। आज NAREDCO के 2 दिन की जो कन्वेंशन हम लोग कर रहे हैं, मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। भारत आज एक ऐसे दौर में खड़ा है जहां विकास केवल एक संभावना नहीं बल्कि एक रियलिटी है। दुनिया की सबसे तेज़ी से बढ़ती इकोनॉमी में से एक होने के नाते हमारे देश में अर्बनाइजेशन, हाउसिंग डिमांड और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहे हैं। भारत। हम ऐसे समय में रियल एस्टेट और कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर में केवल बिल्डिंग नहीं बना रहे बल्कि भारत के भविष्य की निर्माण रख रहे हैं। जब भारत विकसित भारत 2047 की ओर बढ़ रहा है, तब ऐसे सेमिनार्स उद्योग को नई दिशा देने, नए पार्टनरशिप बनाने और नए अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ पैदा करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। सरकार और इंडस्ट्री के बीच मजबूत पार्टनरशिप ही भारत के अर्बन फ्यूचर को और अधिक सशक्त बनाएगी। NAREDCO इस पर काम कर रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि NAREDCO आने वाले वर्षों में भारत के कंस्ट्रक्शन इकोसिस्टम को और मजबूत करने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योग देगा। साथियों, आज हमारी इंडस्ट्री एक बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन से गुजर रही है। टेक्नोलॉजी तेज़ी से बदल रही है। कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस, लोगों की सोच चेंज हो रही है। सस्टेनेबिलिटी अब एक चॉइस नहीं बल्कि नेसेसिटी बन चुकी है। आज हमें केवल नई ऊंची इमारतें नहीं बनानी बल्कि बेहतर कम्युनिटीज़ बनानी है। ऐसी सिटीज़ जो ग्रीन हो, स्मार्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो और आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए सस्टेनेबल हो। इसी सोच के साथ NAREDCO और विशेष रूप से NAREDCO नेक्स्ट जेन और NAREDCO माही आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और NAREDCO नेक्स्ट जेन का आज जो 2 सेशन NAREDCO नेक्स्ट जेन के भी है और कल का सारा NAREDCO माही लीड कर रही हैं। हमारा उद्देश्य है कि हम नई पीढ़ी इनोवेशन, एथिक्स, गवर्नेंस, सस्टेनेबिलिटी और रेस्पॉन्सिबल लीडरशिप को आगे लेकर जाएं। हम चाहते हैं कि युवा डेवलपर्स केवल बिजनेस ग्रोथ की बात ना करें बल्कि नेशन बिल्डिंग की भूमिका को भी समझें। इसलिए रियल एस्टेट केवल बिजनेस सेक्टर नहीं है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर के बाद सबसे बड़ी एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेटर इंडस्ट्री है। इन्वेस्टमेंट को अट्रैक्ट करता है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाता है और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण यह करोड़ों लोगों को सपनों का घर देता है। अगले 2 दिनों में हम नई न्यू पॉलिसीज़, इन्वेस्टमेंट, अर्बन प्लानिंग, टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन, AI और इनोवेशन, सस्टेनेबल बिल्डिंग मटेरियल, स्मार्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सॉल्यूशन, एडवांस मशीनरी और फ्यूचर रेडी कंस्ट्रक्शन प्रैक्टिसेस जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर चर्चा करेंगे। यह कन्वेंशन डेवलपर्स, आर्किटेक्ट्स, इंजीनियर्स, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर और पॉलिसी मेकर को एक साथ लाने का कार्य करेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि यहाँ होने वाले विचार विमर्श केवल डिस्कशन तक सीमित नहीं रहेंगे बल्कि एक्शन आइडियाज़ के रूप में इंडस्ट्री को नई दिशा देंगे। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि हम केवल कंक्रीट और स्टील से स्ट्रक्चर नहीं बना रहे, हम भारत के भविष्य का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। आइए हम सब मिलकर इनोवेशन, सस्टेनेबिलिटी और कोलैबोरेशन के माध्यम से एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण करें जिस पर आने वाली पीढ़ियाँ कर सकें। एक बार पुनः सभी डिग्निटरीज़ का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपके मार्गदर्शन और प्रेरणात्मक शब्दों के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो पर फिर से ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। थैंक यू सो मच। अब चलिए बिना किसी देर के हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। एंड इट इज़ माई ऑनर टू इन्वाइट अ विजनरी whose contribution have helped shape conversations around housing, urban development and sustainable growth in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman, NAREDCO. Over to you, sir.
I have the greatest pleasure of having Mr. Durga Shankar Prasad ji joining hands in NAREDCO, in having leadership in the housing sector, and having created an atmosphere wherein respect and integrity of the housing industry came back. He also initiated lots of schemes, including the PMAY scheme, and there was a lot of issues that were there. So I'm very happy to have him here today as part of NAREDCO and participating in a lot of activities. Thank you very much. It's such a wonderful thing to there. Anand Kumar ji, leadership in terms of RERA. RERA has brought about a great respect to the industry, confidence of all the customers, investors, and the growth of industry has been because of RERA. All that introduction done by the government, but at the end of the day, it is the implementation which becomes important. And that is why your leadership and the leadership of all the other people in RERA is a welcome strength. My President, Mr. Praveenji, my heartiest congratulations for the way you have taken up the leadership and arranging this program too. Thank you very much for all that, and also the team NAREDCO, on all of them who are here, builders, developers, other participants who are there. I have to thank the ministry especially for the exhibition coordination that has been done, also by the Commerce Ministry, which took a lot of initiative in this matter. So we are really grateful for all the work that has been done and the cooperation which is now there between the private sector and the government. I think it's a very important thing. Bharat, India, our time has come. We are now going to lead the world. Our Prime Minister has taken that initiative at 7.4% with all the headwinds. We are growing at 7.4% GDP growth in spite of the war that took place in the Middle East, and in spite of all the headwinds and all the inflation that has taken place. We are the most significant country over here. Forward looking, we see a huge nation building. We see a lot of development which is going to take place, and consequent urbanization which is going to take place. Real estate is not just housing, it is commercial development, logistics, data centers, healthcare, education infrastructure, and all this together will form of the total real estate development that is there. We are going to see the future which is going to be better than the past. The kind of national highways at 35 kilometers per day, significant development of metro, all the other factors in the cities of rapid transport is taking place. To give you figures of Mumbai metropolitan region, in the next 2 years, Mumbai will add 300 kilometers of metro in 2 years completed. We have a cross-harbor bridge, we have a second airport, we have a coastal road. All this is going to be extremely important. The changes in the industry is going to be AI-driven. We will have BIM, we'll have smart project management. We are going to have predictive maintenance. You don't have to wait for something to fall, spoil, or get broken, including roads. And decisions will be more data-driven as compared to the gut feel that we used to have earlier for the purposes of designing our buildings and creating products which are not getting sold. Construction will have to become faster, better quality, and green. We have a problem because of inflation. There is a problem because of delivery. There is a problem. So we have to face the time and cost overruns. We have to work out solutions for these problems. We will have to do more industrialized construction. There are steel structures which will come up in the future. They're going to be precast structures, modular technologies, and automation will make a difference. We have to go and rapidly develop our products. All this is required to be done today. That's not enough. Sustainability is extremely important. ESG is not just to be compliant. We have to actually deliver. We have to have energy efficiency. We must work on water recycling. We were just looking at the recycling figures in the Mumbai city, and we recycle only 1% of the city outlet. Cities like Singapore recycle 100% of the water which comes out. Even Nagpur is today doing better. So we will have to see whether we can do that. If we recycle the water of Mumbai, even 30% of it and used it for gardens, parks, race courses, industrial use and other things, we would save 30% of the water. We would not require to put capital cost of more dams, more pipes, more treatment plants and other things. All this is now possible, and Nagpur has shown that it is even viable. They sell the brown water to industry and make a profit out of treating water. AI is going to change the land acquisition analysis, market intelligence, customer engagement, sales and marketing ideas, facility management, and energy optimization. All this is going to take place now. We have to all, as developers and as the nation, including government departments, need to be ready for AI implementations. We are really happy about RERA. I am personally happy that the credibility that has been brought about it. There are lots of issues that have come up of individual products, but if you look at the percentage of problems which are there today as compared to what it was in the pre-RERA time, the numbers and problems have been mitigated, and that is something which is important. It has brought about a credibility in the investment market, and today this is extremely important. What is more important is partnership between government and industry. We need to understand master planning of cities in a better way. I'll give you an example. Mumbai's premier location developed is the BKC, the Bandra Kurla area. But it takes me 45 minutes to get into BKC and get out of BKC. Master planning needs to be done. When we make Mumbai 3.0, we need to do it better. This is not applicable only to one city. It is applicable to all the cities that we are doing. We need to pre-plan, and it is now possible to do so. Governments are there, but I think NAREDCO and others need to do it. Something which I've been speaking all the time, I shall repeat again today, sir. Skill development. The industry is 2 million skilled construction workers short today. 2 million, 20 lakh construction workers. And what is the big thing? Carpenters, fitters, plumbers, wiremen, and all. And after 6 months of training, they get 3x salaries. So a salary for an unskilled worker and a salary for a skilled worker is 3x. Today, a company called L&T CEO 6 months ago mentioned that one company has 25 construction skilled workers short. In the next 4 years, we will be 5 million skilled construction workers short, and on one side you have unemployment, and on the other side we have to do that. So we need to focus on the idea of skill development, both through NAREDCO, Ministry, Government of India, and the private sector. All are equally responsible for doing this. NAREDCO has to take up the leadership. We must, through our developers, promote responsible growth, encourage innovation and technology, support the policy reforms of the government, facilitate knowledge sharing. Today we are signing up with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Just to give you an information, that every practicing chartered accountant, till he's practicing, has to go through learning processes every year. So many hours of learning have to be done. You may be a 50-year-old chartered accountant, but you have to go through learning processes. I think something on those lines need to be done for developers also. I know it won't be easy, and I'll also stand in line to get into the learning process. So today, Bharat stands at a crossroads of development, second to none, with the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. We have a hope and aspiration that real estate in the next 5 years will be better than the last 25 years. That is the hope and direction. We will be Atmanirbhar. That is what Bharat Buildcon is about. Materials manufactured, delivered, and used in India. Thanks to President Trump, Atmanirbharta will go faster. We should use the negative position of what has happened to become Atmanirbhar faster, quicker, and better. I think this challenge is an opportunity. We should not look back. We need to create green energy. We need to create green transport. The atmosphere in Delhi has to be changed. We cannot get down in Delhi and say the atmosphere is not good in the winter seasons of Delhi. We have to find out ways to do that, because Bharat has to be on the top of the world. We will not be second best. We don't want to be number 4 in GDP. I don't care if we are number 5, but we will be the best in the world. That is what Bharat has to become. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great conference. I trust that we will do greater and better in the future. Thank you, government. Thank you, private sector. Thank you, developers. Thank all of you who are here today. And it's a great time. I'm enjoying the very fact that we are living in the best period of our lives, where the country is growing to have a great vision and a great country. Thank you very much. All the very best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words, for taking us through the vision and mission of NAREDCO. And yes, absolutely, Bharat, India has to be at the top of the world. Everyone, please put your hands together. Once again, thank you so much, sir. All right, now it is my privilege to invite a distinguished administrator and a respected leader in India's infrastructure and regulatory ecosystem. A 1984 batch IAS officer of the Kerala cadre, Shri Anand Kumar has held several key leadership positions, including Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and Founding Managing Director of the National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation. A recipient of multiple awards for e-governance and Scotch Award, he currently serves as the chairman of Delhi RERA and Chandigarh RERA. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Sri Anand Kumar ji, IAS retired chairman, I4 RERA and Delhi RERA. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Shri Praveen Jain, President NAREDCO, Chairman Emeritus of NAREDCO, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani. I would address also as the undisputed leader of the real estate industry. And for the contributions he has made to the industry, I think he deserves a very big hand. So let's give a big hand to Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani. My very dear colleague and friend, my batchmate, and I would say that he is not only a friend, but he is also acts as an advisor in my personal capacity and to many others on various subjects. He has been former Secretary to Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and also Chief Secretary of UP. And now he is advisor NAREDCO. I would like to congratulate him for the new position. I would like to recognize, besides other, Madam Smita, the head of the women wing of NAREDCO, and also the chairman of the Delhi NAREDCO chapter, Dr. Harsh Bansal, besides all other eminent leaders from the real estate industry, media, and the prominent figures present here. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given his vision to make India Viksit Bharat by 2047. And today, every citizen, every of the country, every stakeholder in the development of Bharat, the India is working towards that vision. Today, may it be infrastructure sector, may it be real estate sector, may it be sector of new renewable energy, may it be social sector. Everyone engaged in the development nation is working with the aim of Viksit Bharat 2047. Having said, and let me not forget, housing for all in that vision. Having said that, having said about the Viksit Bharat, what Dr. Hiranandani has said, that we must plan, and we must plan for the future. We must be prospective in our approach and not retroactive. Unfortunately, we do something and then we use the retroactive fatigue. This should not happen henceforth. We have been doing till now, but should not do henceforth. Whatever we plan big. We plan, like he was saying, that it takes 45 minutes to travel. It should not travel much of time. Whenever we are planning for infrastructure development, when you are planning, do the country planning, we must plan for future. So this is my request. Coming back to the real estate industry, we expect this would grow to around $1 trillion by 2030, and the estimate is up to 3 trillion by 2047, but some of the estimates now would say that it will go beyond 5 trillion. Now, if we have to reach that figure by 2047, all stakeholders would have to perform their tasks in the earnest way. The stakeholders being the real estate developers, the regulators, the lawmakers, and the home buyer or the real estate buyers, besides the people involved otherwise in it, in the service sector, maybe the lawyers or the real estate agents, etc. Urban development planning has to provide for the proper housing, for the proper place for the commercial development, for the proper place for the development of other amenities for the society. If we have to achieve 1 trillion figure in 2030, it is estimated that we require at least investment of $1,000 billion here in the country. Where that money would come from? The money would come from the domestic investors and also from the foreign investors. We have to build confidence among the investors for investing in the real estate sector. And if we are willing to do so, the investment won't come and our dream will remain only a dream and it will not become a reality. What we should do to build that confidence? To build that confidence, we must ensure that all the rules and regulations and the law of this country are implemented in the right earnest. And unless that is being done, nobody will come and invest in this sector. I have been with Real Estate Regulatory Authority for last around 4.5 years. And I would say while many try to abide by the land of the law, others look the other way. And that is not fair. We all have our responsibilities. Everybody wants to make a quick buck. I would say that not everybody, but most of us want to make a quick buck. Whether it's a developer or the real estate agent or the home buyer. In Real Estate Regulation and Development Act of 2016, it's been, the responsibilities of all stakeholders have been very well defined. But I'm very sorry to say that most of the stakeholders have not read these responsibilities and abided by them. For the sake of the sector, I would request everyone present here and through the media to all stakeholders and all concerned that they must invest 100 rupees in buying the act and invest an hour to read the act. And if everybody abides with this act, I assure you that we will go a long way in realizing our dream of one trillion industry by 2030 and around 4 to 5 by 2047. Real estate regulation and development has brought back the trust among the stakeholders, the home buyers, which was lacking before 2016, as has been mentioned by Dr. Hiranandani. It has done its job. But this job is not complete. We require certain amendments to the Act. And through I4ERA, All India Federation of Real Estate Regulatory Authorities, we have urged the Ministry of Housing and Affairs to bring in these amendments at the earliest possible. And these amendments are not necessary only for the home buyers, but these are also for the benefit of the developers. And the developers also must not feel that the act is against them. No, it's a very well conceived act, and it brings uniformity of information among the buyers, the real estate agents, and also the developers. Today, the real estate sector is changing in a very quick way. We have REIT, we have InvITs, and this is a new form of investment in the real estate sector. And we must explore these new avenues to make wealth in the country. Investment is one, but creation of wealth is another. Through investment, you create wealth. And that's how the REIT and InvITs have come into being. Earlier, we used to think that, yes, there's only housing sector. Let me say the housing sector growth has been growing very well. And the reason, you all know, that the infrastructure is being developed. The potential of land is being exploited now. Second-tier and third-tier industries are growing. The economy is booming. The expenditure can be made by now the common household also towards making a house for his own. Then the new commercial avenues, new data centers, old age living for the senior citizens. So these are the new things coming up, and we all must encash on it. We must all debate that how we can make the real estate sector efficient, not only efficient, the more efficient, and how we can attract the investment in a bigger way. we must also bring down the cost of developing real estate sector. It is not what it should be today. And how we can do that? We can create new hubs for the real estate development. We can't bring the cost of the land down, but we must at least can give some concession for land acquisition for if you have to make and if you have to concentrate on the affordable housing. Then technology is going to play a bigger role. We must adopt technology that brings efficiency in the construction sector and brings the cost down. AI is going to be a new player. So we all must equip ourselves with the new tools, new technologies, and ensure that people in the country are able to afford the real estate sector, be it the commercial, official, or the residential sector. And the last thing I would like to touch upon is the human resource development. NAREDCO has been conducting management development courses to the National Institute of Real Estate Development. And last month we did the 5th management development course, and this was done by NAREDCO in association with I4ERA. But we have to now expand the scope of HRD. We have not only to limit ourselves for the managers, we also must do the skill development at the lower level. And as Dr. Neera Handani was saying, that if we can equip our workforce, we will enhance the earning of the common man, the skilled labor, and also make our economy vibrant and more efficient. So my watch is showing, my clock is showing 1.07. I'd like to end before my time is up. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for making me part of this conclave, and I wish you all the best. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your empowering remarks. Once again, can we please have a resounding round of applause for our dignitary? Thank you so much, sir. Now moving forward, knowledge and collaboration are powerful catalysts for progress. And it is now time for the launch of a roundtable report. So now for that, may I invite Mr. Neeraj Bansal, Senior Partner and Head India Global, KPMG India, along with Ms. Preeti. So please put your hands together as we invite both of them here on the dais.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. There is some correction. So I would request Sri Neeraj Bansal sir to please join us on stage along with our esteemed NAREDCO leaders, and I would also request the Governing Council members to join us for launch of this report, which is also launched yesterday in the gracious presence of our Honorable Housing Minister Shri Manohar Lal Khattar Sahab, and the Joint Secretary Shri Kuldeep Narayan sir have given his valuable inputs in the launch of the report. So I request Shri Rajan Bandelkar ji, Shri Harsh Bansal ji, Shri Suresh Bhai Patel, Shri Lion Kiran, Shri Aditya Shukla, Shri K. Sridhar Reddy ji, and Shri K. Sunil Chandra Reddy Sahab to please join us on stage. Can we have a round of applause for NAREDCO state presidents and leaders? I request Ms. Smita Patil, Mr. Vinay Tyagraj, Mr. Haseed Bathia to kindly join us stage, and we also have Tamil Nadu's new president, Mr. P. Manishankaran. Please join us on stage, sir. I request Mr. Puneet Tripathi, please join us on stage, sir, for your valuable contribution in launch of the report.
Well, it is a magnanimous moment for all of us, so I want you all to have a resounding round of applause. Please put your hands together.
All the Governing Council members, if we forgot to take the name, we request kindly Shri Pradeep Agarwal ji, please join us on stage, sir. And Shri, Yeah, and I would request Sri Neeraj Bansal ji to please enlighten us with his words of wisdom and kind of work we KPMG have done in this launch of report. Neeraj sir, please. I request Mr. Chintan Patel to please come and join us on stage from KPMG. Requesting Sri Neeraj Bansal to enlighten us with the main insights and perspectives covered in the report, please.
Thank you, Preeti, for this, and thank you very much, everyone, for this time and opportunity. I think we've had and I would say, astounding support given by the industry and the government participation as well. This is a combination of the roundtables that we've done in the period of February.
Come on, let us commemorate this extraordinary moment. So bright and wide smile on your faces, and let us have a picture.
I would like to share the quick insight that along with KPMG, NAREDCO have worked on this report. Report covers 4 major verticals under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Joint Secretary. Neeraj sir, I request you to kindly stay back on stage. Yes, and kindly continue enlightening us with the theme, perspective and insights under the guidance of Ministry Housing and Urban Affairs. Shri Neeraj Bansal ji.
Yeah. So as I was saying, thank you very much again. There, this report was done in a very joint coordination, by the NAREDCO team as well as with the industry veterans as well as the participants around it there. And we had several stakeholders participating in it there. And we also had guidance and support from the ministry as well. And the theme of the report was focusing on 4 main areas around it. So affordable housing, rental housing, safeguarding the home buyers' interests, and also strengthening the RERA implementation aspects of it as well. We had a very strong focus and support, from Anandji, from Durga Shankarji as well in this area. And while affordable housing remains a focus area, we've seen that the developers have shifted towards a premium housing, luxury housing aspect of it. And the fact on the supply side, which is coming on the affordable, has got limited there. And which is where we've seen that the development norms and the fact that, that how we unlock the land through connectivity, through digital area mapping, also through the enhanced access to low-cost financing, were some of the measures, some of the areas that were highlighted in the report. Also, rental housing demand remains extremely strong. We've seen that supply is largely informal, and it's constrained by the low yields that we have on the rental side of it. And also, there is a very limited institutional framework. We had deliberated in this rental housing roundtable on various methods, various options that could be done there in that, and in which there was a focus on saying that we need to have basically a clear regulatory framework, GST rationalization, and also simplified leasing, and also technology getting supported, in this area as well, and a number of vacant housing which is there. How that can be used for rental housing as well in that. And we also had the focus on safeguarding the home buyers' interest, especially because of the RERA and IBC interface, wherein misalignment has created a number of constraints and also challenges in the minds of the home buyer as well as disputes, as well in that. So we looked at some options there as well in terms of strengthening the early monitoring, enabling project-wise insolvency, also raising the IBC thresholds, so to ensure that the RERA alignment could happen there. And this could protect the home buyers and also enforce the risk management which has been built as part of the RERA part of it there. Strengthening the RERA implementation remains a very significant area. We've seen a very strong implementation of RERA over the last 10 years, but there has been a, you would say, variation in its implementation across states. Some states have got very, very strong registration practices as well as set up certain conciliation forums as well, and that has gone very well in resolving disputes also. So there are some very good practices and also rules that have been come up as well, but there are variations in that. And so stronger enforcement, better quarterly progress monitoring, also time-bound condition renewals is something that we've been highlighting as part of this report. So as the real estate progress happens around it. Yesterday when the minister was here also, the honorable minister talked about the number of housing that has to go up, multiple crores of requirement of housing will come up. So the problems that we solve today would actually help in a very smoother and a stronger development of the entire sector, as well as service the needs of the nation as well. And if these problems are not solved, then we are compounding the problem in a very strong way as well. So that is where we look forward to working together with the ministry and the NAREDCO team, and also the wider participation in the industry to keep these things moving forward in the right direction there. Okay, thank you very much for this there.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the key pointers. Once again, can we please have a resounding round of applause for this magnanimous milestone as well? All right, thank you so much. I would like to thank our dignitaries for joining us here on the dais. Thank you so much. You may have your seat now. Thank you so much, everyone. Please, let us keep applauding. Let us keep celebrating. And it is well said that collaboration is the true engine of progress and to solidify a powerful partnership.
We request the dignitaries to please stay back. We have a felicitation for Sri Durga Shankar Mishra sir and Sri Anand Kumar sir. Can we have the mementos to express a gesture of respect to our esteemed dignitaries on dais? And we are requesting our NAREDCO chairman and NAREDCO president to please present the Ashok Stamba. Can we have a round of applause for NAREDCO leaders?
Thank you so much. Once again, a huge round of applause for our NAREDCO leaders. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to please look at the screen, because soon we are going to present the KPMG AV. For that, stay tuned, fasten your seatbelts. Well, thank you so much. And once again, I'd request everyone to please be seated, because our next segment is again a significant one, as we are celebrating our significant milestone. Once again, this is to inform that we are about to resume and begin with our upcoming segment. I request everyone to kindly be seated. Everyone, please take your seats. All right, before we dive in to our upcoming segment, let us make sure that we have enough energy and tempo in this hall. So for that, I would request everyone to please rise up. Everyone kindly rise up. People sitting at this side, please rise up. At that side, please rise up. Everybody who's present in this hall, kindly rise up. All right, those who are already seated, please rise up. Everyone, every single person here. Okay. So, to today what we have to remember is that we are here not as individuals but as a collective force. And through this icebreaker, we are going to channelize that collective energy and feel it within. Anyone here who knows what does Aham Brahmasmi means? Yes. I am the creator, I am the God, I am the universe, I am the Brahma. So on this philosophy, on this ancient Indian philosophy, this icebreaker is based. For that, everyone, please hold your hands together. Hold your hands together. Form a power row. Everyone, hold your hands together. Come closer. Hold your hands together. Like this. Come on. I can't see anyone holding their hands together. Come on. In unity, we have to hold our hands together. Everyone, please hold your hands together. Not inside the pockets. It should. Yes, like that. Absolutely. Please hold your hands together. Form a power row. Yes. Everybody back there. So what you have to do is, yes, the energetic audience that we have, absolutely this, I'll divide the entire audience in row A and B. They are doing really good and you have to keep up to them and hold your hands together. Now, the task is very simple. After every line you have to repeat and take your hands up in the air in unity, okay? So hold your hands like this together, everybody, every single person. Perfect. I am the dreamer. Together, louder you have to say. Still the energy is very less. Let us fuel in some energy, enthusiasm, everybody. Come on. I am the dreamer. I am the doer. I am the destiny. I am the truth. I am the creator. Aham Brahmasmi. Louder. Aham Brahmasmi. For the final time, together in unity. Aham Brahmasmi. Thank you so much, everyone. Now you may have your seat. Thank you so much. Take your seats. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you so much for your active participation as well. Now, without any further ado, let us dive into our upcoming segment. You know, strong institutions create stronger ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a significant moment of institutional collaboration, the signing and exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and National Real Estate Development Council. This MOU marks a structured partnership between ICAI, the premier constitutional body for the accountancy profession in India, and NAREDCO, the apex real estate body established under patronage of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. The MOU aimed to create an institutional platform for collaboration between chartered accountants and the real estate sector with a focus on regulatory compliance, financial governance, professional advisory, capacity building, policy dialogue, transparency, and sustainable real estate development. The collaboration is expected to enable joint seminars, capacity building programs, specialized professional training, certification initiatives, knowledge resources, policy and regulatory dialogue, and deeper engagement between ICAI's professional network and NAREDCO's national, zonal, state, and city chapters. May I now request the following dignitaries to kindly come on the stage. So please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Parveen Jain, President, NAREDCO. Everyone, please put your hands together. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman, NAREDCO, CA Madhukar and Hirgange, Chairman, Members in Practice Committee, ICAI, CA Dr. Jaykumar Batra, Secretary, ICAI, and Ms. Preeti Singh, Additional Director General, NAREDCO. So kindly can we have a huge round of applause as we welcome our leadership dignitaries here on the stage for the MOU signing. Well, once again, can we please have a resounding round of applause for our dignitaries, those who have joined us on the stage. Everyone, please put your hands together. All right, now may I request Mr. Parveen Jain, President, NAREDCO, accompanied by Ms. Preeti Singh, Additional Director General, NAREDCO, to kindly exchange the MOU with CA Madhukar and Hirgange, Chairman, members in Practice Committee, ICAI, accompanied by CA Dr. Jaikumar Batra, Secretary, ICAI. Everyone, the clappings, applauses shouldn't stop. Please put your hands together, and congratulations to both esteemed organizations. Thank you so much. Well, it is well said, to shape the skyline and to build the land takes a collective vision and a steady hand. Where technology and talent beautifully align, we lay the foundation of a great design. All right, with that, it is time to move forward towards an exhilarating segment. Technology and regulatory reforms have fundamentally transformed the way India's real estate sector operates, and few leaders have witnessed and shaped this transformation as closely as our next chapter. A former Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh and former Secretary Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Sri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, IAS retired, played a pivotal role in driving landmark initiatives such as the Smart Cities Mission, PMA Urban Swachh Bharat Mission, and several transformative urban infrastructure projects across the country. It is our privilege to invite Sri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, IAS retired, for his presentation on navigating successfully through the use of new technology in the age of RERA. So everyone, please put your hands together for Sir as he joins us here on the dais. Everyone, please a resounding round of applause. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जो लोग अभी खड़े हैं अगर सेटल हो जाए, क्योंकि एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट विषय पे बात करने जा रहा हूं मैं. काइंडली टेक योर सीट्स. जो लोग इधर उधर टहल रहे हैं एक बार बैठ जाएं, क्योंकि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है जिसके बारे में हीरनंदानी जी ने भी कहा, आनंद कुमार ने भी कहा, प्रवीण जी ने भी कहा, और ये आज के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय है. कैन यू गो बैक? ये प्रेजेंटेशन कौन चला रहा है? कैन यू गो टू द फर्स्ट स्लाइड? कैन यू गो टू द फर्स्ट स्लाइड? या दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्लाइड. ओके, जिस विषय पे मैं आपसे बात करने जा रहा हूं, दिस इज नेविगेटिंग सक्सेसफुली थ्रू द एज, पढ़ा नहीं जाए, थ्रू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी इन द एज ऑफ रेरा. मतलब कि आज के रेरा के वक्त में, आपको मालूम है सभी लोगों ने रेरा की बात की. रेरा जिसमें बहुत सारे हमारे लिए कंपलसरी बहुत सारी चीज़ें आवश्यक हो गई, उस समय हम अगर टेक्नोलॉजी का कैसे प्रयोग करें, हर कोई टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करता है. जब भी निरंजन जी बात कर रहे थे तो कह रहे थे कि कैसे एआई का हम लोग प्रयोग करें, कैसे हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी का, तो क्या टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग हो सकता है, इसके बारे में अगले 15-20 मिनट के भीतर मैं आपसे बात करूंगा. नेक्स्ट. यहाँ पे लाइट बहुत ज़्यादा है. रेरा में जो 3 चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं, कैन वी हैव समथिंग हियर, यहाँ हमारे सामने आ सकता है कोई, अगर वो इतना दूर है उसको कुछ यहाँ से दिख नहीं रहा. कैन यू ब्रिंग ए लैपटॉप हियर? Can you bring a laptop in front of me? Laptop? I think this is okay. जो 3 चीजें सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, पहली चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है टाइम. आपका जो रेरा में कमिटमेंट है रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद कि इतने समय में इसको काम को पूरा करेंगे, अगर वो पूरा नहीं करते तो उसकी देयर इज ए पेनल्टी. और टाइम इज समथिंग जो कि पहले जो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस था प्री रेरा एज में, जो एवरेज कैलकुलेट किया गया 7 साल या 7 साल से ज़्यादा एक प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने में लगता था. अब आपको एक समय से पूरा नहीं करेंगे तो रेरा में उसमें देयर इज ए लायबिलिटी. दूसरा है कॉस्ट. कॉस्ट इज अनदर फैक्टर जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिसको आपको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो आपका जो इसमें 70% ऑफ द फंड्स आर रिंग फेंस्ड, तो उसको कॉस्ट को कैसे लेके चलेंगे। तीसरी है क्वालिटी, कि अगले 5 साल के लिए आपको उसकी लाइबिलिटी भी है कि अगर किसी प्रकार की डिफेक्ट होता है तो डिफेक्ट लाइबिलिटी भी आपके लिए अगले 5 साल के लिए होगा। हाँ, दैट विल बी बेटर। ले आइए, थैंक यू। सामने रख दीजिए। अब इसमें 5 तरीके के अलग अलग बातें हम इसको आपको बात करेंगे अगले 15-20 मिनट में। सबसे पहला है परमिट सिस्टम के बारे में। कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने के लिए उसका प्रोजेक्ट का परमिशन लोकल बॉडी से या म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन से मिलना चाहिए, उसमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा वक्त आपका लग जाता है। इसको कैसे हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके इसे फास्ट कर सकते हैं। आपको ख्याल होगा कि पहले कितना ज़्यादा वक्त लगता था। मुझे ख्याल है कि इसको जब मैं एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी हुआ करता था अर्बन डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री में, उस ज़माने में हमारे देश 190 देशों में हमारा स्थान 186 हुआ करता था, और उसको अगले 3-4 साल में उसको बढ़ा करके हम लोग उस स्थान को 27 स्थान पर ले आए थे। तो पूरा का पूरा ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का एक मेजर कार्य हुआ था। उसमें आज हम कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को और यूज़ करके और ज़्यादा बेहतर कर सकते हैं। दूसरा, बिल्डिंग इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम। कैसे बिम की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, बिम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से हम लोग क्या क्या काम कर सकते हैं। तीसरा है जो हमारी सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग, जो कि आपके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसमें AR VR टेक्नोलॉजी। अभी आपने KPMG का जो है AR टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में देखा, कैसे इस टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ कर सकते हैं। चौथा है हमारा जो है ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस, जो कि बिल्डिंग के जो तमाम सारे डिफेक्ट्स होते हैं उसके हम कैसे हम डिजिटल ट्विन या IoT टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके क्या हम लोग कर सकते हैं, जिससे कि हमारे डिफेक्ट के ऊपर मिनिमम लाइबिलिटी हमारे बिल्डर्स की, डेवलपर्स की हो। और लास्ट में कि कैसे हम जो है अपने जो हमारे क्लाइंट्स हैं उनको हम उनके सारी की सारी समस्याओं को ध्यान रख सकते हैं। ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। अब सबसे पहला हमारा है कंस्ट्रक्शन परमिट के बारे में। जो पहला हर्डल है कंस्ट्रक्शन परमिट के बारे में। पहले इतने सारे प्रोसीजर हुआ करते थे, अगर आप याद करें 2015 के पहले इतने सारे प्रोसीजर होते थे कि नक्शे को पास कराने में कभी 3 साल, कभी 4 साल, कभी 5 साल नक्शा पास कराने में लग जाते थे। तो पहले तो उसको प्रोसीजर को कम किया गया। जो एवरेज दिन थे लगभग 150, ये मैं एक पर्टिकुलर केस को ले रहा हूँ, 143 डेज हुआ करते थे, इसको कम करके कैसे 45 डेज का कर दिया गया। कैसे हमारी सारी की सारी मैनुअल कोडिंग होती थी, हर एक चीज़ को मैनुअली उसको ऑब्जर्व करते थे, उसको जो है ऑटो DCR सिस्टम के माध्यम से इसे ऑटोमेट किया गया। और आज की डेट में इसको पूरा, अभी जो आपने देखा होगा कि हाल के समय में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी महाराष्ट्र के, उन्होंने बॉम्बे में BMC में एक AI बेस्ड परमिट सिस्टम को उन्होंने चालू किया। तो AI बेस्ड परमिट सिस्टम से कितनी सारी चीज़ें आसान हो गई। और इसके बाद जो हमारी अगर डिले होता था तो डिले से हमारी कैसे रेरा की लाइबिलिटी बनती है, तो वो हमारा कितना काम आसान हो गया यूज़ ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से। जो AI बेस्ड सिस्टम लागू किया गया, AI बेस्ड सिस्टम लागू करके उसमें AI एजेंट्स के माध्यम से, अगर आपको आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में मालूम हो कि वो सारी की सारी चीज़ों को पढ़ सकते हैं, सारा का सारा जितने इंस्ट्रक्शन है, और इस इंस्ट्रक्शन को लागू करने के लिए वो खुद इसकी जिम्मेदारी ले सकते हैं। आज इस समय जो बॉम्बे में जो BMC के लिए प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किया गया AI बेस्ड परमिट सिस्टम, ये सिस्टम पूरे देश में सब जगह लागू हो सकता है। इसको जो एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी है, पुणे की कंपनी है, उन्होंने इस सिस्टम को डेवलप किया, इसका नाम रखा सिविट परमिट। इस परमिट सिस्टम के माध्यम से सबसे पहले तो जो हमारा आर्किटेक्ट है, आर्किटेक्ट के लेवल पे ही जब आप उसका जब नक्शा बनाते हैं, तो नक्शा बनाने का सारा काम, जितने सारे इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं, जो आपके पास में प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, जो भी आपके गाइडलाइंस हैं, सारी की सारी गाइडलाइंस को फॉलो करते हुए, जिससे कि कहीं किसी प्रकार का डिफ़ॉल्ट न होने पाए। इसकी सारे कोड को पढ़ सकते हैं, वो जो भी हमारा बिल्डिंग कोड है, बिल्डिंग कोड को पढ़ सकते हैं। आपका जब इंस्पेक्शन करना है, इंस्पेक्शन के व्यूज पे उसमें भी AI का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। तो हर एक चीज़, सारी की सारी जो चीज़ है, उसको हम इसके माध्यम से जब इसको अप्लाई करते हैं तो इससे काफ़ी सारा आसान हो जाता है। तो जो आज BMC के लिए सिस्टम डेवलप किया गया AI बेस्ड परमिट सिस्टम, उस सिस्टम को हम बाकी भी कॉरपोरेशंस में लागू कर सकते हैं। और उसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ क्या होगा कि ये ऑटोमेटिकली पूरा का पूरा एक ट्रेल बनाता चला जाएगा जो प्रेडिक्टिव आप बात कर रहे थे हीरनंदानी साहब, तो उसको जो हम कल को शहर को हम कैसा क्या हमारे लिए कैसा हमारा सैनिटेशन का सिस्टम होना चाहिए, कैसे वाटर का सिस्टम होना चाहिए, कैसे वेस्ट वाटर का सिस्टम होना चाहिए, सारा का सारा सिस्टम के बारे में ये पूरी व्यवस्था जो है हमारी एआई के माध्यम से बहुत सारी चीज़ें इकट्ठी होगी और उससे हमारा प्लानिंग आसान हो सकता है। दूसरा, कंस्ट्रक्शन के बारे में समय से कंस्ट्रक्शन हो, इसके लिए आज की डेट में बिल्डिंग इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम ऐसा बन गया कि पहले आप बिल्डिंग जो फिजिकली तो बाद में बनाएंगे, पहले तो अपने बिल्डिंग को डिजिटली बना लीजिए। एक एक चीज उसके जितने सारे उसके कंपोनेंट्स हैं, सारे के सारे कंपोनेंट को आप उसको डिजिटली बना सकते हैं और फिर प्रिसाइज ऐसा आप बिल्डिंग बनाएं जिससे कि आपको मिनिमम वेस्ट हो, कम से कम समय में सारी की सारी चीजें हो जाए। आपका इसमें टाइम का जो कंपोनेंट की पहले से ही आपको वार्निंग, पहले से ही आपको मैसेज आ जाए कि आप यहाँ पे फला चीज में आपको डिले हो रहा है। कॉस्ट के बारे में अगेन ये सारी चीज डिजिटली आप इसको बना सकते हैं और उसके माध्यम से आप पूरा का पूरा आपका जो कंस्ट्रक्शन का जो सिस्टम है उसको आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे आप इस चीज को पूरा कर सकते हैं। इसे करने के लिए रियल टाइम में आपका सारा का सारा डिटेल जो कि आगे मैं दिखा रहा हूं कि इसमें जो है इस जो 3D मॉडल के माध्यम से जो बिम का मॉडल होगा, इस बिम के माध्यम से आप क्वांटिटी भी आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, टाइम का कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, कॉस्ट को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं और सारी चीज आपके स्क्रीन के ऊपर। आप इसे दूर से भी बैठे हुए, जैसे कि एक बिल्डर के लिए आप एक डेवलपर है, आपको बहुत बड़ा सिस्टम बनाना, तो सिस्टम बनाने के आपका कंट्रोल नहीं है और समय बीत गया कि जब आप फिजिकली चीज़ों को कंट्रोल करते थे, जो सारी चीज़ें जो आपका साथी थे उसको आप कंट्रोल कर सकते थे। अब आप उसको स्क्रीन के ऊपर बैठे बैठे सारा चीज़ देख सकते हैं कि हमारा कहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है और क्या हम शेड्यूल करें कि जिससे हम समय से इसको काम को पूरा कर सकें। तीसरा चीज़ है सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग के बारे में। सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग के बारे में पहले क्या सिस्टम हुआ करता था कि आप एक फिजिकल मॉडल बना देते थे, फिजिकल मॉडल लोगों को दिखाते थे, वास्तव में आप वो डिलीवर कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे, इसमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा गैप हुआ करता था। लेकिन आज रेरा के बाद एक कमिटमेंट हो गया कि जो आपने बनाया वही चीज़ आपको उनको देना है, कि जितना भी आपका एरिया है उसी एरिया को आपको उनको होम बायर को बना करके देना है। इस चीज़ को हम बिम मॉडल के माध्यम से, चूंकि 3D में हमारा बिम मॉडल बना हुआ है, उस सारी चीज़ को हम लोग दिखा सकते हैं। AR टेक्नोलॉजी और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी या वर्चुअल रियलिटी जो होती है, ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के माध्यम से पूरा का पूरा बिल्डिंग को आप दिखा सकते हो कि हमारा यहाँ पे वॉशरूम है, यहाँ पे हमारा जो लिविंग एरिया है, यहाँ पे हमारा बेडरूम है, यहाँ पे पूजा रूम है, इसे फला किस्म का ये हमारा कलर स्कीम होगा, ये हमारे ये लेंथ ब्रेथ, सारे की सारी एक एक चीज़ डिटेल आप उसको दिखा सकते हो। मैं कहूँगा कि ज़रा इसका रन करिए, ज़रा वीडियो रन करिए, वीडियो रन कराइए। वीडियो ये देखिए आप इसको सारा का सारा, और इसको आप एग्जैक्टली चूंकि नाउ टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से आप इंश्योर कर सकते हैं कि कहाँ कहाँ पे क्या क्या चीजें होंगी, ये सारी चीज। और उसको अब ठीक है रोक दीजिए, क्योंकि ये सारा का सारा बना सकते हैं आप। अगर कोई सपोज करिए कि दिल्ली से बैठा हुआ, ये मैं NAREDCO से आज से 5 साल पहले से कह रहा था, इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से आप यहाँ से दिल्ली से बैठे और अब मुझे त्रिवेंद्रम में कुछ खरीदना है, तो मुझे त्रिवेंद्रम जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं यहीं बैठे बैठे सारा का सारा पूरा देख सकता हूँ कि हमारा जो है पूरा जो हमारा हाउस जो खरीदना है या फ्लैट खरीदना हो, फ्लैट हमारा कैसा है, हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट को फुलफिल करता है कि नहीं फुलफिल करता है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से देख सकते हो। हम निर्णय ले सकते हैं, हम पेमेंट भी इसको हम ऑनलाइन इसको पेमेंट कर सकते हैं, हमें पर्सनली जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। नहीं तो लोग अपना एक देखते थे कि हमारा कौन जानने वाला उस शहर में, जिसके माध्यम से जा करके एक बार नहीं, 2 बार नहीं, 3 बार नहीं, 4 बार वो जा करके इसको तय करते थे, कोई चीज़ पसंद आए तब जाकर उसे फाइनल करते थे। आज टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से आप ये सारा का सारा चीज़ ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्टेंस दूर से बैठे हुए आप देख सकते हैं। चौथा जो एस्पेक्ट जो है इसका ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस के बारे में, आप डिजिटल ट्विन जिसमें आप बिम सिस्टम बनाते हैं, बिल्डिंग इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम का जो 3D मॉडल बनाते हैं, उसके साथ ही साथ IoT लगा करके आप उसका डिजिटल ट्विन बना सकते हैं और उस मकान में कहाँ कहाँ पे क्या क्या हमारे कहाँ पे बीम है, कहाँ पे क्या स्ट्रक्चर है, वो सारा का सारा उसको ऑब्जर्व कर रहा है, देख रहा है कि अगर कहीं किसी प्रकार का डिफेक्ट हो, हर एक डिफेक्ट को आपको अलर्ट हो जाएगा, जिससे कि समय से अगर आप उसको मेंटेनेंस करेंगे तो फिर बाद में दिक्कतें नहीं होंगी। आपका एनर्जी जो वेस्टेज होता है, आपका डिजिटल ट्विन बनने के बाद एनर्जी जो वेस्टेज होता है, तो कम से कम 20 से 30% आप एनर्जी सेव कर सकते हैं। जो हैंडओवर डॉक्यूमेंट जिसको एक बार बिल्डिंग बनाने के बाद बिल्डर को अगर होम बायर को देना है, वो सारा का सारा चूंकि पूरा का पूरा कंप्लीट डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट आपके पास उपलब्ध है, उस डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट के माध्यम से आप उसे उपलब्ध करा सकते हैं। और रेरा की जो लाइबिलिटी आपकी 5 साल की है, वो 5 साल की लाइबिलिटी पे जो एक्स्ट्रा खर्च होगा, जो आपके ऊपर एक अलग से एक तलवार लटक रही है, उस तलवार को आपको चूंकि स्वतः सारी की सारी चीज़ें IoT के माध्यम से इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको उपलब्ध हो रही है, और उस इन्फॉर्मेशन को यूज़ करके आप अपने बिल्डिंग के मेंटेनेंस को पूरा कर सकते हैं। इससे देखेंगे कि इससे हमारी एनर्जी में भी सेविंग होगी, जो हमारा मेंटेनेंस का जो कॉस्ट होता था वो उसमें भी कमी आएगी, हमारे जो डिफेक्ट्स लगभग 0 डिफेक्ट्स हमारे हो जाएंगे, और 5 साल की लाइबिलिटी जो होती थी वो लाइबिलिटी से भी आपकी काफ़ी बचत होगी। इस प्रकार से आप पूरी की पूरी स्क्रीन के माध्यम से चीज़ों को आप देख सकते हैं। 5वां जो ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल हमारे जो होम बायर्स है, क्योंकि जो बिल्डर बनाता है उसके बाद जब तक कि सारा कंप्लीट सारा हैंडओवर न हो जाए तब तक RW को नहीं मिलता है या सोसाइटी को नहीं मिलती है, तब तक आपका जो मेंटेनेंस है उस मेंटेनेंस के बारे में भी टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके आप उसका मेंटेनेंस भी सारा का सारा कर सकते हैं। बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल ऑन द BIM मॉडल, इसलिए आपके लिए काम आसान हो गया। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है कि जो पहले आपको लेटर भेजता था, कोई होम बायर आपको लेटर भेजता है, या लेटर भेजने के बाद आपका या ईमेल भेजता था, 5-7 दिन जो लग जाता था उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करने में, अब ये चैटबॉट के माध्यम से अगर वो इन्फॉर्मेशन जाएगा, ऑटोमेटिकली उसकी क्या क्या ग्रीवांसेज हैं, क्या काम हो सकता है, कैसे हो सकता है, क्या क्या उसके लिए फैसिलिटी की जरूरत है, वो सारी की सारी चीज़ें ऑटोमेटिकली हो सकती है। जो छोटे मोटे इशूज़ होते थे वो सारे इशूज़ धीरे धीरे ख़त्म हो जाएंगे। ये इससे हमारा आप समझ लीजिए कि 60% से 70% जो तमाम सारी उसकी दिक्कतें थी वो तो ऑटोमेटिकली बगैर किसी कार्रवाई के ऑटोमेटिकली वो ठीक हो जाती है, और जो रिस्पांस करने का टाइम भी बहुत ही फास्ट हो जाता है। इससे हमारा रेरा में जो छोटी छोटी बातों के लोग लेकर के रेरा को बॉदर करते हैं, रेरा से आपके पास नोटिस आती है, वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा। और ऑडिट ट्रेल हमको मालूम है कि हम क्या मेंटेनेंस कर रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं, वो सारा का सारा चीज़ आपका बहुत फास्ट हो जाएगा। इसके लिए उदाहरण के लिए किसी लैंग्वेज में हो सकता है, हिंदी हो सकता है, इंग्लिश हो सकता है, बंगाली, मराठी, तमिल, तेलुगु, जिस किसी भाषा में चाहेंगे उस भाषा में उसको चैटबॉट हो सकता है, उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन से कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं। यानी हम जो टेक्नोलॉजी रियल इस्टेट में परमिट सिस्टम के बारे में, बिल्डिंग इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम के बारे में, यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन के बारे में, उसके सेल के बारे में, ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी या वर्चुअल रियलिटी के माध्यम से, या डिजिटल ट्विन के माध्यम से उसके मेंटेनेंस के बारे में, या चैटबॉट के माध्यम से हम उसके आगे के लिए जैसे जो हमारे क्लाइंट्स हैं, क्लाइंट सेटिस्फाइड हैं, उनकी समस्याओं का तत्काल निदान हो सके, ये सारा का सारा चीज़ हम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से कर सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इसके बारे में अगर नरेडको के माध्यम से एक इनिशिएटिव लिया जाए, क्योंकि एक सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है कि हर एक बिल्डर, चाहे तो खुद जो बड़े बिल्डर है अपने यहाँ पे ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी को लागू कर सकते हैं। आज की डेट में जैसे सॉफ्टेक का मैंने नाम बताया, पूना का, उन्होंने मुंबई मेट्रोपॉलिटन कॉर्पोरेशन BMC के लिए उन्होंने जो चीज़ बनाई AI परमिट के लिए, उन्होंने जो सिविट का सिस्टम जो बनाया हुआ है, BIM का सिस्टम, ये सारी की सारी चीज़ें आज हमारे देश में टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध है, लोग उपलब्ध हैं जो इस काम को कर सकते हैं। अब सवाल है कि हम क्या इसको लागू कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते हैं। आपके मन में क्वेश्चन उठेगा कि क्या इसको करने में बहुत ज़्यादा कॉस्ट तो नहीं लगेगा? बिल्कुल नहीं। जो कॉस्ट आपका 2-4-5% अगर आपका कॉस्ट इसमें लगता है, उससे कहीं ज़्यादा आपकी सेविंग हो जाएगी। इन टर्म्स ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन वेस्टेज कम होंगे, इन टर्म्स ऑफ टाइम फ्रेम जो कि आप समय से आप काम करेंगे, इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो मेंटेनेंस के लेके जो कि तमाम सारी जिम्मेदारी बनती थी, उसमें कॉस्ट लगता था, ये सब चीज़ में कमी होगी। सो ओवरऑल इट इज़ गोइंग टू बी द बिल्डर्स ऑफ, और जो आपके डेवलपर्स हैं स्पेशली इन बिग प्रोजेक्ट्स, यू आर गोइंग टू बी विनर ऑल द वे। इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू आंसर। थैंक यू। यस, इस स्लाइड को मैं कहूँगा कि इसको नरेडको की वेबसाइट के ऊपर डाल दें। मैं कहूँगा नरेडको की वेबसाइट डाल दें ताकि बाकी लोग उपलब्ध हो। मुझे चूँकि समय कम था इसलिए मुझे बहुत फास्ट करना पड़ा, अदरवाइज आई वुड हैव टेकन हाफ एन आवर टू एक्सप्लेन टू यू एवरीथिंग मच इन डिटेल। लेकिन मेरा केवल आप सारे लोगों से ये कहना है कि जस्ट बाई सेइंग कि टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करें कि ये पर्याप्त नहीं है, बल्कि टेक्नोलॉजी को वास्तव में हमें अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स में लागू करना चाहिए। जितने सारे बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, आप एक बार टेक्नोलॉजी को लागू करके देखिए। और क्या टेक्नोलॉजी लागू करना है आपको? टेक्नोलॉजी, एआई टेक्नोलॉजी लागू करें, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी लागू करें, आप एआर वीआर, ये सारी की सारी चीज़ें आज देश में इतने आसानी से उपलब्ध हैं। इतने सारे हमारे पास एक्सपर्ट्स हैं देश में, इतनी सारी कंपनियां, जैसे मैंने एक नाम बताया आपको पुणे का सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी का, दिस इज ए कंपनी विच इज वर्किंग ऑन दिस इन ए बिग वे। आज वो राज्य सरकारों को, भारत सरकार की तमाम सारी एजेंसीज को वो मदद कर रहे हैं, इसके बारे में कॉरपोरेशन को मदद कर रहे हैं। नाउ इज द टाइम, जबकि हमारे रियल इस्टेट के जो बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट के जो डेवलपर्स हैं, उनको भी ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करना चाहिए। यस,
As you have taken the example of that Pune company, so similarly NAREDCO should come to with other facilitators also, those who can help the community with the same technology in different areas in the nation.
मैं प्रवीण जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि इसके बारे में विचार करें कि NAREDCO भी इसमें से कुछ चीज़ें डेवलप करके अपने मेंबर्स को शेयर कर सकता है। आई विल रिक्वेस्ट प्रवीण जी फॉर दिस। यस, एनीबडी एल्स? यस, प्लीज गो अहेड।
हेलो, थैंक यू सर। मेरा नाम अंकित शुक्ला है। आई बीन इनटू रियल एस्टेट फॉर लास्ट 18 years, बीइंग एन एक्स JLL Lodha Prestige Group. Currently, I am serving as a Chief Business Officer for Skya Developers, based out in NCR. सर, एक छोटा सा सवाल है जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भी है। जिस तरह के हम आजकल देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह रियल एस्टेट जो है वो Tier 2, Tier 3 सिटीज़ में ग्रो कर रहा है, और मैं एक NAREDCO के माध्यम से ये बात रखना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो प्रेजेंटेशन आपने दिखाई, ये वेल विजिबल है टू दोज पीपल जो एजुकेटेड हैं, जिनको चीज़ें मालूम हैं। पर जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि सर रियल एस्टेट का डेवलपमेंट छोटे छोटे शहरों में, ज़िलों में हो रहा है, जहाँ पर उन लोगों को इन सुविधाओं के बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं है। तो मैं सरकार के माध्यम से और NAREDCO के माध्यम से ये रखना चाहता हूँ कि किसी तरह उन हाउसिंग ओनर्स को इसके बारे में जानकारी प्राप्त हो, और वो जो लोग जो ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं बट ऑफकोर्स बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, प्लॉटिंग कर रहे हैं, घर खरीद रहे हैं, बट कहीं ना कहीं आज की डेट में सर वो लोग काफ़ी हद तक शिकार होते हैं उन सब फ्रॉड्स के जो एक लोकल लोग करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं जेवर एयरपोर्ट की तरफ कई प्लॉटिंग होती है। तो अगर ये कम्युनिकेशन भारत सरकार द्वारा और NAREDCO द्वारा हर जगह पहुंचाई जाए और इस माध्यम से पहुंचाई जाए कि उनको इस चीज़ के बारे में ज्ञात हो सके, ये बहुत बड़ा सहयोग होगा आपकी तरफ से। तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर?
बिल्कुल ठीक है शुक्ला जी, आपने सही बात फरमाई है। ये आज की डेट में रेरा के बन जाने के बाद या रेरा के लागू हो जाने के बाद वो जो फ्रॉड की आप बात कर रहे हैं, उसके चांसेस तो बिल्कुल मिनिमाइज हो गए, क्योंकि कोई भी अपने प्रोजेक्ट को सेल नहीं कर सकता है जब तक कि उसके ज़मीन बिल्कुल क्लियर ना हो, जब तक उसके नक्शे पास ना हो रखे हों, और जबकि उसके बारे में सारा उसका स्ट्रक्चर ही इस प्रकार न कर रखा कि उसको प्रोजेक्ट को जितने समय में कह रहा उतने समय पूरा कर लेगा। तो रेरा के आने से, ये रेगुलेशन होने से ये काफ़ी सारा इस मामले में तो आसानी हो गई। अभी हम जो बात कर रहे हैं इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से, जितने सारे बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, उन प्रोजेक्ट्स में नक्शा पास करने में दिक्कत होती थी, वो सारा का सारा काम ऑटोमेट हो जाएगा। जो उनको बिल्डिंग बनाने के लिए, आप ये मान के चलिए कि देखिए बिल्डिंग आप बनाते कैसे बनाते हैं। एक तो तरीका है बनाने का कि आप जो जैसे सामान्य तौर पे बिल्डिंग आप बना रहे थे तो वो कार्य हो रहा था, क्या हम टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके उसी काम को और एफिशिएंटली और तेज़ी से कर सकते नहीं करते। हमने जो बिम की बात की, और मैं बता दूं रियलिटी में बिम सिस्टम को हमने मेट्रो सिस्टम में लागू किया। अगर आप नागपुर के बारे में जानते हो, नागपुर मेट्रो में सबसे पहले बिम 5D सिस्टम हमने लागू किया। ब्रिजेश दीक्षित जी वहाँ पे MD हुआ करते थे। उसके बाद और तमाम सारे मेट्रो सिस्टम ने लागू किया। इसको लागू करने से हमें काफ़ी सारा समय से काम हुआ, कॉस्ट ओवररन नहीं होता है, टाइम ओवररन नहीं होता है, और वेस्टेजेस हमारे बहुत कम हो जाते हैं। तीसरा जो है NAREDCO में यहाँ पे अब हमारे राजन साहब हैं, राजन साहब से मैं बार बार राजन साहब से और क्रेडाई से कहता था कि आप ऐसा समय कि अब समय आपका आ गया कि अब आप टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करो, क्योंकि नहीं तो अदरवाइज एक कोई बिल्डिंग खरीदने के लिए कोई आदमी 3 बार 4 बार करता हो, भूल जाता कि नहीं खरीदना है। जब आप इसे टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करें कि कहीं से बेटा हमको बॉम्बे में खरीदना, मैं यहीं बैठे बैठे सब कुछ चीज़ें तय कर सकता हूँ। वो आपको दिखाया मैंने AR VR टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से। तो ये सारी चीज़ें आपका जो RRTS है, RRTS में इनकी बहुत सारी चीज़ें इसको लागू किया गया। और तब मैं 5 साल 7 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ, आज की डेट में टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आगे बढ़ चुकी है और हमारे देश में कैपेसिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, हमारे देश में जो टेक्नोलॉजी की कैपेसिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो इट्स जस्ट ए क्वेश्चन ऑफ हाउ टू यूटिलाइज दैट इन योर सेक्टर, और आप इसको कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू।
सर
ओके।
सर मेरा नाम श्रीधर रेड्डी है, तेलंगाना नारेडको तेलंगाना का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ सर। सर ये जो बिल्डिंग परमिशन का सिस्टम जो है हमारे पास तेलंगाना में 2022 से था, तब TS बीपास कहते थे। 24 में उसको बदल के बिल्ड नाउ आया है। द सेम सिस्टम वी आर फॉलोइंग। उसके अलावा अभी फायर डिपार्टमेंट में भी एक नया सॉफ्टवेयर लगाए हैं। उसके तहत पहले फायर डिपार्टमेंट में अपन प्लान्स जब देते थे तो फिजिकली दे यूज्ड टू चेक, एक हफ्ता एक प्रोजेक्ट को लग जाता था। अभी आप प्लान्स अपलोड करें तो कितना भी बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट हो जाने 5 से 10 मिनट में रीड करके क्या क्या शॉर्टेजेस है वो दे सकता है। सर ये जगह पे अपन बहुत स्ट्रांग है, मगर एक छोटी सी है, नारेडको नेशनल के तरफ से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में कुछ दबाव लाना पड़ेगा। इतना बावजूद, ये रहने के बावजूद परमिशंस टाइम पे नहीं निकलते। Irrespective of all this technology, whatever we are using, but still they'll find some way. So the issuing authority should be given some time and some penalty if he is not doing it. There should be some punishment, sir. Otherwise, ये systems अपन कितना भी adopt करते जाएंगे, मगर वो लोग जो करना है वो करते।
रेड्डी साहब, आप बिल्कुल दुरुस्त बात कह रहे हैं। मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी तो आपकी मदद उतनी करेगी जितना कि आप चाहेंगे, और आज टेक्नोलॉजी है जो आपने कहा कि जो AI बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी है कि सब कुछ पढ़ सकती है, सब कुछ, सारा सिस्टम को आप ऑटोमेट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आप करने वाला ही नहीं करना चाहे तो फिर क्या कर सकते हैं। तो ठीक है, अच्छी बात आपने की, बिल्कुल इस बात को आई मीन बिकॉज ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इज द मेजर थ्रस्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट मेजर थ्रस्ट है, इसके बारे में आगे कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। यस, आई थिंक बहुत बहुत आप सारे लोगों को धन्यवाद। आई मीन नाउ इज द एज व्हेन कंट्री इज मूविंग फॉरवर्ड ऑन द टेक्नोलॉजी फ्रंट। दिस सेक्टर, रियल इस्टेट सेक्टर, आपको मालूम है रियल इस्टेट सेक्टर हर साल एक शिकागो हम बनाते हैं, ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 1.5 बिलियन स्क्वायर फीट का कंस्ट्रक्शन हर साल करते हैं। अगर हम टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करेंगे तो हम और बेहतर कर सकेंगे। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। थैंक यू।
सर, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन सर, वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन सर। मैं साकिब मेहरा सर, आपका आवास, वी आर इनटू EWS, LIG, MIG हाउसिंग थ्रू ऑल्टरनेट कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी। इसमें से सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो इस वक्त आ रहा है वो अडॉप्शन का आ रहा है सर। नॉट ओनली अडॉप्शन एट पीपल्स लेवल बट ऑल्सो एट द कॉर्पोरेशन लेवल, एट द निगम लेवल एंड ऑल्सो एट द PWD लेवल सर। सो इसकी थोड़ी प्रमोशन करने की ज़रूरत है, बिकॉज आफ्टर ऑल अगर पैक्स इशूड है तो वो प्रमोट भी होने चाहिए सर।
नहीं, बिल्कुल ठीक है। ये अभी यहाँ पे मिनिस्ट्री से लोग हैं, अरविंद जी यहाँ पे हैं, त्रिपाठी जी हैं, मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि दे शुड टेक इट टू द मिनिस्ट्री, ताकि मिनिस्ट्री लेवल पे इस पर डायरेक्शन जारी किए जाए। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपने बहुत ही स्पष्ट तरीके से ये बताया कि नई तकनीक, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ आगे बढ़ना ही समय की आवश्यकता है। तो एक बार फिर से ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाएं एवरीवन फॉर दिस एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी एंड ब्रिलियंट प्रेजेंटेशन। एंड नाउ बिफोर वी मूव फॉरवर्ड, एनीवन हियर हु नोज कि 21 जून को क्या है? व्हाट्स कमिंग? व्हाट्स ऑन 21 जून? क्विक शो ऑफ योर हैंड्स। लेट अस चेक योर नॉलेज. Okay, Yoga Day. And how many of you take care of your physical fitness? Do yoga every day, go to gym, cycling, swimming, anything, any kind of activity. Quick show of your hand, how many fit people, people who take care of their health? Just 1, 2, 3, 4, few of them at the back side. Rest, our entire B row. Okay, yes, wonderful. So I must say that almost 30 to 40 people take care of their health, their physical fitness, and rest of you. Your mantra is work, eat, sleep, and repeat. Is that your mantra? This is how you work? Okay, no worries. If you do yoga every day, do you know what does Hasya Yoga mean? Anyone who can tell me what is Hasya Yoga? Yes, absolutely right, sir. So now what we are going to do here is, at the count of 3, we are going to fill this entire hall with laughter. Okay? Let us create some positive aura, positive tempo, positive energy, and let us fuel in some enthusiasm, because next we are going to begin with series of panel discussion, and I want you all to be focused, to be energetic, and have full concentration towards what we will be discussing. So for that, are we ready? At the count of 3, everyone? Ready? At the count of 3, we have to laugh together. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Ha 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 ha. Thank you so much to those 10 to 15 people who participated. Rest, I'm expecting participation from you too. Once again at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha. Come on. Everyone together. Team A, Team B. 1, 2, 3. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Both your hands together, up in the air. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands together. Well, wonderful. What a positive start. Keep on laughing, keep on celebrating. Okay. And also now moving forward to our panel discussion, allow me to give you a short glimpse on the topic that we are going to explore and talk about. That is on advancing real estate through policy, capital, and innovation. But before we dive in, before I give you proper introduction of this panel, a quick question. In terms of policy, capital, and innovation, what do you think the changes should be, the innovation should be in terms of policy, capital, or innovation? It would be great if you can share your inputs or your opinion or perspective. I'm going to take the mic and would love if you could answer. Anyone? Any? Okay, madam. Can you please pass on the mic?
Hello. Very good afternoon to you. I'm Naina Bhattacharya and I'm from Bengal. So my first point is, while designing a building or making a town planning, we should be mindful about the environment where we are creating it. That should give the priority.
Absolutely, ma'am. Sustainability. Everyone, please put your hands together. Thank you so much, Ms. Nana. All right, it's time to dive into our panel discussion first, so please put your hands together. Well, you know, for decades, the real estate industry was measured by one question. How much are we building? But today, perhaps the more important question is, how are we building? Because the future belongs not just to taller buildings, but to smarter materials, sustainable technologies, innovative products, and construction practices that are faster, safer, and more efficient. As India moves towards becoming a developed nation, innovation in the built environment will play a defining role in shaping the cities of tomorrow. And that brings us to our first panel discussion on advancing real estate, new construction technologies, and emerging trends in real estate. To lead this heavy-hitting conversation, let me welcome our moderator, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Executive Director, BMTPC. Please put your hands together, everybody. And now it is my honor to invite all the panelists here on the stage. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Mudit Raniwala, Chief Products Officer, Technocraft Industries India Limited. Everyone, please a resounding round of applause. Mr. Hiren Patel, Marketing Director, Solorex Tiles LLP. Mr. Umang Monga, CEO, Harrison Locks, and Mr. Neeraj Bansal, Senior Partner and Head India Global, KPMG India. Everyone, a resounding round of applause for our moderator and our speakers who are going to join us for the panel one. Everyone, I feel that the applauses aren't enough. So can we please have a thunderous round of applause to welcome our dignitaries for our panel one. Yes, I would request our dignitaries to please take your seats. And over to you, Mr. Arvind.
On behalf of BMTPC, NAREDCO, I welcome you all to this panel. Discussion on advancing real estate, new construction technologies, and emerging trend in real estate. India's real estate sector is undergoing a rapid transformation, driven by technology, sustainability, and requirement, urbanization, affordability, challenges, and changing customer expectations. Today's panel bring together experts representing the complete real ecosystem developer, technology provider, building materials, innovators, manufacturing leaders, and strategic advisors together. They offer a unique perspective on how technology, sustainability, and innovation are reshaping the future of the Indian real estate. Our first panel, Mr. Mudit Rainawala, served as the Chief Product Officer at Technocraft Industries Limited, one of the India's leading engineering and construction technology companies. He has played a significant role in developing and scaling innovative construction system and technology-driven solutions for built environment. With his extensive experience in product innovation and construction technology, he brings valuable insight how modern method of construction can enhance productivity, quality, and sustainability in the real sector. I am pleased to introduce Mr. Umang Moga, Chief Executive Officer, Harrison Locks. As a business leader and innovator in the building hardware and security solution sector, he has been actively promoting in advanced technologies that improve safety, functionality, and user experience in modern buildings. His perspective brings an important dimension to our discussion, highlighting how innovation at a component and system level contributes to smarter and more efficient real estate development.
Yes, now ladies and gentlemen, instead of Mr. Ravi Agarwal, co-founder and managing director, Signature Global, who was earlier going to join us, instead of him, we have Mr. Sanjay Kumar Vashne, executive director from Signature Global for this particular panel. So please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Sanjay Kumar here on the stage. And once again, over to our moderator.
Buildcon Signature Global. Is one of the India's foremost real estate development company. Under his leadership, this group has emerged as a major force in affordable and mid-income housing, delivering large-scale residential development across the NCR region. His perspective is particularly important as he represents the developers' viewpoint on adopting new technologies while balancing affordability, quality, customer expectations, and project viability. We are honored to have with us Mr. Neeraj Bansal, Senior Partner, Head, India's Global at KPMG India. He is widely recognized for advising leading corporation infrastructure organization and policymakers on transformation, technology adoption, and future-ready business strategies. His perspective is especially valuable because he works at the intersection of industry, policy, investment, and technology, providing a broad view of the trend that are shaping the future of real estate and construction. Friends, I am Arvind Kumar, Executive Director of Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, an organization under Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs dedicated to promoting innovative, sustainable, disaster resilient, and cost-effective building technologies. Over the years, this council has played a pivotal role in mainstreaming emerging construction technologies, facilitating their adoption in India's housing and infrastructure sectors. I look forward to moderating today's discussion and learning from our distinguished panel. So, let us start our discussion. In 1 minute, what do you believe will be the single biggest technology or trend shaping Indian real estate over the next decade? Yes. Very brief.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mudit Raniwala. Thank you so much, Arvindji, for this brief introduction about us. On the technology front, much has been said already by Mr. Hiranandani, then Mr. Durga Prasad also gave a brief on how AI and BIM and all these new age technologies are coming up to shape the construction industry. What has not been spoken about till now is the transformation that is taking place behind the scenes. We see what is happening on the construction platform, but there is a lot that is happening behind the construction platform. Before the material reaches these construction sites, there is a lot of transformation happening at the manufacturing facilities of all these equipments and components and the n number of items that are required to make a building what it actually becomes. I would like to rather focus on the transformations that are happening on the manufacturing side. Of course, there is a lot that will be spoken throughout the day, has already been spoken up on the construction side. So yes, that's gonna be my 2 pence.
Yes. Please here.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me at this esteemed panel. Harrison, as you know, has been the cornerstone of locks and security for years, more than 7 decades. Quite recently, I was visiting a delegation and we had somebody calling us the lock of the nation. Bharat ka tala. I think I love that tagline. So I keep on going everywhere and I talk Bharat ka bharosa, Bharat ka tala, lock of India. But the lock of India is also transforming. The lock of India is becoming smarter. The lock of India is getting connected. It's getting integrated. You know, the world is changing. Now everything is getting connected, integrated, and collaborated. So similarly, the security solutions are getting connected and integrated. So for example, if you're entering a house, we have a doorbell. The doorbell can be connected to your video door phone. The same can be connected to your smart locking solutions. The same can be connected to your home automation. So at Harrison, we are working towards the IoT of things, the Internet of Things, which probably now is moving towards the AI of things, the artificial intelligence of things. So a lot of things are being done, as Sir's told. A lot of things are being done on the background. That, you know, a lot of servers, right now most of the servers around the world are based out of China. At Harrison, we're trying to bring that server back to India. We're working on that end as well. So I think a lot of things on the background, which has not been seen, it will come up, and that's what at Harrison we're trying to do.
Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Neeraj.
So from a, like the question was in terms of single biggest technology, I would believe that there's not a single biggest technology that would kind of shape the future of the real estate in India or overseas as well. But real estate if you just take a step back, real estate is one of the later adopters of technology, not only in India but overseas as well. Typically the customer-facing applications were the first ones to get the technology built into them first because of the interface that was required with the customers around it. So, and then we had some point applications coming up as well. So we saw that, like in the last 4-5 years, a lot of the real estate companies in India have also got enterprise applications built up. So whether it's an ERP in a SAP form, Oracle form, a lot of Microsoft, a lot of Inform Velocity, a lot of Vision, various parts have been done up there in that. And very specific point applications, again, let's say from sales point of view, Salesforce has got adopted. That we got procurement, some adopting Ariba, let's say for example there in that. So various points applications have been done. Now the wave, if I were to say that we will see and unfold, essentially is how these applications get more integrated and work strongly together to see that whether from a customer perspective, whether from an employee persona, whether from the management persona as well, each of the individuals or requirements are different, but they get the lens as one version of truth floating all through. So all the applications getting integrated, working seamlessly, and providing the results such that you don't need to do manual calculations subsequently or do a manual manipulation of the data as well to provide a management report or to do any kind of a management activity or a employee activity as well. So that is where we see that that mode of effort coming in there. I think one of the key benefits of that would be a lot of reconciliations getting stopped, a lot of efficiency demand which is there also getting serviced as well, and the fact that that agility is much more important now than before, and the tightening of the regulations also basically help in that direction, that there is a demand now for stakeholders to get informed and management reports to come up in such a way as well that they cannot wait for certain days of that activity to happen. So, and lastly, I would say that on the construction side as well, or in terms of facility management, again, those are the two areas where we see a very strong use of technology happening at this point in time, and with the advent of sensors getting adopted all across the various parts of the business, these are things which are getting very much automated, and the reduction in technology cost also has really made that possible there. But still, the widespread adoption is something that we will
cost
look at.
reduction part on later.
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Arvindji. I think from the real estate developer perspective, major challenge what we are facing these days is the labor scarcity, and only solution is the technology to meet that challenge. As a we are, because you have to be keep in our vision ki next 5 years the labor scarcity will be much more compared to this, and everybody is facing a target to achieve. Our daily puzzle is to how to mitigate the labor scarcity. And the solution is that to go for the technology. As far as signature is concerned, we are very much ahead by our other than the other developers of our levels. We have used, like earlier also in affordable segment also, we started using the aluminum formwork and set up a different benchmark. In middle segment also, number of new technologies we have used. In a high-rise also, we found a number of challenges, how to meet this labor and how to get our work on the time. Because as the customer today, we need a quality, we need a speed, we need a sustainability, and we need a cost-effective, affordable also. So what we people are doing, we are implemented a number of technologies. I think that no one other builders has been used. One of the things we came in the market was a tune-mount damper, because in a high-rise building, the performance of the building is very much important. When we are sitting on the 14th floor, then the person sitting on the 14th floor, in the case of the earthquake, or in case of winds, etc., they feel a major jerk compared to the bottom ones. So with this, we building with the tune-mount damper, we are the first one, invested up 450 crores rupees in that. All in our tower, we are putting that. What is the benefit of the tune-mount damper? If we put up those tune-mount damper, the deflection of the building is reduced by 60%. So if the deflection of the building core per meter, L by is 300 deflection. If the building is 200 meter, means 70 centimeter deflection is permitted by the code. But if the building is deflected by 70, how you feel on the top floor? So that's why it reduces around 60%. So that's a very technology that we bring. Number of these, the quality of the water quality of the water is very bad in Gurgaon and NC area. And that eroded the corrosion reinforcement. So number of things we did is we just using the machines that will remove the corrosion of the steels. Those we have implemented. It's a cheap technology, very economical technology, but persons if you use, because of number of things.
Basically, you are telling that, aluminum formwork.
The aluminum formwork is the one of the way. There are people are using tunnel formwork, jump formwork. In our project, we are using aluminum formwork. But in addition to that, what are the other technology we are using? So reinforcement, corrosion is a very, because high-rise building, you are using M80, M70. Corrosion is also very factor that affect the buildings. Okay. We are using we start the power drain system in our buildings when the excess water is to be, number of things we implemented. In addition to that, for the construction project management, all best technology from the planning to execution to quality, everything, there is some IT system technology, digital transformation we did.
That is all right. So let us move to our main discussion theme, regarding technology adoption.
Yeah.
Despite numerous innovation, adoption remains limited. What are the biggest barriers, preventing widespread use of modern construction technologies in India? Yeah, please.
Like Mr. Sanjay was mentioning, there is a lot of labor shortages, etc. And technology is here to kind of make a balance between the labor requirement and doing things fast. While I do not really agree, it is a fact, but I do not agree that there is a labor shortage because we are the most populous country in the world. Yes, skill set is something which skill set is definitely something which is short.
Day by the buildings are going higher or more integrated, so you need a more skilled laborers.
Completely. But what is being missed out over here is, it is very difficult to get the right skill set, to train the people and get the right skill set. What rather can be focused upon is getting the right equipment at the place, so that even with low skill set, it can be easily installed, because otherwise we are going back to the craftsmanship. Right now, when we talk about modular formwork systems and the advancements which are happening, we want that the workers install these without having to go about and hammering, doing drilling, cutting, etc. at sites, which requires skill. So the formwork which is delivered at site should be perfect. It should be to the precise tolerances, such that such kind of a skill set is just not required at site. And then you will not find a dearth of labor if the material that is being supplied itself is foolproof.
Okay, Neeraj, something else you would like to point out regarding policy, any other intervention, because technology adoption is remain a challenge.
So from a from a policy perspective, I think clearly the framework that we were discussing, because we finally have national resources getting used, right, in an inefficient manner across so
Hi
many
everyone,
projects
good
that are
afternoon.
happening
I'm
there.
Soumya
So
Pathak.
if there's a
I'm
policy
the
intervention to
regional
use
head north
certain amount of new
for
technologies
LNT
around it,
Suphan
and
Limited, which is
also
a wholly
looking
owned
at saying that
subsidiary of
that
Larsen & Toubro.
certain mandates on
And
productivity
it's
also
the first
getting
of
formed.
kind digital
So
initiative
we'll see
launched
much
by
more
Larsen & Toubro
effective
for
use
all
of the
B2B
resources,
e-commerce,
as well as productivity
MSME
going up,
players in
on the
country.
project.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Archana Sharma, General Manager with the National Industrial Corridor
Want to try this one?
and I look after their industrial cities which are being developed currently.
So I think from policy mandate point of view, like when the government contracts are coming up, especially the government can look at it to say that the various types of buildings are made in a more energy efficient and also in a more sustainable manner as well, because I think while we get to use more technology, it not only helps from a monitoring efficiency perspective, but it can also lead into saying that like country has a net zero carbon target right now, right? Now, and during construction, maximum amount of carbon gets released well, and the kind of products we're using as well, for creating that thing to happen. So from if we have a better mandate, then during the construction process as well, better technology and better methods can be adopted, which could lead to a betterment from efficiency as well as from the reduction in carbon as well during the stage of the construction also there. So
Is the challenge technology, cost, skill, or mindset?
So I think technology adoption, there are three big things, if I may say that, which are very relevant here. One is the awareness at various levels around it, because technology usage has to be done by the developer, the contractor, the subcontractor, and the actual people who are going to build that thing there. I think, while the new technology is coming up, but the awareness and availability of the skilled labor to do that kind of an activity and the contractor to adopt that technology is also a big challenge there. So there, the mindset is again a challenge there on that. The second is that for every technology change, there's an upfront cost, that has to be borne. Now, at times the upfront cost looks heavy. The past cost, which has already been sunk in by the contractor or by the developer, becomes a roadblock as well, because one wants to sweat the previous technology that you've already adopted, and you are hesitant to try out a new technology. The third is that the consumer mindset as well. The consumer has been also not educated enough. So they also want the previous methods and approaches to get followed, and also accepted, as a norm there in that. So again, that becomes a problem. Like, Sanjay ji mentioned around the, the new technology that they use in the affordable housing. Now, affordable housing as a concept does require efficiency is a major play to come in, because the margins are very thin. And also something has to be done at scale. So if mechanization comes in, it is a boon for that entire activity. And they've actually proved it also, by using it significant way. But from let's say you move to another segment, a luxury buyer, let's say around it, there is a challenge at times to accept that there will be no changes possible, for whatever's got executed there in that. But if we look at it in a very short way, there are tremendous examples existing, when you look at Singapore, the kind of housing that they do. Now they're going for volumetric 3D boxes in a way getting done, all sides getting done together only. In fact, electrical fittings, everything has been put up in that particular, let's say, a room, and that's shipped and then put into a Lego box kind of a method, and you reduce the construction time from, let's say, a few months to actually, in few days, you are able to execute it. So it is happening, but then it requires that all stakeholders to come together, all designing to be completed as well, or decision to be taken as well. Because you can't say that I will now design electrical changes later, or I will do plumbing later, or I will come up with some other customer, let's say, nuance to come in later as well. So some of these require, that kind of extensive coordination as well as intensive effort upfront.
Okay, India requires millions of housing units. Mudit, you need to throw light on it. We need millions of housing units and urban infrastructure assets. In Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we are going to construct, 1 crore houses, by 2029. Out of these 1 crore houses, 50 lakh units will be constructed by beneficiaries themselves. So we used to call DLC. Then 20 lakh affordable housing in partnership, we call it as AHP vertical. Then 25 lakh we are going to sanction in interest subvention. So most important part is 50 lakh dwelling units under beneficiary-led construction. So which technology can significantly reduce construction time without compromising quality?
Arvindji, I think that is something which goes without saying. Today, for fast construction, there are two major technologies which are, going rounds. Mainly, it is the formwork which, helps in quicker construction. And there are two forms. One is the aluminum monolithic formwork system, and another is precast modular systems which are available. Each of them have their own benefits and setbacks, but yes, they do help a lot in having quick turnarounds as far as fast construction, and I would say also economical construction is concerned. Because these are technologies which enable you to use for multiple usages. So if we say aluminum formwork, then you could probably use the same set if it is a repeated kind of a thing for 200, 300 times. In fact, we have come across formworks which could be used for 500 times. If you are talking about 50 lakh floors, then it's just a matter of taking one particular set and using it 1,000 times, or maybe taking 5 sets and using it 200 times. So yes, these technologies definitely help a lot in quick constructions.
Our problem is, these 50 lakh units, these are in town, tier 2, tier 3 towns. Those are not in metros. In metros, one can go in for aluminum formwork. So, Mr. Mr. Sanjay from Signature. So, can you share a real project example where productivity gains were measurable in your, because you are executing, projects for affordable housing and, for mid-income group as well.
Arvindji very rightly says, if you adopt a technology, you speed up the construction and the quality of the construction is much better in terms of use of the aluminum formwork. Even other technology, tunnel formwork is also in a use for the buildings which are 50-story and above. So basically we can start that appropriate technology for different kind of construction to be used. Aluminum formwork in our affordable housing construction, we take a use of the aluminum formwork by 100 of times. So in terms of the construction, the total cost of the shuttering is around half, because we receive this after using a 45 to 50, the break-even points come in the aluminum formwork. If you are using 100 times, so naturally you reduce the cost of the shuttering. You speed up the construction. The quality of the construction is a good. So I think right thing is to adopt the technologies. We need to change our mindset. Earlier, the aluminum formwork used in the metro, but now in a B-type city, C-side city, also the people are using the aluminum formwork. Even you can, because the aluminum formwork is now we are using last 15-20 years, getting the conventional shuttering mason is difficult if we required in some places. Aluminum shuttering aluminum shuttering mason is get easy, because like or other cases, now we are going in a 50-story, 60-story in the Gurgaon also. So we have to further move to a technology which is better than aluminum formwork. So now we are thinking to move a tunnel formwork, jump formwork, such kind of the technologies. Another best things we have to be adopt in the future is the precast construction. Because in the NCR area, there is a lot of issue of NGT also. So if we move to a precast construction, we can save that time. That's we are facing. So we are working a lot on the things. But I think, as you say, the mindset, the technology adoption in the south is faster compared to the north. I am visiting a lot of cities in the south. They are adopted precast construction. But when I sit in our system, how to adopt, there is a lot of if and buts in that. But finally, we have to move to the technologies.
Neeraj, actually, we at government we talks about sustainability. Now it is moving from compliance issue to a business imperative. So how is this changing material selection and construction method?
So sustainability, if I may say that real estate is getting built for the occupiers eventually. So as the occupiers are getting more sensitive about sustainability, we have seen the transformation happening from a developer's perspective to regard that as an important parameter. So if I may say, like for the office supply, few years back and now, there has been a transformational change that has happened. So you see all A-grade office supply which is coming up, and almost 90% plus, would be in the category which is meeting the sustainability requirements. In fact, India is one of the largest producers of office spaces in that domain, from a sustainable, and LEED Platinum, all the categories which are there as well. The office spaces satisfy that. Why that has happened is because of the demand which is coming from the MNCs and from the different organizations as well, to focus on the requirement to say that they have to meet their net zero target and net carbon zero target there, and which is why they are demanding the supplies of the office spaces to come like that. Likewise, in the luxury segment as well, from the branded residences and also overall luxury side of it, we see the housing now focusing on the sustainable element part of it, because that is a value add, or that is an expectation coming in from a buyer segment as well. So that is again also getting emphasized there. The other larger segments which are there, which is from, let's say, affordable side of it or mid to low income segment side of it there it is the awareness between the buyers, because that is not the bargaining power that they have. That they would like to live in a particular house which is sustainable only. That's not the priority that they're having at that point in time, which is where the government needs to kind of mandate, some of the measures and norms in such a way that, some of this becomes a requirement to be done by the developer as well. The finance organizations have also been very, I would say, supportive in that, to say that some of them have kind of been able to extend some policy like, a percentage credit, 0.5% or whatever, let's say, incentive from an interest perspective. More of that needs to be done in that area.
Okay, for finance, let me ask one question from Sanjay. So, are customers really willing to pay for sustainability?
Yeah. Yes, customer is ready to play. Arvindji, let's I tell you, I am a Signature Global working developer, but I am a IGBC chairman also, Delhi chapter. So sustainability is also very much a part of mine. Earlier, people if we use for the sustainable construction, green construction, it has a higher cost. But I think if use is in a mass, proper use, the cost of the construction is also reduced and the operation cost to finally reduce, because if you have a proper design, green building designs or proper orientation of the building, use of the materials, so less electricity, less water, that has to be used in the building. So operation cost will be less. I did a lot of exercise in what India need to do. We have a lot of industrial waste generating, agriculture waste, house waste, and construction waste. We need to work a lot to convert these wastage in a proper use construction materials. As per in the IGBC, so far we have certified 12,000 building materials as a green materials. We in real estate also, we promote the green building, we promote the use of the green buildings material, to reduce our carbon footprint. Like a few of the items are, there is glasses, reflective glasses to be used, paints, low VOC paints to be used, 5-star rating appliances to be used, low flow fixtures, etc. we use in our construction, but fly issues of the fly ash. So finally the cost of the construction is reduced. Even if you come put this in our like brochures, etc., the new generations of the wires, they are very much aware about this sustainability. They prefer if we put up these are the initiative we've taken in our construction in terms of the reduce the carbon footprint, how they will get a benefit in terms of reduce their operation cost, electricity bill, water bill, etc.
Okay.
So they are attracted towards the property.
Okay, now actually artificial intelligence, building information modeling, we just had some information from Durga Shankar Mishra sir, in the previous session. And digital twins from the core of modern architecture, engineering and construction. Together they bridge the gap between initial concept and real world operation by automating design, structuring complex project data and creating living and responsive models. So how are these AI, BIM, digital twins, IoT and data analytics is transforming projects planning and execution? Neeraj, if you can throw some information.
So, I mean, from a utilization of a digital twin or similar technologies, I think it's a more recent use that has started to happen. Complex manufacturing has kind of taken that as a first place from a usage point of view there. There have been discussions on for, let's say, some of the cities like, I mean, there have been discussion on Ayodhya, let's say as a city where they would like to get a digital twin done at a city level as well. So there are some encouraging discussions that have happened on some of these areas around it. But the fact remains that, like I said in the previous segment, the wider adoption of technology, has started first by point applications, then with enterprise applications, and now the integration part of it there. Digital twin, like for example, if you were to look at a building information management, part of it there, not the BIM as a concept, but the facility management of building there in that. Now, for a high advanced building, which has got some complications and also systems installed over there, such kind of a digital twin will be of a relevance around it, because then you can understand and measure, that are there any efficiency gains that you're getting? Are you able to project some challenges which will come up, in case of any typical simulated scenarios as well there. So which is where digital twin starts to benefit there in that. Otherwise, we've seen the digital twin usage actually happening in more complex industries, where this kind of a concept helps. And also because there's an upfront cost, for doing any kind of a activity, and that upfront cost has to get be mitigating some of the issues that the organization or the product is facing. Real estate, from that perspective, remains simpler, from a construction as well as execution side of it there, which is why we don't see that much of a user at this point in time. But as these technologies get more cheaper, the people to do them also become much more, let's say, cost effective. And also, since the scale of the real estate is changing, because now it's bigger, like for example, I mean, few years back, integrated townships was not something which was a very common concept around it. Very few were being done. But now since suburbs have opened, in almost every city, and there are huge land parcels, 50 acre, 100 acre, 200 acre getting opened up, so as that happens on it, and there's a single master developer doing all of that, for them to adopt and let's say install digital twin and similar kind of technologies would be very, very worthwhile, because they would be maintaining them also over a longer period of time. Today for standalone projects, when they do it, majority of them are also made from a build to sell point of view there. So there is no incentive for them to invest in technologies which will require constant upgradation, maintenance, and also the buyer side of it also when they are looking for such products, because it's like maintenance per square feet is what is in mind of the buyer. Currently with the fact that there are several facilities which are already getting planted by the developer, because those are like well accepted practices, the maintenance per square feet has already gone up. Now with technology cost getting added to it, that would be something which could be a hindrance, where the technology may be deployed but not getting used later or not getting paid for by the residents there. But when a integrated township concept is happening or slightly larger project is getting done, where there are multiple towers coming in, there would be certainly possibilities of, if not at the whole level, but at least certain, let's say, component level, in the sense that for certain equipments, certain complex areas around it, a methodology like a digital twin would be very relevant there as well.
Okay, actually these technology offers immediate value to today's rather than
the AI part.
Yeah.
In my company, in Signature also, I think AI will change the concept and prospect of the construction in the next 2-3 years. So we have to be ready with that.
Okay, it is no more a
no more app. We start start using the sales and the marketing already. We use AI, but in the construction we start using the planning. Because by using AI, what they do, what is your requirement, they are able to generate a 10,000 of plans. And we have to choose and work out most effective plan. If I'm able to save the common area and the services and areas by 2 to 3%, even 3%, then if I'm making 1,000 of flats, 30 flats are additional is to be added. So that's why we started. We are just started in the planning of our projects. AI is already started by the builder, SS builder.
So, but how can innovation simultaneously improve quality and speed and affordability in housing particularly?
It's a planning part. If you are using in a building plan, when you are making a building plan, it is a faster compared to the conventional one, and it's a more effective planning. Means the carpet area versus the built-up area will be less. The parking efficiency you can achieve. We are working on this by using the AI. How can we increase the parking efficiency? And that's the builder is to do, to make more projects more efficient.
Yeah, Neeraj, how can innovation simultaneously improve quality, speed and affordability in housing? Because Sanjay has some different opinion.
So, in terms of what you said, I think all of these objectives are not, they are complementary to each other. They are not at adversarial relationship to each other there. And Sanjay very beautifully said it, when you look at a total cost of ownership, right, then sustainability becomes a very key part of it there, right? So, because, and to the example that I was giving earlier, when you are developing something not to build to sell, but build to operate, then you have the investment mindset to say that because I will be maintaining it for 25 years, 30 years or longer as well, you are ready to do the upfront planning. You are ready to do upfront technology investment. You are ready to see that you have got enough monitoring, enough efficiency gains getting realized, because you are the beneficiary for that part of it there. In areas where the innovation, what you mentioned also, we see the maximum innovation happening in the areas, where there is a pressure. So either there is a pressure on time or there is a pressure on cost. That is what drives either value engineering to happen. That is what drives material selections as well differently. That is what drives, a change in the organization to happen there. The other driver is typically a regulatory pressure. If there's a regulatory pressure for some activity, so either there has to be a time pressure or a cost pressure or a regulatory pressure. Those are the areas, which help to see that there is a change that the organization brings about, that how they would like to approach that subject, and also really get it to the execution level there in that. Otherwise, many of the concepts remain at the management discussion level or at a thought level as well, but they don't see really effectiveness on the ground.
So basically, what policy intervention or ecosystem support mechanisms are required just to accelerate adoption of innovative construction technologies in India? Yeah, Neeraj, you please.
Okay.
Because
So-
it's a policy I'm asking.
Sure. No, so policy, I think, like we discussed in that, we've, especially if I just narrow down from an affordable housing segment point of view, because that's the maximum requirement also, 95% of the housing, and what we say is affordable housing actually requirement is even below that. That's the real requirement in the country. Now, when you look at that aspect of it, we have seen multiple test cases coming up, whether 3D printing houses, whether prefabricated houses as well, precast, many technologies have come up around it, but so far we've not seen mass scale adoption, which has happened. Some of that is because of the fact that technology was expensive or technology was not available in a mass way, or the fact that the tax structure didn't allow that sharing of resources to happen. So you could set up a precast plant, but you cannot give it to another contractor or another of your, let's say, peer developer around it. You had to do it as a factory for yourself only. So some of these were nuances, challenges around it, which has not led the development to happen in that significant way. Now, from our perspective, if you look at it,
I think we need to provide, more space in our building bylaws, to adopt.
I think the holistic thinking to say that, like one is that there's a hunt to always find new way to do it. The perspective, one thought is always to say that there are 15 things available. Can we pick up 3 and integrate it in such a way that from start to end, whether it's a developer, contractor, executioner, or a reviewer, whatever there in that, government also basically acts in a more unison manner and sees that we are able to get it done in a larger way rather than a proof of concept way. Proof of concepts are already done. We have full got examples for it, very well established also, but they are not getting, let's say, you would say commercialized in a big way. That is where the maximum effort needs to go from a policy level point of view as well.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite question from audience. So kindly keep your question brief in the form of questions rather than a comment.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for giving us the opportunity. My name is Ankit Shukla. I've been into real estate for 18 plus years, worked with JLL, Lodha, Prestige, and currently serving as a Chief Business Officer for Skya Developers. I have a very simple question basically to Mr. Bansal, but adjoining with Mr. Monga and Sanjay Kumar and Mr. Raniwala. So we have been discussing about the green building certification and involving the technology into various construction materials, how we can get the cost reduction, how we can deliver the product fast. But since we are sitting at a platform where, the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Urban Affairs are there, NAREDCO and Bharat Buildcon is there. So I'm sure, I just want to put up one request and a question to Mr. Bansal. Sir, आप जो ये policies हम बना रहे हैं behind the company, ये policies कहीं ना कहीं 50% management level पे अटक जाती हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हमको गवर्नमेंट से सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता. क्यों? क्योंकि अगर हमें इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ ग्रीन बिल्डिंग सर्टिफिकेशन, हाउ कैन वी अडॉप्ट IGBC instead of a USGBC? In that case, government need to be a part of it. Government needs to create a corridor. Government needs to lower down the pressure on the regularities and the policies. So I basically want to be a very blunt question, Mr. Bansal, since he has been involved in this policies making and adopting it into a system. आप गवर्नमेंट से क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि ये सब जो आज आपने बातें कही हैं ये कहीं ना कहीं जल्दी इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाए? क्योंकि सर हम जिस जेनजी AI के ज़माने में बैठे हुए हैं, हमें तो सर 50 साल लग जाएंगे इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हुए, which is actually getting faced by a lot of real estate developers to create that kind of environment, giving a competition to the global players. But unfortunately, we are not able to get it because we are not able to get that corridor from the
Question
government.
basically is, for adoption, how quickly we can adopt new technologies.
No, sir, my question is for Mr. Bansal to ask the government what corridor is required for these technologies to be implemented.
So I think, from a government perspective, government is doing certain aspects of it, and there have been changes that they've done also around it. I think, for a larger adoption, there are two clear perspectives that are to be there. One is that whatever technology, whatever method that you want to do, it has to have a business benefit which has to come on that area. Now, if that commercial benefit is cleared out and is available, you don't need or you won't wait for a government policy to come up as well. The developer or the stakeholder would automatically do that part of it there. There could be a challenge of awareness, there could be a challenge of adoption because of skill set and other things around it, which is what is not leading that commercial benefit to arise there, right? So I think that is one part which is clear there. Second is that government can mandate a number of things also, but those, if they are not again, leading to commercial success around it, they will still not get adopted, right, by the people around it, or they'll just add to a cost of compliance part of it will again be passed on to the consumers only there. So when I said that, that these technologies are there, proof of concept is there. Now the proof of concept needs to get basically commercialized is the word that I had used as well. When I say commercialized, this is what I'm meaning that, the stakeholders need to come together and say that out of these 14, 15 ways of doing it, which are the 2-3 ways, which are much more viable. And also for that, if there is a very specific policy change which is required, like I gave an example of, saying that if you got a precast setup, can you share it? Because it's a resource which has been set up now, can you share it between a few developers right there? But if you restrict it, now that becomes a very heavy upfront cost, for any developer to put up. Only large scale developers can do it, or people who have a vision, for a few years around it there. So these are some of the things which have to be done at a more specific level, and that would lead to a mass adoption as well there.
Thank you so much for this wonderful.
We can take only one question because we are running out of time. Okay. Yeah.
Your question to post this.
So you were talking about BLC. I'm Saket Mehra from Aapka Awas. BLC, sir, we have one of the most suitable construction, which is IHS1, which is Integrated Hybrid Solution. We are PAX holder and also been in this for last 30 years. And we have enough proof of concept in India in 5 different states. So you could look at that as well, sir.
Thank you very much. So, any more? One more question.
Well, thank you so much for the questions. We can take the questions forward during the networking lunch because we are running short on time. Thank you so much once again to our panelists, to our moderator, everyone. Please put your hands together.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, a big thanks to all of you for sharing your valuable perspectives and also highlighting it beautifully that the future of real estate will not only be shaped by scale but by vision, innovation and collaboration. Once again, everyone, please put your hands together. And I would request our panelists.
Thank you very much, panelists.
Yes, I would request our panelists to please stay back for the felicitation. Now, to felicitate Mr. Arvind Kumar, it is my honor to invite on stage Mr. Sridhar Reddy, NAREDCO GC member. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the stage for the felicitation. Everyone, a resounding round of applause to express the gratitude. And next to felicitate Mr. Sanjay Vashne, it is my honor to invite on stage Mr. Ravi Reddy, President, NAREDCO Next Generation. Everyone, please put your hands together. And now to felicitate Mr. Mudit, it is my honor to invite on stage Mr. Praveen Agarwal. Mr. Praveen Agarwal, kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Mr. Mudit. To felicitate Mr. Mudit, it is my honor to invite Mr. Praveen Jain sir here on the stage. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the dais. Once again, everyone, a thunderous round of applause. Next, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Hasid, Member Legal, NAREDCO, to felicitate Mr. Umang Monga. Everyone, please a resounding round of applause as we welcome him here on the stage and felicitate Mr. Umang. Thank you so much. Next, to felicitate Mr. Neeraj Bansal, it is my honor and privilege to welcome Mr. Suresh Bhai Patel, NAREDCO Gujarat President. Everyone, please a resounding round of applause as we welcome our dignitary for the felicitation. Once again, everyone, a thunderous round of applause. I would like to thank our entire panel again for such extraordinary and knowledgeable session. The panel, thank you so much. And now let us have a group picture. So please come closer, bright and white smile on your faces, and let us commemorate this moment. Thank you so much. You may have your seats now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need your kind attention towards the stage because the upcoming segment is a special one, an extraordinary one. So the people at the back side who are standing, I would request you to please take your seats, settle down, as I don't want you all to miss out on this special session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to welcome Ms. Mansimar Bediji, Senior Executive, the Indian Steel Association, to host the important session on urbanization by leveraging steel structure-based building design and architecture. So everyone, please put your hands together as we welcome Ms. Bedi here on the stage. A resounding round of applause for her welcome as she is going to host this entire session for you. Thank you.
Urban districts, not just rail stations or metro stations, but they need to be attractive.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are just setting up the stage and transitioning towards the next session. So we shall start in a few moments. Requesting you all to take your seats, put your phones on silent mode, maintain the decorum. And I see a lot of people sitting at the back. We have seats at the front. Do come towards the stage and occupy the seats at the front. Thank you. Again, requesting everyone near the stage area to please settle down. We have a very important session that we're starting with soon. Once again, requesting everyone near the stage area to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please take your seats. All right, good afternoon, distinguished guests, industry leaders, architects, engineers, policymakers, members from the media, and colleagues from the steel industry. My name is Mansimar Bedi, and on behalf of the Indian Steel Association, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this important session on urbanization by leveraging steel structure-based building design and architecture. India's urban landscape is undergoing a profound transformation. To put this into perspective, land availability per person in India is nearly 6 times lower than the global average. As India moves toward becoming a developed nation, our cities will need to accommodate millions more residents, businesses, and economic activities. And that is where steel assumes strategic importance. Ladies and gentlemen, today's session aims to explore how steel can help shape India's future skylines while contributing to sustainability, resource efficiency, and economic competitiveness. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Prasad Sawant, Chief Technology Officer, JSSL, and make his presentation. A huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Prasad Sawant on the stage. Mr. Prasad Sawant serves as the CTO at JSSL. He comes with a rich experience of more than 2 decades. As CTO, he heads the engineering and design functions and drives new product and business development. So,
Hello, good afternoon all. Can we start? Yeah. So today the topic I'm going to present is the vertical leap, and I think as introduced before, we are talking about steel and how it contributes to vertical urbanization in cities. So I am Prasad Sawant. I am the CTO at JSW Severfield Structures Limited. To start with, I would like to show this a picture of London skyline. Since we are talking about urbanization and how vertical structures grow. So if you see these buildings that I have marked on the picture, they're all steel buildings. Some of them have been built by our parent company, but you can see that almost 90% of the high-rise buildings have been built in steel in London. The tallest being the Shard, which is almost 1 kilometer long, 1,000 feet long. So the current scenario in India, India's steel manufacturing is growing leaps and bounds. Worldwide, there was around 1850 million tons that was produced last year. And the construction sector consumes most of the steel, I would say 50% worldwide. And India's average has grown from 50% to now 60%, which is good, but it's mostly into reinforcement because largely all the buildings that are built are in concrete. So if you see the segment-wise distribution, it's just considering the few leading nations or developed nations, UK, US, and Japan. If you consider all these sectors, commercial and residential are lagging way far behind. Of course, reinforcement steel is being used a lot, but if you see structural steel, the percentages are, almost minuscule. Even the commercial used to be almost 0.5 to 1%, which is now growing. There's a big traction coming up in structural steel, but it's still way below the world average. On-site fabrication is declining because that used to happen a lot in India for bridges or for the infrastructure, but the commercial buildings that are now coming up, off-site fabrication and organized sector is, being motivated. End clients are now realizing the holistic, benefits of steel, getting the early ROI, although the expenditure is more upfront. So why is this in India? There are like few punch points I would like to highlight. Firstly, the design codes. I think the panel discussion will also be, harping on this. Our codes were obsolete, I would say. I'm a structural engineer. I can say that because I use the codes. So, our codes were obsolete in structural design. We used to adopt international codes, the American, British standards. But now these codes are being revived, to the international standards. So there is a big impetus played by, INSDAG and all the other institutions. Also, the second biggest, issue I would say is the curriculum. I have done my BE in India, and there used to be only one structural steel course that we were taught, and then unless you do a higher degree in structural engineering using or in specific structural steel, you won't have the knowledge. So I would say every engineer that passes out of the school of the BE bachelors, is more prone to concrete design. So steel is alien. So by default, when an architect or a client asks engineers, concrete is by default the choice of design. So that has to change. What needs to do or what needs to happen, the push is, we need to improve the design, the supply chains, right from design, quality, consistency, the speed, tolerances. So we need good fabricators, to fabricate steel, erect, and, give the desired quality. And of course, the forums like INSDAG, similar to, the AISC or the BCSA play a big role, because that is how the developed nations have, come up to this standard of structural steel fabrication and erection. The current challenges in construction that we see, although concrete still remains the, RCC remains the predominant method of construction, but increasingly, even in Delhi, we see, one of the biggest projects that our company is doing is in Gurgaon for DLF. But the single reason, why the owner went for concrete, for steel construction was manpower. Because there's a definite shortage of skilled manpower throughout the country. Be it the carpenters or the bar benders, and of course the seasonal changes. So
The panel discussion is about appropriate urban infrastructure, building future-ready transit nodes in already started at Innovation Hall C.
Okay. Time overruns. Concrete has its slab cycles to attain. So and the project delays because of no labor. So that also relates to cost. Quality, concrete has to be monitored on site. Safety is directly proportional to the number of people. Concrete construction does require a large number of people to construct compared to steel. And of course, environment, which is, going forward is going to play the major part. Oops, sorry. So a brief introduction about our company, because I'm going to show some projects that our company has built. We are JSW Severfield Structures Limited. It's a joint venture of JSW Steel and Severfield, two big, large players, in steel fabrication and in steel manufacturing. We have large installed capacity, almost amounting to 270,000 tons, being in Gujarat and Bellary, and now also all the subcontractors. Some of the automation that we use in our plants, all the machines are automated, be it the plate cutting line, the beam cutting line, shot blasting to clean all the steel to SA 2.5 standards. Then we build the beams, plate girders as per the desired design requirement. And for most of the fabrication is automated. Of course, some manual fabrication does need to happen to build complex structures.
Afternoon, everyone. The panel discussion is about appropriate urban infrastructure, building future-ready transit nodes in already started at Innovation Hall C.
Yeah. Before I go into the project case studies, I would like to highlight some of the benefits of steel. Of course, it's pretty routine, but we still need to run through it because some of them are more relevant with this moment of construction in India. So speed still remains, the single biggest USP of structural steel. Timelines can reduce almost up to 50%. And of course, upfront cost is very high, but you need to overall analyze, what the return of investment the client would get. So, we do this kind of studies to convince clients, what is the total inflow and outflow. In terms of what drives the speed is the formwork. Although there are more mechanized formworks now available, Maiwan and all the Doka aluminum formwork. However, structural steel, you can't beat it because it's multi-stories can be built without any formwork. The deck sheet will self-supporting. You don't need to support it even during concreting or after concreting. Volume of concrete in structural steel is, if you do a complete steel building, like a non-composite steel building, the volume of concrete in the superstructure can be only in the slabs. So there are a lot of structures that are being built that only foundation consumes concrete, and the entire structure, like an industrial building, is in steel. And the foundation advantages, because as the building goes lighter with structural steel, we get inherent advantage in foundation sizes. Steel has a lot of design flexibility. You can see those openings in the beams for MEP services, where services can go through the web of the beam, so you get enough floor-to-floor height in constructions. Long spans, there's one project in Powai in Mumbai that we have done, which is 18-meter long span, completely column-free span. Labor, we've already talked about. It reduces up to 70% because, and less labor means more safety on site. And sustainability, because steel is 100% recyclable. Of course, India has not reached that stage of 100% recyclability in most sectors, but it's getting there. I think all the steel manufacturers are also using recycled steel up to 5 to 6%. Then there is the LEED certification, which I think the previous panel also spoke about, energy efficiency in while building steel buildings, and then the reduced pollution because less water and is emitted during steel construction compared to concrete. Some key projects and some innovations that we are using in urban infra, I would say. These are some of the projects that have been executed over the last 10 years. Intel being a very unique project, I'll just showcase how it was built in a top-down fashion. Then some MLCP, Reliance headquarters, NetApp project in Bangalore, which is a completely steel frame project. Satwa Knowledge Park in Hyderabad, which is our biggest composite steel building, 5 million square feet. And then L&T Mindtree, which is a complete steel frame building with brace frames and moment frames. So if you see the Satwa Knowledge Park, it was one of the very few projects that has been built with slip form core. Shapurji Palanji was the general contractor and we were the steel contractors. So you see the entire 30 levels were built with a slip form core to match, so that steel can go and attach to it, in the desired speed. And as you see, they adopted two sets of these formwork so that one core went right ahead and then we followed with the structural steel construction. There were two towers, tower A and B, and then the fireproofing follows, and then the facade. So this 5 million square feet project was completed almost in 22 months, on site during the peak COVID time. Another unique project I would like to showcase is Intel, which is built in top-down fashion, in a true top-down fashion, where it was a L-shaped building where 7 cores were built, and then the steel framing was done on the ground, like 1 meter above the floor level. The deck sheeting was laid even on the ground. As you can see, people are just standing on the deck sheet above the ground, and then even the concreting was done on the floor. And you see those vertical lines dropping down; those are strand jacks. So basically, it was strand jacked up after after the concrete had hardened. You see, people have gone. The steel frame has gone from 1 meter to 2.5 meters, so that people go below and do the fireproofing and the MEP services. And then even the facade was put on the ground floor, and then it was strand jacked up. So you see the terrace of the structure is built first, and then subsequently the 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th floor. So very unique form of construction that steel offers. We in fact did two such buildings. Then these are a series of buildings in Hyderabad. I saw a lot of dignitaries from Hyderabad. So they must have obviously seen these buildings. Phoenix is a developer in Hyderabad who has decided to do all his buildings in steel. So we have done like almost 16 buildings for them, and there have been innovations in each of the building. One has slip form, the other has a steel core. So if you see what do I mean by steel core is there is no dependency on formwork, reinforcement and concrete. These are steel sandwich panels that we fabricate in the shop, stitch them up, bolted on the site, and then only all the civil contractor has to do is pour concrete on it. So a little cumbersome to fabricate, but very, very easy and fast to construct on site. And in fact, the entire length of the shear wall can be stitched up. As you can see, 4 panels. So the entire 8-meter shear wall is lifted in like 2 hours and installed. So in fact, 4 levels at a time. In a day, you can see 4 levels of construction, if planned properly. But let's say in a week. So this cannot happen in concrete because you have to wait for the traditional slab cycle to harden and then de-shutter. Of course, it does give the industrial look. It has these bolted connections. But for clients like data centers and who need the super speed, it doesn't matter. Some other projects, Capital Land is that project I showed where we had 18-meter long beams fabricated. The raw material was purchased in 18-meter from JSPL, now JSL, and then fabricated in 18-meter long and then supplied to site. So there are notable projects. DLF downtown, it's not come up yet out of the ground, so a lot of people would not see it, but like very soon it will come off the ground and you'll see what kind of scale of structure that is being built. And then a project in Kaveratna, and a very interesting, CPWD has also adopted structural steel. The CCS, the Central Secretariat building on Janpat Marg, is the 6 and 7 is being constructed in composite steel by L&T, that is, and now the 8 and 9 are also being constructed in structural steel. So even the government bodies are also adopting structural steel. As you can see, the HOD tower, Amravati government, the state government has adopted diagrid structures, very unique, nowhere done, not done in India anytime. Norman Fosters are the architects, so 40 levels of structure has a central core and big diagrids, big box section diagrids that are fabricated and welded on site. So basically, they are the column cum braces for the structure. Then data centers are, coming up in big numbers in India. As you would know, India's endeavor to go from 3 gigawatts to 9 gigawatts by 2030. That means huge construction space for data center has to be built. And with the large loads, when data centers, we talk about the loads are 2.5 to 3 ton per square meter. And the high floor-to-floor height almost 5.5 to 6 meters. So shuttering there for such heavy slabs is also difficult. So precast and steel are the obvious options. A lot of data center companies have adopted for structural steel, being it Adani, Reliance, AWS, Colt, Capital Land. Lumina is the latest data center one of the projects that we are doing. There, in fact, there is no vertical element of RCC. You can see those diagonal braces. There are dampers that are being used from Quectec. So, that also further optimizes the efficiency of, structural steel behavior and the steel consumption. Capital Land, Airtel Nextra, Iron Mountain, which is a US-based data center company, they have decided to do 2 more buildings in India in steel. And then Control-S's tallest data center in the country, 14 levels, was built in structural steel, again with steel shear walls, because it took intermediate from the 3rd floor onwards, it was switched to steel core walls from RCC shear walls, because steel was taking up, but the core was taking time. So you can see the picture with the red mark on the left. We decided in between that, structural steel had to take over the RCC construction. Few high rises, mostly residential towers that we have executed, the tallest being 240 meters in Sri Lanka. In some mall projects, again, DLF, part of the project in DLF downtown Gurgaon is the DLF mall, apart from the offices. Also, the semiconductor factories, the assembly shop for Micron is already constructed in structural steel. Also, the India's first semiconductor factory that is going to come up in Dholera, chip manufacturing, that is also being done in structural steel. Few hospitals that have been executed. And infra projects, of course, airports are ideal candidates for structural steel. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawant, for that insightful presentation and for highlighting the transformative role of structural steel in modern construction. I would request you to stay back and take your seat on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite Mr. Alok Sahai, General Secretary and Executive Head at the Indian Steel Association, to come on stage and take his seat. A huge round of applause for Mr. Alok Sahai. He is a distinguished leader with over 4 decades of experience in the steel industry. His deep expertise in industrial strategy, global trade policies, and sustainable steel making has made him a pivotal figure in shaping the growth of the Indian steel sector. I now invite Mr. G.P. Mathur, founder and managing director, GPM Architects and Planner. A huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage. Mr. G.P. Mathur is a renowned architect and visionary with over 45 years of experience in architecture, urban planning, and project management. A huge round of applause for Mr. G.P. Mathur. I invite Mr. Anil Arora, Executive Director, Steel Authority of India Limited. A huge round of applause for Mr. Anil Arora, who brings 34 years of rich and diverse experience in marketing, sales, leadership, exports, and project management. I now invite Ms. Rupali Mehra. A huge round of applause for Ms. Rupali Mehra, Vice President Marketing at Jindal Steel Limited. Ms. Rupali Mehra holds over 31 years of experience spanning the steel, infrastructure, energy, and development sectors. She currently heads the marketing function at Jindal Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. P.K. Mishra, Director General at the Institute for Steel Development and Growth. A huge round of applause as I welcome him on the stage. Mr. P.K. Mishra is the Director General of Institute for Steel Development and Growth. He is overseeing all aspects of the institute with a thrust on increasing the construction of steel in our country. May I now request Mr. Alok Sahai to deliver his opening remarks and set the context for today's discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We had a beautiful presentation made by Mr. Prashad Sawant, and we could see how beneficial it is if we go for construction on steel-based structure, and how efficient and how many, so many facets of advantages. With that, I would just like to mention that in India, with a population of almost 1.48 billion, we have one of the lowest level of land availability per capita among the major economies. And the challenge before us is not simply to build more, but it is also to build smarter, faster, and sustainable. And that's why I really appreciate the way he presented. To put this into right perspective, land availability per person in India is nearly 6 times lower than the global average. And if we compare it with US, it's about, US has 12 times more than us, and even China has 2 times more of India's per capita, availability of land. And yet both have increasingly adopted the vertical development as a response to urban growth and economic expansion. And in India, we are still behind. That's what Mr. Prashad Sawant was telling. In commercial buildings, we are not so much behind industrial building, but in commercial and residential buildings, we are just minuscule of what the developed economies have adopted. And that's the challenge for us. And therefore, steel is no longer viewed merely as a construction material. It's an enabler of modern infrastructure, sustainable urbanization, architectural innovation, and construction efficiency. People have been talking about sustainability today, and steel is a solution to that. Its high strength to weight ratio, speed of erection, flexibility in design, seismic resilience, recyclability make it uniquely positioned to support India's next generation of buildings and infrastructure. Steel offers a unique opportunity to address multiple national priorities, simultaneously land optimization, road optimization, resilient infrastructure, reduced construction timelines, and sustainability. I'm just setting the context. Today, all these things, we have experts from all the fields, and we are going to get answers to all issues which are going to help India, urbanize faster. As India prepares for the next phase of economic growth, steel-intensive construction can become a key pillar of our development strategy, helping us to create cities that are smarter, greener, and better equipped for future generations. Just to make a small, comparison between India and Japan, like we have codes and standards. If we look at the codes and standards which are there, in case of India and Japan, Japan is much more, complete. There are design codes still needed, which are steel-based, for steel-based structure. Then, if we look at the range of material in construction, because of lower adoption, I would say, not that steel players are not ready with that. They are ready, but once we start asking on commercial scale, we can also reach the Japanese level, but today we do not have so much of material in the range which is required. So I just made a comparison between Japan and India. Look at the number of fabricators, and Japan has almost 2,118 certified fabricators, with out of 5,000, India has just 25. And in the previous panel, very interesting discussion came of those who were used to setting up the aluminum shuttering. There are more availability for those who are setting up the aluminum shuttering than the traditional one, because once we start using more latest technology, there will be available of skilled labor. So that's why it's important we adopt. We will find a solution. Then decision points for steel structure. Knowledge of steel is available in case of Japan at all levels. If you look at standard design guidelines, they are available. Then there are courses for welders and supervisors. In India, we even very few engineering colleges offer the courses right now. There are undergraduate, postgraduate students do not get to learn about steel-based design because even codes are not there. So these are the problem. Probably somewhere AICT, government, all have to come in and find a solution. So how to augment steel usage in construction in India? Government of India needs to form an expert group. That's what we feel from concerned ministries, steel producers, construction agencies, educational institutions, BIS. We have been in touch with government and they are quite enthusiastic about it. And I'm very, very proud to say that today so many central secretariats are coming up with steel-based structure. That shows the government's intent. It's only now a little push and all these things will happen. Then the similar changes are required in the courses in that the postgraduate and undergraduate level, change needed in the BIS codes, creation of accreditation bodies. That's very, very important. Yesterday, even Honorable Housing and Urban Minister talked about, there has to be certification of durability of a structure. You can fix 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, but there has to be some body which should give accreditation for that. Also for the skilled laborers, accreditation are required. So all these things are required. Then data point references, life cycle cost, all these are required to be seen. And there is a need to frame, separate BIS code for medium, high, and skyscrapers. We can't have same codes for all kind of structures. 20, 30, 40, 100-story buildings need to be different, having different codes. So these are some of my thoughts, just key aspects which needs to be addressed today, which we'll be discussing, how design innovation can be leveraged to maximize the steel usage in infrastructure development, how artificial intelligence can be used in creating, because we are able to create more space, and that was coming very well in the Prashad Sawant's presentation also. Then current level of awareness and advantages of steel-based construction, these are some of the aspects to be addressed. Then innovative projects which can be, in order to showcase the versatility of steel. Then steps that can be taken to improve existing BIS codes and how to gear up to meet, these challenges and how to create an eco-based system for the steel-based structure. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start the panel discussion. I had no intention to do the entire work of the panel. Just it's a context setting. With that, let me start the panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Sahai, for providing a compelling perspective on the role of the steel industry in India's development journey. A huge round of applause for Mr. Alok Sahai. I would now request Mr. Sahai to steer and moderate the panel discussion. Mr. Sahai, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mansi. Yesterday, Mr. Khattar was talking about we need now almost 1 crore house every year to meet the urban requirements. And the way urbanization is taking place in India, in 2011 we had about 37 crore people living in urban area, which is moving to 65 crore. And that is by 2030, that will be the number. And by 2047, we will have this number around 165 crore. So imagine we don't have land, yet we need to accommodate so many more people, and that's why you people are, it's very important that you give us a solution to that. So having said the context, what Mr. Prashad Sawant through his presentation, can steel solve the urban problem and what kind of challenges it can mitigate? Mr. Prashad Sawant, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so, hello. So definitely steel is one of the solutions. I would say going forward it is one of the prominent solutions, not so much currently. Because like you rightly said, we have to go vertical more in urban areas. Space in cities is going to be difficult to acquire. So going vertical, achieving the speeds, steel and off-site fabrication, basically precast or steel are the way forward. Because as one of the issues that I cited, although concrete will obviously stand a time and it will be a chosen method of construction, but going forward, in the next 2 to 5 years or 10 years, we won't have those unskilled workers, and this is what, our MD, my boss tells me that this is what happened in the late 70s and 80s in the US and UK, because there was a transition where, there was the literacy rate growing and, a carpenter or a barbender does not want his son to become the same. He wants him to have another educated job. So, the unskilled workers in India are going to slowly go, on diminishing. So, steel and precast, I would say, will be the choice of construction going forward.
So that's very interesting aspect. Even in terms of availability of labor, you are saying that is going to be the future. Mathur Sahab, your perspective on the same question: can steel solve urban problem, and what kind of challenges it can mitigate?
Hello.
Yeah, hello everybody. Yeah, I think with the scarcity of land, which is already the urban land, which is available with us, only way forward is to go higher. And then maybe the use of steel will reduce many other problems like the congestion at site, the wastage of materials at site, and then this is the pollution factor also which comes with RCC is a big thing. So with all this, these things can be met with using steel. And steel not only gives you speed in construction, it has many other values like the weight to the strength ratio and all those things will also improve our efficiency of buildings. So that way I think the way forward is only and only steel to my mind. And then I think we all are here to be able to solve those small problems which people are thinking about it but which are not there. Like everybody is in the notion that steel works out more expensive than concrete. But if you really look at the total life cycle or the ecosystem of the steel, used steel, it is because of the cost of opportunity and cost of being able to deliver a project faster to be utilized. And that has got a positive feedback, the positive kind of thing, kind of revenue which it can generate in the same time in which a concrete structure can be done. So it is a huge benefit to the developer. So that is one of the few things. So we can go steel and then get better returns.
Okay. I would also like to have a perspective of both the steel makers, from Mr. Anil Arora and then Rupali, and then I will go to PK Mishra, because this is the most important aspect, and each of you will look in your own way. So Anil first and then Rupali.
Yeah, good afternoon. As you see this, we have already defined the problem, and the steel is the only solution, as Mr. Mathur has told. And the steel is the only solution, there is no other solution. But if you see the urbanization, what is the issue? The issue is the space. The problem is that when we are urbanizing in such a fast way, in case we have to go from one place to another place, it takes 2 hours, and then we don't have the residences, sufficient residences. And the steel is why we need steel. Steel can solve the problem if it can create space for us. Only that it can create, if it can create the space, then it can solve our urban problem. If I see that steel can be a solution, but not the full solution because of certain issues which have already been mentioned, like the skilled laborers, designers, and then the initial cost is very high. But some of the things which come to my mind, which I have seen and can take place, it can scale up very fast. That is that parking issue, which started, I think, long back. Maybe if I see 7-8 years before, first time I saw in Mumbai and Ahmedabad, but still we have to see it in a big way in the country. The designs are available, steel is available. The other one which is yet to be seen, that is the warehousing. Normally what we have in mind that warehouses we have to make outside cities, and then the big warehouses, these are not multi-storied. This is another area where there are designs available. There are companies who can give, make warehouses which can go vertically up. This way we can make more use of space. The other one, that high rises, where our consumption in residential and commercial is hardly 5%. Residential, it was shown almost 0 in the presentation. This is one area where we need to go for high rises for residences. This is one area. But definitely it can solve the issue, because we can have a speed with steel. But other issues are there which definitely are to be solved. But as a steel maker, I will definitely say steel can solve the problem to a great extent as far as the urbanization is concerned. And it has to be used in more and more volumes to make spaces for our living.
Rupali, what's your take? Why steel? Why can it solve the problem?
I think all points. It's working. Hello. Yeah. So all points have absolute merit. My colleagues here have stated life cycle costs. They've stated issues with labor availability and what have you. But we have to focus on the constraints. So TOC, has been working for decades now. So if you really look at the constraints, I think going vertical is the only way forward, because space is a big constraint. And with India being a seismic zone, almost 3/4 of the entire nation, I think going vertical with lighter structures, we studied in our school times, force is equal to mass into acceleration. So if you're able to reduce the mass by using steel, that's, I think, the smart choice. And earthquake resistance will come only from steel because of the agility of the structure, because of the weight of the structure, and therefore going vertical and going with steel could be a great solution.
Mishra Sahab, can you just tell, what are the practical barriers to adoption of steel? Because you have studied from INSDAC side a lot, and you have, been also carrying out educational program. I would say that you know well, you have got feedback. Can you tell us what are the practical barriers to the adoption of steel-based structure?
In fact, Mr. Prasad Sawant's presentation covered them all. The barriers for usage of steel in India are many. The knowledge of engineering students who are coming out from college and entering profession, virtually the knowledge of these students about steel usage is negligible, because as he rightly told, the faculties are all conversant with concrete. There are hardly 8 to 10 faculties in the entire Indian academic world who are fully conversant, who have been trained in teaching about steel. So in this situation, so if faculties are not there, students don't get to know about steel usage, naturally they will have difficulty using steel technology in their professional field. So a lot of issues he has talked about, like manpower, like ecosystem, difficulty in ecosystem. But I identify from the institute point of view, apart from this lack of knowledge among the engineers, I identify the most important point is the weak policy about usage of steel technology. We are talking about Japan, we are talking about England or other advanced countries. Actually, what Mr. Prasad Sawant rightly told, the answer to this question, the first question that you asked, how steel can be a panacea to all our problems, we have to perhaps see how these advanced countries, they faced the same situation 30-40 years back, how they have come over. It is only government intervention which has helped. If we make LCC policy mandatory in taking all the big, public projects. LCC analysis or LCC studies will be mandatory before taking up a project. You will find the ecosystem also come into place. So in my view, government has to seriously think, I think you only made a point, that a committee should be set up. How steel usage can be, I am not saying that steel can be a permanent solution and concrete, it can replace concrete, no. Steel has its own benefit, like concrete has its own benefit. We have to find what are the right places, what are the right ways steel can be used more effectively. And that is possible if a government makes a kind of study, makes the right kind of policy, and then perhaps we can take a decision about what kind of structure should come up in steel. We had gone, Prasad also was there, we had gone to Japan 2 years back, government had said us, there all the public utility structures are designed for minimum 100 years of durability. Now they are talking about planning for 200 years of durability. They don't talk about LCC, etc. Can you think of that kind of direction from our government or our kind of mindset? Our developers are building structures for 30 to 40 years because they believe if the structures fall down, they can construct one more structure. So that we have to really look at, and as you rightly told, please take up with government. Let us make a kind of committee to examine what all can be done to effectively use steel in construction.
So when you talk about LCC system, can you just clarify because not everyone will probably understand what exactly you meant by that?
LCC means life cycle cost study, or these days it's called life cycle cost assessment. If you talk about the life of a particular structure, over the life cycle, like if you are talking about a structure, you are talking about its maintenance. Apart from construction, you are talking about maintenance. You are talking about reusability. You are talking about how it can be, further restored or repaired. All those aspects are considered where you are maintaining or building and maintaining a structure. So if you make a steel structure vis-a-vis a structure in concrete or other construction material like wood, you have to examine how the various aspects of construction, repair and maintenance, restoration, reusability are taken into consideration while calculating the overall cost. Steel in the beginning could be little costlier in the initial cost study, could be costlier than a concrete structure. But if you talk about the overall structure of overall life of 100 years or 50 years as per the design life, you can find in calculation which is going to be cheaper in overall calculation. That is called life cycle cost study.
Thank you. Madhur Sahab, you are a practical, among the people who are panelists who are there, you have been practically, looking at the, various barriers which are there in terms of adoption. What is your, what is your take? Because he talked about the courses, engineering courses. What exactly you feel in the practical side of it are the barriers in adoption of steel-based structure?
You see, I think what we actually need to do, and I would request for the support of the industry, in this case, the industry, all the steel producers should be able to contribute towards creating awareness of steel by opening courses into steel's design, steel fabrication, skilling up the labor force also. There are a lot of problem practically which we are getting is that maybe some particular type of steel is not available readily. Even today, most of the steel which is produced in 250 grade and 350 maximum. We are designing one structure in 450 and we have special order to be given to them, which will be then custom made for them. So, now today people are talking about grade 800 also. So that I think will come slowly and gradually, but then the whole thing is that when the design has to be done, it has to be available also. And then the people who can work on that, do fabrication, erection. So, I mean, some kind of centers or something like that should also develop where large fabricators can work and all that. So that is also required. And then training of people is very, very essential. Training of the workers, training of the designers. And then the biggest thing is the code should be available. Right now we don't have a steel code in steel. So we are struggling for that. I think we all should make a joint effort to sensitize government about the requirement of a code. These are few things which I think we need to do to be able to make things work faster.
Okay. So one is, of course, the adoption in terms of in the institutions, and then you are talking about, say, once we adopt, we also need, supply chain resilience. And Rupali, your take, I think you will be happy to answer this.
Yeah, absolutely. From a supply chain point of view, I guess we started to do this in, early years of the century. I mean, I think started about in 2003 when we set out to create the universal beams and columns. And today, thankfully, whether it's industrial structures of EIL or it is, Prasad has been talking about in commercial buildings, we see the adoption of steel members, the universal beams and columns, the parallel flange beams in the country. It's not just about the members. We also kind of started out to move up the ladder in terms of the grades that we make. So when it comes to a 250, which is a base grade, I think we all know today in India that's just about, the vanilla that all of us do. We all have kind of progressed into 350, 450, the 550s of the world, particularly for taller structures. When it comes to even the more serious grades like 690 QL or 960, our company is doing it. I'm sure a lot of other companies today have the bandwidth and the plan to deliver on the high-strength steel. And I think you did mention that in the beginning. It's really not a problem about, problem of the steel maker or the steel availability. It's the problem of adoption. Today, as we speak, I'd be very happy to convert the entire, vanilla 250 grade into a 350 or a 450. But I need the adoption of that kind. Today, if we talk about bridges, for example, we have the requirement of 690 QL, but we don't make bridges in steel. Singapore makes bridges in steel, and we make 690, so there are no takers for bridges, definitely, right? Once we start to make bridges in steel, we'll get a higher span, we get more space. I mean, currently, if you see in Delhi, if you go, the entire ground floor, the main road, the infrastructure, which is the, worth its weight in gold, which is the capital of the country, we are wasting so much space in pillars. We are wasting so much space in pillars which are too many. If you were to replace the pillars with steel pillars, not just the fact that the dimension of the pillar reduces, also the span increases. You see, the second pillar will come far, far ahead. So you have more real estate at the, prime land that you have in Delhi. So I think it's from a steel producer point of view, it's a music to our, to our ear. If there are people like Gyanji and Prasad, who are willing to construct in steel, who are willing to construct in high-strength steel, willing to look at, even international codes. India, while it does not have design codes, it does not stop us from using references from outside India. In fact, RDSO also uses references from outside India. Yes, it's time to, bring in, the design codes so that people can refer to them for using high-strength steel and steel-based construction. But, what Prasad showed in his presentation and what Gyanji is talking about, we're allowed to make in steel. We're allowed to use high-strength steel. We can do that. It's just a matter of how quickly can we, change the ecosystem in terms of its readiness, fabricators, the skills on the ground, the ability of, designers to be able to confidently design in steel is very important. A lot of times we think, I may design in steel, but what if there's no execution? my design is then replaced with concrete. So I think too many things need to be resolved. But as a steel maker, trust me, I have 100% confidence, not just on Jindal Steel, but also JSW, Tata, SAIL, Arcelor. All of us have capabilities to deliver on the promise of the product for sure.
So it's like a chicken and egg story, who comes first. So that's wonderful. But tell me one thing, if you talked about 690 QL, that's a quench and tempered plates, and there is hardly much, capacity. I don't know how much capacity now industry has. Can you really meet the, it's a large country, and you, at one time, maybe such kind of bridges with, this steel, maybe hundreds bridges will be at one time required to be made. Fine, a bridge takes about a year's time. Can you meet 100, 200 bridge requirements in a year? Between you and SAIL. I'm not saying only you. Anil can also supplement your point. But is it possible to meet such large scale requirements?
I think it's no longer chicken and egg. The chicken has already come. We've already started to make quench and tempered within Jindal Steel itself, within our Angul plant and Raigad plant. We have a total capacity of quench and tempered, only Q and Q&T, upwards of 70,000 tons per month. So that's a huge capacity already there. So I don't think that, as I said in my last point, capacity to manufacture is not the challenge in India. I think the challenge in India has already shifted from making steel to now building in steel. I think that's now the challenge. So we've already kind of cracked the first part.
Yeah, you wanted to say something.
What I'm trying to say is that now the things are changing. You see, most authorities have allowed us FAR up to 5. UP has allowed, Delhi has already come up with TOD policy. Most cities have now got, all metropolitans have some TOD policy, which allows them very high. And those high rises in the limited size of plot people have got is only possible by going vertical. So, I mean, already in Gurgaon, where the TOD was there and TDR was also there, we are talking about buildings which are more than 40 floors. We were actually designing one building in Delhi, which is the tallest building of Delhi right now. It's 48 floors. And we wanted to do it in steel. But then client said, nahi, steel milega, nahi, ye nahi hoga, wo nahi hoga, fabrication mein lagega time. I said, we can do it very fast. So now the time has come that we need people who can work on it. We need designers who can design it. The opportunity is available. It's now for all of us to be able to grab that and make things bigger and better.
Anil, in terms of steel industry, now that Rupali mentioned about quench and tempered, are you people geared up to meet these requirements? Because somewhere what Prashad Sawant was showing, 1% only, is compared to 60-70% in the Western country. Today you are somewhere around 1% to 5% in commercial and residential building. And you see the way central government is adopting, one push from central government and the bureaucracy or the government altogether. Because one smart thing which I find about steel in the base structure is what takes 3 years or 4 years time, otherwise it takes only 1 year time. 22 months is what you are showing. Now, are you people geared up to meet the entire range of structure between you? There are so many major players making steel in India.
It's not only 690 QL, even the other tensile gates also like 350, 410, 450. I agree with Rupali that we are all geared up. There should not be any supply issue. What is we for quench and tempered, we are going to add facilities. We have plans to add facilities in our Oakla steel plant. But I see some merit what Mr. Mathur says about the availability in the sense because the initial designs, because we don't have many designers, steel designers in the country because the volume which we need to construct and build. And initial designs which are coming are from outside. I don't have much of the background which I have. I can say that. Mr. Mathur can elaborate on this. Somewhere you will see that they are producing, generally producing in British standard. We are producing in European standard. Okay. And then we have standard, then we have American standards. So they are different standards. And that is becoming an issue because whenever the designs come from outside, maybe it is having UPUC, then they have a limitation. We won't be able to supply all the sections. Though we have added some of the sections, so that becomes a challenge for them also and for us also, because we need to have a very big range. Here we need a help from the designing community and from designers. They should be ready to change the designs as per Indian availability. But more or less the design sections are same. We can get the properties. But
So
only
that's
in
a small, just a small shift from here. 80 instead of 11.5, you will have 12.
Yes.
So those are smaller issues, not a big.
But for the
You have to
producer-
adapt from the Indian to Indian
but for
condition.
the producer to have so many sections and to invest all these designs, old design and old past designs, it's
That's
a very
all
big
right.
challenge.
That's all right.
But
Okay.
as far as supply part is concerned, we are all geared up.
Hey, Mr. Prashad Sawant, you have been showing, whatever I could see from the picture, that you have a huge setup of a service center kind of thing, the processing of steel for the fabrication. Now, tell me what should be our, ecosystem for fabricators if we have to adopt it in large scale? Can we have some hub and spoke or something? What do you suggest? What can be our, model?
So this sector has, gradually come up leaps and bounds because,
कितना है?
like I had said in one of the slides, firstly in India it used to be mostly site fabrication, and then it turned to shop fabrication. So there are, like us, there are few fabricators who are adopting the state-of-art machines. They are qualified for the American or the British or the IS codes, the processes, the welder qualification, the processes that are used for proper fabrication, adhering of weld. But there are also, categories of fabricators that have cropped up, of B, C, D, E, it goes on. So, any moment shop, pop-up shop can be a fabricator these days. They put up a shed, put up some lines, but that is actually detrimental to the industry because they cut the rates. So I think the question you asked is very relevant, and I think you covered it in one of your slides where, the Japan has, or, even the US, they have categories of fabricators. So if it's a high-rise building, or for example, this particular center that
So what's your suggestion? How do we create that? That's okay.
I think we need to assess the fabricators' capabilities and the processes.
No, on a large scale of a country like India, how do we do it in a manner that the entire countries, we are able to meet their requirements?
So I think the BIS will play a role. Like there are codes. A particular fabrication shop has to be certified to be able to execute a structure like this, the Dwarka Convention Center or a high-rise building. So what is happening these days is some general contractors can take any type of a contractor and build a steel building.
Madhur Sahab, do you think that we should have some kind of encouragement from government so that we have locate it in reachable point, because transportation becomes a problem once fabrication takes place?
You see, now I think most of the fabricators have also started working on a pan-India basis. A lot of them have got plants in Uttaranchal, Chhattisgarh, they have plants in middle Indore, near around. So they are all large fabricators that started doing it. So it could be something like this, like CPWD has a system of grade A contractor, grade B contractor, grade C contractor, something kind of gradation system has to be there. Because we all need reliable fabricators.
So that is something which you think maybe some body, government body should be doing that. They certify in certain grades. That can be one of the suggestion to government. Okay. And what about how do we create the skill manpower? Will it come on its own, or should there be a, some effort from the industry side?
My request is that towards the industry side, that their production will also increase, their higher grade steel requirement will also increase once they have good designers, good fabricators, good people to be able to work on those sections.
Rupali, you have any suggestion if how do we
I
create?
think in our country we've always learnt from, what could be quickly scaled, and it may have taken longer in other countries, but in India, if you see digital, it was so quick to be adopted. It was far difficult for any other country outside of India to believe that we could quickly adopt digital. Now, if you look at the semiconductor industry, for example, government came out with a requirement saying that, there was a shortfall in chips and, all these imports from different countries weren't possible anymore. So industry came forward, they created semiconductor plants, there were subsidies, and there was push from the government. If you now look at the EV, infrastructure in India, all these charging stations which are coming, they're all pushed by the government. So in case we are able to come from a government side saying that, there is demand, we are now mandating structural steel adoption, we are mandating life cycle assessment, and therefore we are looking at, the life cycle cost of the project. Therefore, steel becomes mandatory or at least desirable. And, that will kind of let people to believe that there is a fabrication business which is making sense for them. And then comes, of course, this entire ecosystem of skilling and, certifying them. But the interest from the business community will have to come from a nudge from the government, as it happened in semiconductor and EV charging and even, drone manufacturers recently. When government says that this is what we need to buy or this is what we need for the growth or for the demand in the industry, businessmen come forward and create capacities.
PK, you tell me, you have been you have been talking about the how do we create more and more curriculum in the universities. You think any specific work we should do together, industry, government, all of us together, so that it becomes a part of curriculum? Who should design the curriculum? How do we do that?
We have already designed a sample curriculum with the help of some IIT professors. Instack has done that. It is a step which we took ourselves, and we have submitted to Government of India, Ministry of Steel, with a request to pass it on to Ministry of Education.
Okay.
So, because we can't approach, I have spoken to AICT, I have taken up with them so many times, but naturally AICT, unless there is a prod from the government, they will not do it. They cannot just go on changing curriculum based on what you say or what I say.
But you have already designed a curriculum which is for the undergraduate or postgraduate?
Undergraduate.
Undergraduate. That's really good.
So that is something which perhaps, as you rightly told, a committee, that should be a thrust. What Madam Rupali was just now telling, demand has to be created fast. Obviously the solutions, the supply chain will be putting itself in place.
Okay.
So demand for steel construction has to go up. And that will go up only when government decides that yes, XYZ buildings or such sectors should be constructed only in steel or steel intensive building.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Prashad Sawant, you tell me, you are having practical experience of making high-rise building. Should there be separate codes for different type, like 20-story, 50-story, 100-story? You can, from your practical...
codes?
Codes, separate codes for that?
No, I think the code is universal, whether it's a concrete building or a steel building, for analysis. When a building is analyzed, we analyze the building with whatever lateral system or whatever system it is. So I don't think as per the height, but it is to the engineers, engineer and architects, mostly the engineers, intellect, advice that, what type of system should be chosen. So steel buildings or steel systems should not be forced upon. There has to be a case for steel. Like we see 20 stories or 40 stories or 60 stories building forcefully done in RCC because of cost, whereas there are clear candidates for steel. In terms of code, I believe there has to be a universal code because it's more governed from wind and earthquake and the local parameters.
But can you have those safety measures for a 60-story building with a concrete structure, or you can only have it because of steel?
Well, the code defines when you choose a particular system, when you choose RCC core or a steel brace frame core or the steel shear walls for that matter. It has, as per the earthquake zone, it tells us there are certain type of lateral systems that are prohibitive. So based on the global, codes, the Indian codes are also have placed that, like a tall structure cannot have a complete brace frame or a moment frame structure. So there is that, I think at that moment, at that part, the codes have evolved.
Have you been able to differentiate codes based on that kind of, different kind of buildings, like, very skyscraper or say 20-story?
Yes, we have a tall building code that has come up recently.
What you mean by tall?
So I mean, it's any building over 45 meters is termed as a tall building code. So the tall building code governs over the the earthquake code, that is the 1896. So there are parameters that are certainly for specific for the tall building code compared to shallow buildings. So those codes are in place, I would say.
Madhur Sahib, if you have any comment on this.
Most of the designers, when we talk about them, about the high rises, they say that we don't have a code in steel. Only few days back I was talking to somebody who was saying that we need a code for a high-rise buildings in steel because some guidelines are a little different for steel and concrete, maybe. I'm not sure. Acha.
There is a tall building code for concrete. Steel is under preparation.
Okay.
And because there's not much of interest, it is taking a lot of time.
Okay. So I think we are running short of time, and I'm being reminded again and again to close this. Although a lot of questions I had to ask the panelists, but thank you all for giving very honest replies. I would now throw open to audience if anyone has question to ask from.
Can we get a mic there?
Regarding the codes, what we have said, there are high strength steel also which have come up, which have been manufactured. Are those also covered in the design codes?
The steel code, the IS 2062 is a different code which currently restricts commercial buildings to 450. 550 is also mentioned, but it's not. I think only a couple of buildings are done. So I think there is a push by IIT Hyderabad and IIT Mumbai to introduce higher strength of steel in the code IS 2062 for adoption, because they're talking about 690 or 700. So it is happening.
One more question, if anyone else has. Okay. I think with that, we are happy to close this.
Thank you. A huge round of applause for our panelists and our moderators. So thank you, Alok sir, and our esteemed panelists for an engaging and thought-provoking discussion. Now, as a token of appreciation, may I request the organizers to kindly present mementos to our moderator and panelists. A huge round of applause as I invite Mr. Ravi Reddy, President, NAREDCO Next Gen. Ms. Smita Patil, President, NAREDCO Mahi, please come to the stage. Mr. Siddhant Jain, President, NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request the organizers to felicitate Mr. Alok Sahai, Secretary General at the Indian Steel Association. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we felicitate Mr. Alok Sahai. Thank you. I would now request the organizers to felicitate Mr. Prasad Sawant, CTO, JSSL. Once again, I request the organizers to felicitate Mr. Prasad Sawant, CTO, JSSL. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He made a remarkable presentation today. Thank you, Mr. Sawant. I now request the organizers to felicitate Mr. G.P. Mathur, founder and MD, GPM Architects and Planners. A huge round of applause from the audience. Thank you, Mr. G.P. Mathur, for making your way to this panel discussion today. Your insights were remarkable, and we do have many takeaways from this discussion today. I now request them to felicitate Mr. Anil Arora, ED, Steel Authority of India Limited. A huge round of applause for Mr. Anil Arora. Thank you, Mr. Arora. I would now request them to felicitate Ms. Rupali Mehra, Vice President Marketing at Jindal Steel Limited. A huge round of applause as we welcome and felicitate Ms. Rupali Mehra. Your insights were practical and clear. Thank you for being a part of today's group discussion. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, I request the organizers of NAREDCO to felicitate Mr. P.K. Mishra, DG, Institute for Steel Development and Planning. A huge round of applause as we felicitate Mr. P.K. Mishra. Thank you, everyone. May I now request all our panelists and Mr. Alok Sahai to remain on stage for a group photograph. I would also like to invite Mr. Ravinder Bhan, Senior Director, Indian Steel Association, to kindly join the group photograph. Mr. Bhan has been instrumental in conceptualizing and facilitating this important session. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again to all our distinguished speakers, panelists and participants for making this session a huge success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bedi, for conducting this extraordinary session so wonderfully and amazingly. And also, we'd like to thank our panelists, our moderator, for such incredible session and for offering a fresh perspective on the evolving future of construction. So once again, can we please have a final round of applause, a resounding round of applause for this session, for our speakers, for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much for taking your precious time out and being a part of this conclave. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move into our next segment. But before that, I want everyone to please settle down. Please take your seats. I can see that many people back there are scattered here and there. So please take your seats because now we are going to dive into another incredible panel discussion full of meaningful conversations and discussion. So I don't want anyone to miss out on it. So please take your seat, settle down. And if I'm audible till out there, I would request everyone to kindly join us inside the hall, sit back, relax, and let the upcoming session unfold. And once again, to the audience, those who have joined us today, once again, thank you so much for taking your precious time out and being a part of this conclave. It means a lot to us. Here together with the collaboration, innovation, we are going to shape the future of our nation. And ladies and gentlemen, soon we are going to move forward, begin, and I don't want any particular person to miss out on any significant segment or moment especially. So please join us back, settle down. Still people are scattered. I want you all to please take your seats, settle down. All right, now before we dive in, it's already midday, half of the session has already been concluded. Now we are left with our second half. So let me check how much energy we are remaining with, we do have left. So for that, you don't have to rise up, don't worry. No longer any hectic task that I am about to give you. It is a simple one. So what you have to do is, we are going to clap. We are going to have synchronized clap. So, I'm going to place my hand bit downwards and I'm going to raise it gradually. And you have to sync in your applauses, sound and volume according to my hand movement. So we are going to start with gradual applauses right from here, and when I raise my hand, gradually you have to increase the rhythm, the volume of your claps accordingly. You have to sync in. Understood? A big thumbs up. Wonderful. Yeah, this audience is really active. I really love it. Thank you so much. Now everyone get ready and let us begin with some gradual applauses. Come on, applauses. Gradual ones, slowly. Come on, come on. And we are going to raise it. Increase, 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 increase. The loudest. Come on, everyone. A resounding round of applause. Actually, this applause belongs to us all for our active participation and for joining us. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Now I think we are all set to move forward. Now, I want you all to please have a look at the screen because it's time to play our next gen AV. And here we go. Can you please have the lights off? Can you please dim it? All right, once again, can we please have a resounding round of applause? Please put your hands together. All right, now it's time to move forward towards the group picture. So it is my honor to first invite our dignitary, Shri Parveen ji. So please, sir, join us on the stage. And I would like to invite our next gen members who are present here in the audience to please join us for the group picture. And can we please welcome all of them with a resounding round of applause, the entire team of Next Gen. And also I would like to invite Shri Durga Shankar Prasad ji on the stage. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here as well. Everyone, please a resounding round of applause for Shri Durga Shankar ji. Thank you so much. Once again, a final round of applause for our next gen leaders. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's moment to dive into our next panel discussion. Cities are often remembered for their skylines, but what truly makes a city global? Is it world-class infrastructure? Is it economic opportunity? Or is it the ability to constantly reinvent itself? Few cities in India have transformed as drastically as Gurugram. From a satellite town to India's corporate powerhouse, Gurugram has become a symbol of aspiration, entrepreneurship, and urban growth. And as it enters its next phase of evolution, the focus must shift from rapid expansion to creating a city that is more connected, sustainable, and truly future-ready. As that brings us to our next session, Gurugram 2.2, Building India's Next Global City. To explore bold planning and decisive leadership from Gurugram, let us welcome Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra ji, IAS retired, former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the stage. A resounding round of applause. Followed by our moderator, Mr. Chintan Patel, Partner, Deal Advisory, Head of Real Estate and Hospitality, Transport and Logistics, KPMG, along with our stellar panelists. Professor Dr. Rashmi B. Tandon, Deputy Director, Council of Architecture, TRC, Ministry of Education, GOL. Mr. Prince Kushwa, Co-Founder, Street Logic. Mr. Siddharth Jain, President, NAREDCO, NextGen NCR and Director, Tulip Infratech. Mr. Viresh Goyal, Founder, Design Access. And once again, everyone, a thunderous round of applause as we welcome our moderator, our speakers and panelists here on the stage. Please put your hands together and let's just give them a warm welcome. I will request everyone to please take your seats, and now a humble request to Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra ji, IAS retired, former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to set forward the stage for this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a tough session. I think it's just that part of the afternoon where kind of people are still getting kind of their bearings together. But this is a very interesting topic, I think, just development of infrastructure in Gurgaon. So the way the session will flow is we'll have a set of questions to start with, and it will end with a presentation by Prince. And I think when you see the presentation, you'll realize the commendable work that he and his team are doing. So I'll keep that part at the end, otherwise that will steal the thunder at the start. So let's start with the questions, and then we'll get over there. Let me start my first question with Mr. Mishra, please. Sir, what according to you is the problem that Gurgaon is facing today from an infrastructure standpoint? What are one or two very important pieces that are missing or that need improvement?
Thank you, Chintan, and thank you for NAREDCO Gen Z for this wonderful conversation towards Gurugram 2.2. When I was told that they want to discuss how to make it a world-class city, I was wondering, is it not a world-class city? When you how to make it a world-class city, the question is it not a world-class city? If you move in Gurgaon, the kind of skyline which you see, it reminds you of any of the best cities across the globe. Be it in Europe, be it in American continent or any other place. You will find that skyline is like this. Now the presence, think of any Fortune 500 companies and most of them are right there. The best multinationals, they are all right there. You are next only to the international airport, which is the busiest airport in the country. You have a public business, whether it is the real estate, the NAREDCO is all real estate, but think of any other, food or IT or anything, ITES, you will find that the whole business. So Gurgaon is a world-class city, there is no doubt about it.
No, sir, Gurgaon is a world-class city from a real estate standpoint, not from an infrastructure standpoint. And that's the slight difference which I'm trying to come to.
I'm coming to that. Now, because when I read this key, you want to make it a world-class city, it is already there. But it has certain things which needs to be improved. That's the important question we need to ask. What needs to be done, and not to make it a world-class city, but to make it a sustainable city. Because cities with a great infrastructure lose very fast. They at one point of time, they must have become very, very important, but they lose very fast. They go into history. They are no more important. I mean, you can find a number of cities like this across the globe. You have to make it sustainable. You have to make it smart. How can you make the city smart? How can you make the city sustainable? That's the question which you need to ask. And that will give it a longevity because it has all the positive will continue having there. One important thing which I can see, and not one important, but some of the things which I would like to see about Gurgaon, is the learning from the smart city. The city is not walkable. You go in any streets, it is not walkable. I mean, the pathways, the city, a good city, you go to now, big cities, the cities are not known by how many kilometers of the roads you have got. How many kilometers of walking pathways you have got. How good cyclable it is. Because one major thing which Gurgaon faces is the question of pollution. Commit the month of November, December, and December to March, it is very difficult to live in the city of Gurgaon or maybe the whole of the NCR. And one major contributor is the mobility. So for that, how you can make the city more walkable, more cyclable, continuous pathways. Another issue which Gurgaon faces is the water problem, water scarcity. How can, you think of, just go 40 years back to the Chennai. A beautiful city of Chennai was struggling for water. City of Bangalore is struggling for, and the Chennai, they had a very stringent law for water conservation. Now is the high time when Gurgaon should go for water conservation. Water is such a scarce resource. The city has to be water secure. When we was designing Amrut 2.0, we did not call it Amrut 2.0 for providing infrastructure for water and sewer and drainage and all those things. We said making cities water secure. That was our major focus. Do you think Gurgaon will become a water secure city? No, unless and until it focuses on water conservation. Whether it is rooftop water, whether it is the runoff water, whether it is the how do you consume water, how do you treat water, how do you use that treated water into the various kinds of things, like Hirdandani mentioned, Niranjanji in his morning address, that even if you are able to use 30% of the used water, I don't call it a wastewater, it's a used water. Used water which is treated, if you use 30%, that means 30% water you are saving. Water is a major issue next to the pollution. Now we have a lot of learning from the smart city. Can you use the energy conservation? Energy conservation is another area because we are now moving towards zero emission, net zero emission by 2070. And the cities have to come forward because the cities are major places of energy consumption. So can you make more and more of renewable energy? Can you reduce the consumption by using the smart technology? In the morning I made a presentation about the use of technology. Technology can be a major assistant, whether it is whether it is street light, whether inside your houses, inside your institutions, inside offices. Can you reduce the consumption of light, use better efficient light, efficient gadgets, and also produce renewable energy wherever possible. Solar is one big possibility. Can we have the solar rooftop? Can you make this as a major challenge or a major drive, major mission for the city of Gurgaon to make it a sustainable city? That's a very, very important. can you make the city more livable, more vibrant? I mean, maybe some of the areas are, there are some food giants and all these things are there in some places, especially closer to the, where there is a multinational or some big offices are there. But can you make the city more vibrant? The city is known for the citizens, by the citizens' activities.
No,
that
thank
kind
you.
of thing.
I think there are some very valid questions that you raised,
That kind
sir.
of thing, the vibrancy of the city.
Right.
More community living, more activities like music, art. I mean, all these activities, a good city is a livable city. It is not known by the high scrappers. It is not known by, I mean, your big, big roads. That's more, I mean, you have got metro is there, rapid metro is there, wide roads are there, but then the city is not livable.
You're right, sir. Right.
And
right.
the
I think I'll come back to you, sir,
quality of
on
life.
those questions. Yes.
Then, then the city has got so many administrative systems. Now there should be a single.
I think I'll need to get some other questions, then I'll come back to you, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
I'll move to Dr. Tandon. In your experience and given the work that you do you feel it is possible for Gurgaon to be the next Singapore, the next Tokyo, the next Hong Kong? And what needs to be done for us to even think of achieving that?
Okay. Thank you so much for having me here, and I agree with so many things which Durga sir has already pointed out. And going from there and taking your question, I think what immensely we can call Gurgaon is essentially a real estate driven city. And going by the kind of development in terms of high rise, which I mean, because of the bylaws existing in Delhi, we never have that kind of skyline, and the overall development in Gurgaon has been phenomenal. So going by that, it feels like that there lacks some financial planning. You know, there is a big mismatch where like finances have not been invested properly to look into, cater into all those lacunas which we are facing right now. And definitely water is a big problem, mobility is a big problem, and mismatched densities as in unspeculative growth and whatever has been there. But I think going by the question you said, I mean, I don't know whether we will ever be able to match that, but we can always strive to. And all that cannot be possible in the way things are going on right now. So there has to be some kind of diagrammatic shift where like some participatory strategies are required. I think it's high time the professionals of the city, the people of the city need to be, taken into consideration. And I think what lacks is human-centric, people-centric approach. So all that is only possible when we go down to the level of common masses and understand what needs to be taken up. And interestingly, we all know Gurgaon was a metropolitan city around Delhi. So its growth was very much supposed to be restricted if we go by the national capital region overall. So the migration patterns, but because of the proximity to airport, I think the development has been at a very different level. But again, it's all the development that you see is quite isolated. I mean, I would say the old Gurgaon is totally disconnected from new Gurgaon. So even if we have metro running, if we have the rapid rail running, the last mile connectivity will always be a problem. So until unless we look into those aspects, again, when we talk about last mile connectivity, we are addressing what common man is needing. So all that was maybe not properly addressed at some point in time, and abruptly the development kept on shaping. And it was so difficult to stop it and regulate it. So.
Thank you. Viresh, just continuing on that topic, do you think it would have been better if we would have adhered to a master plan, or should a new master plan be done which includes all this infrastructure appropriately developed and only then allowing more real estate development to continue? Or do you think it should just continue as it is?
Thank you very much for being here. I've worked extensively in NCR with NCR in Noida and Gurgaon region. The basic difference that I see between the two developments is that both are real estate driven, but Noida had a master plan in place. They acquire the land, they build the sectors, they build the infrastructure, and then they give the land to the builders to develop. Whereas in Gurgaon, the land is purchased first, the sectors are cut, but they are not developed. So that is where the major difference is. Now, if you go to take an example of Greater Noida, the infrastructure there is excellent. You have roads, you have service roads, you have green belts, you have drainage system, you have electricity, everything in place. Whereas in Gurgaon, the new developments that are taking place towards the new sectors, there is hardly any infrastructure. So that is where we lack. The government has to step in, do the infrastructure first, and then give it to the builders to develop. Instead of developers coming first, developing the buildings, and then the infrastructure is being put into place. So that is where the whole mismatch is. And we need to take care of that. We need to fill that gap for Gurgaon if we want to actually make it a millennium city or a city that is going to survive for next 100, 200, 500 years.
Okay, thank you. Siddharth, you're part of the next gen of NAREDCO.
Right.
You're also kind of part of the younger generation, and we have two younger people, and you are a developer yourself.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the onus somewhat also lies on the developer who has been kind of developing all these projects across, but the infrastructure is not catching up to that level, and it's both from a pedestrian one, from sustainability one, from sanitation, the water, solar, all of that. So what's your view on that, and do you think developers can play a bigger role in going forward?
Yeah, so definitely, because NAREDCO is such a strong platform which we get as developers, so I feel like this is the strongest platform where we can, bring these challenges up with the authorities, with the respective authorities, and trying to provide some solutions to them and how we can contribute to sort of get the solutions here. And even in this panel today, we had invited Mr. Meena, who was the CEO of GMDA, who is the CEO, but he couldn't make it for some reason. So we were actually hoping, that we can actually put in these solutions, and we even have a presentation by Street Logic to propose what sort of solutions we have. But in terms of challenges, there really are all these challenges which we have all been correctly mentioning, that there's no last mile connectivity, there's no sewage systems, there's no drainage systems. And as Tulip has heavily developed on SPR, we have already delivered over 100 acres on SPR, where we had developed our own service lanes in front of our projects. But now what the scenario is that every other month there's something or the new digging up going on, and which really impacts the lives of people who live in that area. And the one other serious issue which we have is that we have so many authorities, but they're not coordinated together. And like you had mentioned, the master plan. So I don't think we need any change in the master plan, because everything is already planned out. But the only problem is that all of these agencies together, they're not synchronized. So for example, if one builds a road, the other agency is probably going to dig it up in the next 6 months. So they don't have they're not in sync together. So they all need to sort of be in sync together and make decisions together and have that level of planning in order to, make this city developed. So that is a major challenge which we're facing right now, because all these authorities are not aligned together on the same page. They're all doing their own thing in their own offices, and it's a big issue right now.
Makes sense. Thank you. Prince, coming to you, and I know you have a presentation, so I don't want to steal the thunder on that. But what are some of the areas where you feel, basis your experience, that changes can be done? Which are these specific areas? If we can point 2-3 areas where changes can be done, and what can the government do?
Thank you for having me, sir. So what are the areas that Gurugram needs to change is the footpaths. So we have luxury housing in Gurugram, we have luxury offices in Gurugram, but from home to offices, we need to cater roads in between. Because you can have luxury home, but you have to step outside of the road. But when we go outside on the road, we don't have any walkable footpaths. So even people who wants to walk on a road, of course they have to drive a car. So I believe if Gurugram needs to become a world-class city, the one thing that Gurugram can do is make walkable footpaths, because that's how we can become a livable city as well.
Okay, thank you. Mishra sir, the point that Siddharth raised, right, that there are multiple government agencies, but there is a lack of coordination between these agencies, and sometimes that is what is creating the infrastructure problem. Your thoughts on it, given that you represent that, in the past you represented that side, sir?
Very true. I mean, a city is think of it by whole body. If I have different parts cut together, being managed by different systems, then it is very difficult to have a coordination. There is a single mind which coordinates all the activities. So for a city which is like an organic whole, there should be one body, and it can coordinate on whether it is the real estate development, infrastructure development, mobility, sewer, water, citizen-centric various amenities development. All these things can be work in cohesion. Currently what is happening is somebody is doing something, somebody is doing something else. And the two things are not they are sometimes at the crossroads, sometimes they are even against each other. Sometimes they are not timed properly. So I think there should be a single administrative body for the whole of Gurgaon. Or why only Gurgaon? I think that now Gurgaon is a whole, it can be developed as a urban economic zone. The new concept which the country has started. This whole economic zone where, apart from Gurgaon, Manesar and other places close by, they should all be taken together. And this body should do that development in such a manner that it is for the city, it is for the citizens, it is for making the city much more economically vibrant, socially more vibrant.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Tandon, just coming to you. What's your view on transportation as a way to decongest the city? Because, and it's not too long ago when I used to come in the morning, and to get to a meeting, just getting out of the airport and getting into Gurgaon itself will take me at least 45 minutes before I can get to a decent part of Gurgaon. What's your thought on public transportation having a role in this?
So I think it would vary from city to city. If we are right now talking about Gurgaon, what I feel is the metro in Delhi is quite efficiently working, though it was slightly late in coming up. But when we see the metro spreading to Delhi and to Gurgaon, and Gurgaon's RRTS that has, so it's like a linear thing. It's not connecting your. Sorry. Yeah, so it's not connecting the entire Gurgaon. That's the major flaw there. So the public transport, as in if we talk about buses, they would require road widths. So that's not there. The master planning never equipped that kind of road widths. So, for example, Chandigarh's road widths are still sustainable, After 70 years, 80 years also, they are working efficiently. We don't see that kind of traffic jams that we see and, encounter here. So, roads is another, because of the master physical planning, I would say. It's the lacuna over there. But for the public transport, as in the metro connectivity, so that's not enough. Again, we are not far-sightedly looking into it. So I would say that Gurgaon has stretched to Manesar and beyond. But how are we catering to those areas? Because Gurgaon's limits have also crossed beyond our imagination. It's no more the small area. And all this kind of urban development is going up to Manesar, Bhiwadi, and way not, So it's the entire ribbon development, or I should say the overall development that's taking place. So when we talk about transport, it will not be just limiting to the linear rail networks or the metro networks we have. So, and as he said, I think Prince said about pedestrian network. So I agree, any livability, I should say the wellness component also depends on the time we spend walking. So all that would be only possible when we have enough road widths. Our master plan equips with that kind of, incorporation of the areas to that level. So we cannot augment it at this stage because certain areas are too congested. and decongesting them would be, you know, another game altogether.
So I think, sorry, you have a point.
Two things, madam, I would like to add to this. One is the parking. Parking is a big challenge in whole of Gurgaon. So now is the time we have a technology for vertical robotic parking. So wherever a space is available, or if not, then government or the corporation or the authorities should acquire land and make vertical parking, so no parking on the road. I mean, the roads are very wide in, the way the master plan is done. Roads are very wide, but mostly on the both the sides it's being captured by the parking. So let us go for vertical parking and not the old kind of parking where you are like going, just a robotic parking where you just get the car and the car will go and sit on, say, 18th floor. And it will gel well with the kind of a skyline of the city of Gurgaon. Number two, street vendors. I mean, street vending is a major problem in the Gurgaon. It is not only Gurgaon, but most cities. Now, street vending is a necessity for everybody. Can we have a proper street vending zones? Like you go to the city of, say, New York, I mean, any big city.
No, you go to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a classic thing where street food is considered premium.
But the hawkers are here and there, and sometimes they'll come in front of you. So two things, if they manage, the beautiful city concept can come. The third thing, which I think Gurgaon is not to do with mobility. Greenery is something which is missing a lot.
Sorry?
Greenery. Greenery is something which is missing a lot. I think a major movement should go towards making the city more greener. I mean, come to Delhi, you will find Delhi much more greener than Gurgaon. It should have been otherwise.
Thank you.
Just
Thank
one
you,
more thing. Sorry, sir. I'll just add. So
Yeah,
I think
sorry,
what...
I think you needed to leave. So that's okay if you want to kind of, because then I'll just continue.
6-7 minutes.
Okay, fine. 3:15. Okay, fine.
Okay. So I would just add to it. I think Mishra sir is perfectly correct over there. But what again is lacking in Gurgaon is public spaces. So we don't have those kind of public spaces. I mean, in Delhi we have a big breather, India Gate. I mean, which actually all of us would have, experienced at any point in time. And those kind of spaces, like you would see more spaces in Delhi, Connaught Place. Sorry.
But enough in Gurgaon, you only have to look.
Yeah, so they are not designed.
Take the master plan, you will find plenty of this. You just need to develop it. I mean, Gurgaon doesn't lack in spaces, lack in planning and converting that into the public space.
Thank you.
That is my take.
We have to apply some kind of placemaking over there to make it more vibrant and people-centric. Rahagiri, yes. Yeah, Rahagiri in Gurgaon has done some wonderful job. I agree to that, but it has to be at a very different scale now. Because those were like pilot projects and they were done at a couple of places here and there. But if we need to see it holistically, it has to be done fully, in a very different manner.
Thank you.
One thing I would like to say over here is that when we talk of streets, we talk of pathways, we talk of walkability. So we need to integrate these vendors also who are there. We can't avoid them. So we have to make them part of the street, we have to make them part of the planning and then give them space so that people while walking on the roads can actually enjoy what they have been doing right now in a proper way with all facilities, services and everything.
So again, I'm with you on that. See, that's where, a lot of other cities have done well, where there are regulations associated with street vending. And if they can be regulated to a certain extent where, they do their job, they sell their stuff, they clean the place. So in the morning, when people are walking, it's back again. There is proper appropriate parking where these vendors are there. So it's not like people are haphazardly parking. And so the residents of the area don't get disturbed. So Viresh, just to kind of the points that are mentioned.
Chintan, I will mention that you need a good urban planner. I think it's a high time when Gurgaon should get few urban planners engaged, and they should plan different areas of Gurgaon. You will find a good space, you will find good place for hawkers, you will find good place for, all these things.
So, Viresh,
one urban planning is very important.
Question for you directly, I don't have to answer.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with you on that front, that we have people, but the authorities need to come forward and take them on board and do the job.
No, I agree. So Siddharth,
Citizen participation to the extent of keeping the city clean is very important. I mean, they have an equal sense. They should equally participate in making a city beautiful.
So Siddharth, coming to you. See, you run a for-profit organization. You are a developer yourself. What do you think are some of these infrastructure projects that Gurgaon can do which are financially viable as well? So it does not end up where the government is not spending because there is no ROI on it. So do you think there are creative infrastructure development models that the government can adopt?
Okay, so first of all, there might be models like this, but Gurgaon generates a lot of tax revenue for Haryana, and Gurgaon has the most GDP per capita in India. So Gurgaon itself generates a lot of tax revenue, which can be put into these things. So right now we have a tier 1 economy, but tier 2 infrastructure. We have world-class hotels, hospitals, schools, housing projects, commercial buildings, but day to day, like getting around the city is still a struggle today. So that is one major issue. But talking about a solution, I think public transit really needs to be worked on. We really need public metro networks. So to put that in perspective, Shanghai has 800 kilometers of metro line, pure 800 kilometers of metro line, whereas Gurgaon today has 17 kilometers, only 17 kilometers. And this is Shanghai. So even if we talk about an average Chinese city, they would have at least 300 to 400 kilometers of metro line. And Gurgaon doesn't even have a single line worth of, distance coverage in Gurgaon. So I think it's a major issue, and it's high time that we, start planning public metro. And because that would really help, as you mentioned, that you get out of the airport and it takes you an hour to get into the city. So if we have all of those things, if we have a very nice metro system planned out, a lot of things can be eased out. The dependency on cars and cabs will reduce significantly if we're able to, get public metro at a very good level. I still feel like we need, even the new metro line which has been proposed, will add it up to 45 in total. So 17 plus the remaining will make it up to 45 of what is being done right now. But we need at least 200 kilometers of, at least 200 or something for the connectivity to improve in Gurgaon. Because the city is going farther and farther away, and the roads are also not being developed on that level, and public transit, so we got discussion in your, so it's a major issue.
Fair. So I think, last question, sir. Last question for Prince, and I think before Prince, you can kind of then head to your presentation, but last question for you. What is your learning from some of the other cities that you've seen around India? So obviously, we talk about the global cities. I think India will take some time before it reaches even closer to a China or anything. But Indian cities, a Bangalore, a Chennai, a Chandigarh, a Noida, Ahmedabad, right? Some of these cities where infrastructure development is really good. What are some of the learnings for Gurgaon?
So, lot of studies has been done both internationally and nationally, and one thing that majorly found out that whenever we build a designated vending zones for hawkers, their sales has been grown by 20%, and even women feel safe more on the walkable streets. So, lot of things are possible even in Gurugram, and we see model streets even in Gurugram that we have one street, and I will show you on the presentation. So I can give more info in the presentation as well.
Perfect. So thank you, everyone. I think, sir, you need to leave, and so do I. So I think we'll let Prince kind of go with the presentation. And then the next gen kind of take it from here, sir. So I can go. Okay, yeah. So both of us. Okay, thank you. Prince, over to you.
Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much. Once again, can we please have a huge round of applause for our dignitaries? And it's time for the felicitation. I would like to invite Shri Parveen Jainji, President NAREDCO, to please join us on stage to felicitate Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji. So please join us back for the felicitation. Everyone, please put your hands together. And also to mention that this panel will be continued with more discussions. Meanwhile, our next dignitary for the felicitation, I would request Mr. Chintan Patel to please come forward, and would invite Shri Ravi Reddy ji, President NAREDCO Next Gen, to please join us on stage for the felicitation. And once again, a big thanks to Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji and Mr. Chintan Patel ji for joining us today for this extraordinary presentation and panel discussion. Thank you so much. And now I think it's time to resume with the panel. Over to you.
Hello. Before starting this presentation, I want to ask a simple question to all of you. What is the acceptable number of road crash deaths in India? Can anyone answer? I repeat, what is the acceptable number of road crash deaths in India? Yeah, 0. The only acceptable number for road crash deaths in India is 0. Because we don't accept plane crashes as normal, we don't accept train crashes as normal. So why we start accepting road crashes as normal? We need to rethink, and we are rethinking with this Gurugram. So these are the 5 things that we are going to discuss. First, we will discuss about Gurugram's growth, and then we will discuss about Gurugram's infra challenges that we are facing today. And then we will also discuss about global best practices that we are doing today. And then we will, and after learning from global best practices, we will also discuss about future of Gurugram. And we will also and in the last we will discuss about Indian best practices that we are actually doing in India. So these are the things that are possible also for Gurugram. So Gurugram is like the IT hub, first #1 IT hub in North India. It's like the toppest one. And because Gurugram has 350 plus Fortune 500 companies, like which is the America's biggest 500 companies have their offices and their headquarters in Gurugram. 5% of global BPM workforce works here, meaning कि पूरी दुनिया में 100 में से हर 5 लोग गुड़गांव में काम करते हैं, जो कि ग्लोबली रेट है. और गुरुग्राम का 3rd हाईएस्ट पर कैपिटा इनकम है आफ्टर मुंबई एंड बेंगलुरु एंड पुणे. So Gurugram occupies less than 3% of the Haryana's geography, yet it contributes to roughly 45% of state's total GST collection. यानी गुरुग्राम पूरे हरियाणा का ऐसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है और जो कि सबसे ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू कलेक्ट करके देता है हरियाणा के लिए. और जैसे कि गुरुग्राम में माइग्रेंट्स आ रहे हैं, बिजनेसेस ओपन्स हो रहे हैं, तो हम लोगों को देखना पड़ेगा कि उनकी डिमांड्स भी बढ़ने वाली हैं फ्यूचर में. तो 2001 में गुड़गांव की पॉपुलेशन थी अराउंड 2.5 लाख, जो कि 2026 में बढ़ के 20 लाख प्लस हो चुकी है. और गुरुग्राम 2031 तक 42 लाख प्लस पीपल को कंज्यूम करने वाला है. तो हमें ये देखना होगा कि हम कैसे उन लोगों की अर्बन डिमांड्स को कंप्लीट करेंगे. सो These are the demands जो कि आने वाली हैं. First है mobility and transportation. So first we need to discuss about road network expansion. We also need to cater public transit connectivity, metro and regional transit integration, last mile connectivity. And then we will also have to discuss, क्योंकि अब जब लोग इतने सारे लोग आ रहे हैं तो उन लोगों के लिए decrease heat island effect का भी हमने देखना पड़ेगा, जो कि हमारे public spaces and parks होंगे. हमें ऑगमेंटेशन करनी होगी नेचुरल सिस्टम ऑफ ड्रेनेज की, क्योंकि जब इतने सारे लोग आएंगे तो हमें उन लोगों के लिए केटर करना पड़ेगा, ड्रेनेज के लिए भी। और फिर हम देखेंगे यूटिलिटीज़ एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में, क्योंकि जब इतने लोग आ रहे हैं तो वाटर सप्लाई को भी हमें ऑन द टॉप रखना पड़ेगा। सीवर एंड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम्स को भी हमें केटर करना पड़ेगा। सो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट वी नीड टू फुलफिल द डिमांड्स। बट उससे पहले हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि गुड़गांव आज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में क्या क्या चैलेंजेस झेल रहा है। फर्स्ट है स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज, सेकंड गुड़गांव में बहुत सारी अनसेफ क्रॉसिंग्स हैं, थर्ड है कि कोई फुटपाथ ही नहीं है। सो स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज से सबसे पहली प्रॉब्लम जो अभी गुड़गांव फेस कर रहा है वो वाटर लॉगिंग ड्यूरिंग रेनफॉल, चाहे वो सेक्टर 9 गुड़गांव हो या फिर गोल्फ कोर्स रोड हो। हर जगह पे अभी के टाइम पर वाटर लॉगिंग हो जाती है बारिश के टाइम पर। वाटर लॉगिंग होने का बड़ा कारण है कि लोग कूड़ा फेंकते हैं ड्रेनेज में, क्योंकि जो कि ओपन होते हैं, तो क्लॉग ड्रेन्स ड्यू टू गार्बेज। थर्ड थिंग वी नीड टू डिस्कस अबाउट मिसिंग ड्रेनेज। अब जब कहीं ड्रेनेज ही नहीं है तो पानी ऑफ कोर्स रुकेगा और उससे पानी बारिश के टाइम पे रुक जाता है। सेकंड थिंग अनसेफ क्रॉसिंग्स। तो गुड़गांव में काफ़ी सारी क्रॉसिंग्स हैं जिस पे रॉन्ग प्लेसमेंट हो रखी है ज़ेब्रा क्रॉसिंग्स की। तो अगर किसी को क्रॉस करना है तो वो कैसे ही क्रॉस करेगा, क्योंकि कहीं पर गुड़गांव में अगर 4 लेन इंटरसेक्शन है जिसे हम चौराहा कहते हैं, तो हमें अगर कहीं पे क्रॉस करना है तो एक जगह पर तो वो बिल्कुल सीधी है, लेकिन आगे जाके टेढ़ी मेढ़ी है, तो वो नेचुरली कोई उसे फॉलो नहीं करता, जिस वजह से बीच में आते हैं लोग और जिससे एक्सीडेंट्स भी होते हैं। सेकंड चीज़ है नो रेफ्यूज आइलैंड। तो अगर आपने इफ़ यू हैव ट्रैवल फॉरेन, आपने देखा होगा कि रोड क्रॉस करते टाइम मीडियन पे एक सेफ स्पेस होता है, जिस वजह से हम 2 साइड्स की रोड को 2 स्टेप्स में क्रॉस करते हैं। लेकिन गुड़गांव में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जितनी भी मीडियंस हैं उसके ऊपर ग्रिल लगी हुई है, जिसकी वजह से हम ज़ेब्रा क्रॉसिंग्स को तो फॉलो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जैसे ही हम मीडियन के पास पहुंचते हैं तो वो क्रॉसिंग से ऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड होने की वजह से हम आगे से घूम के जाना पड़ता है। तो ये नेचुरली वे नहीं है किसी भी ह्यूमन का कि वो उसको क्रॉस करे। थर्ड है ब्रोकन मीडियन बैरियर्स। तो काफ़ी सारे मीडियन बैरियर्स टूटे हुए हैं, जिस वजह से लोग कहीं से भी क्रॉस करते रहते हैं और बीच में आके कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पॉइंट्स बनाते हैं व्हीकल्स एंड पेडेस्ट्रियंस के लिए। नाउ थर्ड एब्सेंट फुटपाथ्स। तो गुड़गांव में मिसिंग फुटपाथ्स हैं ऑल टुगेदर, लाइक कहीं पे कुछ भी फुटपाथ नहीं है, कोई चलने की जगह नहीं है। और इवन जहाँ पर अगर फुटपाथ है तो वो इतने टूटे फूटे हैं कि अगर मेरे को अपने ग्रैंड मदर को लेके जाना होगा अगर व्हील चेयर पे, तो मैं कभी उनको फुटपाथ पे लेके जा नहीं सकता, उन्हें हमेशा मुझे कार में लेके जाना पड़ेगा। नाउ थर्ड थिंग सेफ अनसेफ वॉकिंग एनवायरनमेंट इन नाइट। तो गुड़गांव में बहुत सारी जगह हैं, जैसे ओल्ड डेयरी गुड़गांव रोड, जहाँ पे कोई स्ट्रीट लाइट नहीं है, जो कि बहुत ही अनसेफ बनाते हैं इवन फॉर वुमेन एज अ मैन एज वेल। तो इन सब से जो सबसे बड़ा ह्यूमन कॉस्ट आता है वो है गुड़गांव में लास्ट 2024 में 1024 रोड क्रैशेस हुए थे, जिसमें से 478 डेथ्स हुई थी, यानी कि 1 डेथ एवरी 18 आवर्स, जो कि गुड़गांव को अगर फ्यूचर सिटी बनना है तो हमें ये डेटा कभी नहीं चाहिए। और 186 सिर्फ पेडेस्ट्रियन फैटिलिटीज़ हुई थी, जो कि 39% होता है पूरे डेटा का, यानी ऑलमोस्ट अगर हम इसे फिक्स नहीं कर पाए तो 50% ऑफ द रोड क्रैशेस में पेडेस्ट्रियंस की डेथ होगी। और 72% रोड पर गुड़गांव में कोई भी फुटपाथ नहीं है। सो इफ़ वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट टू मेक अ गुड़गांव फ्यूचर सिटी, तो हमें इसे ज़रूर कैटर करना होगा। नाउ वी विल सी कि ग्लोबल सिटीज़ क्या कर रही हैं अपने इन सब प्रॉब्लम्स को फिक्स करने के लिए। सो वी विल डिस्कस अबाउट सिंगापुर एज वेल। सो हम सिंगापुर को देखते हैं एक फ्यूचर सिटी की तरह, बट एक टाइम पे सिंगापुर में भी कोई फुटपाथ नहीं था, सेम गुड़गांव की तरह। अगर फुटपाथ थे तो वो भी टूटे हुए थे, वहाँ पे भी फुटपाथ एनक्रोच हो रखे थे, ट्रैफिक कंजेशन था, और अर्बन फ्लडिंग जो अभी हमने देखा गोल्फ कोर्स रोड पे वो भी होती थी वहाँ पर भी। बट उन लोगों ने कुछ सॉल्यूशंस को इम्प्लीमेंट करा, जो कि 5 चीज़ें उन लोगों ने ये मैनेज इंश्योर करा कि हर पूरी कंट्री वाइज होनी चाहिए। फर्स्ट था फुटपाथ, सेकंड साइकिल ट्रैक, क्रॉसिंग सेफ होनी चाहिए, ड्रेनेज सिस्टम एंड एक्सेसिबिलिटी। क्योंकि अगर किसी भी फ्यूचर सिटी को एक्सेसिबल बनना है तो वो यूज़र फॉर ऑल होने चाहिए, चाहे वो व्हील चेयर हो, विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड हो या फिर नॉर्मल यूज़र हो। तो ये 5 चीज़ें सिंगापुर ने अपने कंट्री वाइड इम्प्लीमेंट करी। सेकेंड चीज़ कंप्लीट स्ट्रीट पॉलिसी, streets are for everyone. So अगर कोई स्ट्रीट है तो वो सबके लिए होनी चाहिए, चाहे वो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज़र हो, व्हीकल हो, पेडेस्ट्रियंस हो, हमें वहाँ पे सिटिंग स्पेस देना चाहिए, वेंडर्स हो या फिर एक्सेसिबल रैम्प्स। थर्ड चीज़ जो उन लोगों ने इम्प्लीमेंट करी वो था नीट पेंटेड लाइंस, यानी यूनिवर्सल एक्सेसिबिलिटी फॉर ऑल, जिसके अंदर फर्स्ट चीज़ थी रैम्प्स देने, जो व्हील चेयर यूज़र्स हैं वो भी क्रॉस कर पाएँ ईजिली फुटपाथ पर रोड के दूसरी साइड जाने के लिए। एंड उन लोगों ने इंश्योर करा कि जो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड लोग हैं उनके लिए टेक्टाइल पेवमेंट दी, जिसकी वजह से वो अपनी स्टिक से देख सकते हैं कि मुझे आगे चलना है या फिर रुकना है। एंड देन फोर्थ चीज़ जो इम्प्लीमेंट करी थी वो था मैनेज स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग पॉलिसी, जिसमें उन लोगों ने डेजिग्नेटेड वेंडिंग स्पेसेस दिए अपनी कंट्री वाइड, जिस वजह से जो आज सिंगापुर है वो हम देखते हैं। फिफ्थ था इंटीग्रेटेड स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज, जैसे कि अभी हमने पहले इमेजेस में देखा कि कैसे सिंगापुर में भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा फ्लडिंग हो रखी थी, तो उन लोगों ने अपने एट एवरी स्केल पे स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिया, चाहे वो गली हो, चाहे वो फुटपाथ हो या फिर एक हाईवे या फिर आर्टीरियल रोड हो, वहाँ पे सेम ही डिज़ाइन का स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिया जिससे पानी कभी रुके ना। नाउ अगर हम जब इतनी सारी चीज़ें देख चुके हैं तो हमें ये समझना होगा कि गुड़गांव 2.0 के लिए हम क्या चीज़ें इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं अपनी सिटी में। ये प्राइमरी अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है गुड़गांव का, जो कि मेन सिटी है गुड़गांव में, जिसमें से बीच में एक नेशनल हाईवे है, स्टेट हाईवे भी है, और ये सारी आर्टीरियल रोड्स हैं इंक्लूडिंग SPR रोड एज वेल, एंड देन लोकल स्ट्रीट्स। तो आर्टीरियल रोड्स पे जो ऑल आर्टीरियल रोड्स पे जो हम चीज़ मैनेज कर लगा सकते हैं वो है प्रपोज्ड प्रॉपर्टी एंट्रेंसेस। तो अगर हम जितनी भी प्रॉपर्टी एंट्रेंसेस है उसको एक रैंप की तरह बना के फुटपाथ्स बनाए जाएं, तो सबसे पहले हमें लगाने होंगे बोलार्ड्स, सो दैट कि कोई भी फुटपाथ पे कार या बाइक ना चढ़ाए। देन उसके बाद हमें शेयर्ड पाथ बनाना पड़ेगा साइकिलिस्ट के लिए और पेडेस्ट्रियंस के लिए, जिसमें हम टेक्टाइल वार्निंग बैंड्स भी लगाएंगे फॉर विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड पर्सनस, जिसमें रैंप्स दे रखे हैं, प्लांटिंग स्ट्रिप्स दे रखे हैं। यूजुअली क्या होता है इंडिया में कि अगर कोई रोड है तो उसके जस्ट बगल में फुटपाथ बना देते हैं, लेकिन ग्लोबल सिटीज़ में और जितने भी मॉडल स्ट्रीट्स हैं इंडिया में, फुटपाथ और रोड्स के बीच में एक प्लांटिंग स्ट्रिप्स होती है, जिससे एक विजुअली बैरियर क्रिएट होता है और मोस्ट फील सेफ होता है वहाँ पर। तो हमें ये चीज़ इम्प्लीमेंट करनी होगी ऑल ओवर द आर्टीरियल रोड्स इन गुरुग्राम। एंड देन प्रपोज्ड प्रॉपर्टी एंट्रेंस जो हमने अभी देखा वो कुछ ऐसा दिख सकता है, जैसे बिफोर इमेजेस में आप देख रहे हो कि कैसे कार पार्क कर रखे हैं अपने घर गेट के सामने और साइड में बाइक पार्क्स भी हैं, और इवन इमेज में भी दिख रहा है कि कैसे पर्सन को रोड पे चलना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि उसके पास कोई स्पेस ही नहीं है फुटपाथ का। लेकिन अगर हम उसे अच्छे से डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं तो लोग ऑफकोर्स उस पर फुटपाथ पे चलेंगे। नाउ सेकेंड थिंग इज़ प्रपोज्ड इंटरसेक्शंस। गुड़गांव की काफ़ी सारी आर्टीरियल रोड्स हैं जो 3 लेन इन ईच डायरेक्शन है, 2 लेन इन ईच डायरेक्शन है एंड 1 लेन इन ईच डायरेक्शन। तो हमें इंटरसेक्शन पे ट्रैफिक कामिंग मेजर्स का यूज़ करना होगा, क्योंकि जितने भी एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं वो मोस्टली इंटरसेक्शंस पे होते हैं। लेकिन उसको रोकने के लिए हमें ज़रूरी नहीं है कि एनफोर्समेंट लगानी पड़े, हम उसको ट्रैफिक कामिंग मेजर्स से भी रोक सकते हैं। जैसे कि एक प्रपोज इंटरसेक्शन में रेज्ड इंटरसेक्शन यूज़ कर सकते हैं, टेबल टॉप क्रॉसिंग्स, जिसमें हम एक रैंप लगाएंगे इंटरसेक्शन में आने से पहले, जिससे गाड़ी अपने आप ही स्लो हो जाएगी, क्योंकि एक सॉफ्ट स्पीड हम्प होगा, नॉट स्पीड बम्प। स्पीड बम्प आर मोर शार्प बट स्पीड हम्प इज़ अ वेरी लीनियर ग्रेडियंट, सो इट फील्स मोर सेफ फॉर कार एज वेल। तो अगर हम उस चीज़ को इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे तो वो कुछ ऐसे दिखने लगेंगे हमारे इंटरसेक्शन, जैसे कि बिफोर में कुछ भी सेफ़ नहीं है, ना ही कोई जेब्रा क्रॉसिंग है, ना ही रेस्ड क्रॉस वॉक है। लेकिन अगर हम आफ्टर उसे अच्छे से कंस्ट्रक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे पास शेयर्ड पाथ भी है, प्लांटिंग स्ट्रिप्स भी है और टेबल टॉप क्रॉसिंग्स भी हैं। नाउ द थर्ड थिंग इज़ प्रपोज रेफ्यूज आइलैंड। तो गुड़गांव में अभी जितनी भी रोड्स हैं वहाँ पे कोई रेफ्यूज आइलैंड नहीं है, जैसे कि अभी पहले हमने इमेजेस में देखा। लेकिन अगर हम रेफ्यूज आइलैंड बना लेते हैं, लोग तब भी क्रॉस नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि वो अनसेफ है स्टिल, क्योंकि जब भी हम क्रॉस करेंगे तो गाड़ी नहीं रुकने वाली, क्योंकि इट्स मोर ऑफ अ माइंड सेट। बट हम उसे फिर से ट्रैफिक कामिंग मेजर्स को यूज़ करके उन्हें रोक सकते हैं, जैसे कि इस इमेज में देख सकते हैं, ये इमेज SPR रोड की है। तो इसमें कोई भी रेफ्यूज आइलैंड नहीं है, लेकिन आफ्टर वाली इमेज में एक ग्रेजुअल रैंप है जो कि कार्स को ऑटोमेटिक स्पीड कम कर देगा और हमें क्रॉस करने में ईजिली रहेगा एज अ इवन व्हील चेयर यूज़र। तो वो सेम लेवल पे होगा फुटपाथ और मीडियन एंड रोड, तीनों चीज़ एक ही सेम लेवल पे होंगी, तो हम उस पर व्हील चेयर को भी यूज़ कर पाएंगे। नाउ जब इतनी सारी चीज़ें अगर फ्यूचर सिटीज़ में हो रही हैं तो इंडिया में भी ऑफ कोर्स हो रही होंगी कहीं पर। तो एक अच्छा एग्जांपल है सनात रोड का, उद्योग विहार गुड़गांव में ही। तो सेम प्रॉब्लम सनात रोड को फेस करनी पड़ी, जिसमें पुअर ड्रेनेज था, इनएडिक्वेट एमेनिटीज़ थी, लोग कहीं पे भी पार्क कर रहे थे, कोई वेंडिंग स्पेस नहीं था, कोई यूटिलिटी हज़ार्ड्स हो रखे थे, लाइक बिजली के खंभे लगे हुए थे लेकिन उस पर कोई कवरेज नहीं थी, कभी तार नीचे टूट के गिरे हुए थे, अनसेफ एक्सेस, लोगों को रोड पे ही चलना पड़ता था, कोई फुटपाथ नहीं था क्योंकि फुटपाथ एनक्रोच्ड थे। लेकिन सनात रोड डिज़ाइन करने वालों ने कुछ डिज़ाइन प्रिंसिपल यूज़ करे। उन लोगों ने पेडिस्ट्रियन फोकस स्ट्रीट स्केप बनाया, जिसमें उन लोगों ने शेडेड वॉक्स दिए, ट्रैफिक कामिंग मेजर्स करे, टेबल टॉप क्रॉसिंग्स दी जो अभी हमने प्रपोज सॉल्यूशन में बात करी, एंड देन डेडिकेटेड स्पेस फॉर फ्री मूवमेंट। एक्सेसिबिलिटी को उन लोगों ने सबसे ध्यान रखा कि कंटिन्यूस सीमलेस पाथ्स होने चाहिए, चाहे वो मीडियन आ रहा हो बीच में, चाहे वो क्रॉसिंग्स हो, चाहे वो फुटपाथ्स हो, हमेशा कंटिन्यूस रहना चाहिए। सेफ्टी बोलार्ड्स दिए, डायरेक्शन साइनेजेस दिए, एक्सेसिबल बस स्टॉप्स दिए सो दैट व्हील चेयर यूजर्स कैन ऑल्सो एक्सेस आर बस। फ्रीक्वेंट क्रॉस वॉक्स, यानी कि ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हमें बहुत आगे घूम के जाना पड़ेगा क्रॉस करने के लिए, हर 250 मीटर पे एक बीच में मिडवे क्रॉसिंग्स दी गई, जिस वजह से हमें अगर हम रोड पे किसी भी जगह पर हैं तो हमें नियर बाय क्रॉसिंग हमेशा 250 मीटर पे ही होगी। देन प्लेस मेकिंग, शेयर्ड पब्लिक स्पेसेस दिए एज अ फुटपाथ, एक्टिव स्ट्रीट बनाई जिस पे बच्चे भाग सकते हैं, रनिंग कर सकते हैं, पैसिव एरियाज फॉर रेस्ट एंड इंटरेक्शन, लोगों को रेस्ट करने के लिए सिटिंग स्पेसेस दिए, हॉकर जोन दिया, एंड देन इकोलॉजी में डिक्रीज हीट आइलैंड इफेक्ट, क्योंकि जब भी हम देखते हैं कि जितनी भी गुड़गांव में रोड्स हैं उनके साइड में खाली जगह पड़ी रहती है जिस पे मिट्टी इकट्ठा हो जाती है, तो जैसे ही उसके ऊपर से कार चल के जाती है तो काफ़ी सारी मिट्टी पीछे उड़ती है। वो इस वजह से उड़ती है क्योंकि अगर वहाँ पे फुटपाथ बन जाएगा, फुटपाथ और रोड अगर एक साथ कनेक्टेड हो जाएंगे तो कहीं स्पेस ही नहीं होगा मिट्टी को रुकने के लिए। लेकिन अभी जितने भी गुड़गांव में रोड हैं या फिर और भी इंडियन सिटीज़ में रोड हैं, हर जगह पे खाली साइड में रोड के एम्प्टी शोल्डर होता है, जिस वजह से अगर गाड़ी ओवरटेक करना चाहती है लेफ़्ट साइड से, जो कि गलत है, बट बहुत से लोग इंडिया में करते हैं लेफ़्ट साइड से ओवरटेक, तो एक बहुत सारी मिट्टी उड़ के जाती है, लेकिन क्योंकि वहाँ पे ना कोई प्लांट्स होते हैं ना ही कोई फुटपाथ होता है। लेकिन सनात रोड में ये चार चीज़ें जो थी वो मेन प्रिंसिपल्स थे जो यूज़ करे गए। उसके बाद ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कुछ ऐसी थी जिसमें अभी हमने पहले इमेजेस में देखा कि कैसे टूटी फूटी रोड पड़ी हुई थी, लेकिन जैसे सिंगापुर में व्हीकल्स थे, यहाँ पे श्रब्स हैं, साइनेजेस हैं, स्ट्रीट लाइट्स हैं, शेयर्ड पाथ है पेडिस्ट्रियन प्लस साइकिलिस्ट के लिए, और बोलार्ड्स दिए हैं ताकि कोई कार और बाइक शेयर्ड पाथ पे ना आए। तो इसका आउटकम क्या हुआ, इसको डिज़ाइन करने के बाद फर्स्ट जो आउटकम था वो था पेडिस्ट्रियन और बाइसाइकिल फ्रेंडली स्ट्रीट बन गई। सेकंड, यूनिवर्सल एक्सेसिबिलिटी फॉर ऑल, यानी कि व्हील चेयर यूज़र, विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, ब्लाइंड और एज अ नॉर्मल यूज़र कोई भी इसे यूज़ कर सकता है। थर्ड था लेस एयर पॉल्यूशन, जब डस्ट उड़ेगी नहीं तो उस रोड का लेस पॉल्यूशन ऑफ कोर्स कम होने वाला है। इंक्रीज्ड वुमेन पार्टिसिपेशन, दिस वाज द वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग कि सनात रोड पे पहले काफ़ी सारी, सनात रोड एक गांव से जुड़ी हुई है, सरहौल विलेज। अर्लियर इस पे पहले वुमेंस का पार्टिसिपेशन कम था, वो लोग ई रिक्शा यूज़ करके सीधा अपने घर से काम तक जाते थे, लेकिन जब से फुटपाथ बन गया तो लोगों ने, स्पेशली वुमेंस ने चलना शुरू कर दिया। और एक इंटरेस्टिंग केस स्टडी ये भी देखी गई कि 20% रेवेन्यू बढ़ गया था स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का। और फिफ्थ चीज़ जो सबसे ज़्यादा हुई वो थी एक्टिव स्ट्रीट बन गई। यहाँ पे पहले कोई भी लोग मतलब खेलने कूदने क्यों आएंगे, क्योंकि कोई फुटपाथ नहीं था, लेकिन यहाँ पे अब बच्चे खेलते हैं। सुबह सुबह अगर आप जाओगे तो जो लोग इंडियन आर्मी में जाना चाहते हैं वो लोग रनिंग करते हैं, आई हैव सीन पर्सनली। एंड देन रिड्यूस पेडिस्ट्रियन फैटिलिटीज़, जैसे कि अभी हमने देखा कि 2024 में 1024 लोग मरे थे, लेकिन वो चीज़ इससे काफ़ी कम हुई थी। एंड या थैंक यू।
Once again, a big thanks to our entire panel for their insightful remarks. So everyone, please put your hands together. Thank you so much. And now it's time for the felicitation. To felicitate Professor Rashmi B. Tandon, I would like to invite on stage Shri Ashok Patni, Vice Chairman and State Convener, NAREDCO. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the stage. Everyone, a resounding round of applause. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am, for being a part of this panel discussion. Next, to felicitate Mr. Prince Kushwaha, it is my honor to invite on stage Shri P. Manishankar, NAREDCO Tamil Nadu President. For the next felicitation, it is my honor to invite on stage Shri P. Manishankar, NAREDCO Tamil Nadu President. I would like to invite Shri Ravi Reddy sir here on the stage for the felicitation of Mr. Prince Kushwaha. So please put your hands together, everyone, as we welcome him here on the stage and we felicitate Mr. Prince. Thank you so much. Everyone, once again, a resounding round of applause for Mr. Prince Kushwaha. Thank you so much for your participation. Next, to felicitate Mr. Siddharth Jain, it is my honor to invite on stage Shri Saurav Gupta, NAREDCO GC member. Everyone, please put your hands together as we welcome the gentleman here on the stage to felicitate Mr. Siddharth Jain. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution. Thank you. And now to felicitate Mr. Videsh Goyal, it is my honor to invite on stage Shri Neeraj Bansalji. To felicitate Mr. Videsh Goyal, it is my honor to invite Shri Parveenji here on the stage. Everyone, a resounding round of applause as we welcome him on the dais. Once again, a big thanks for your valuable contribution and for your gracious presence. Thank you so much. And now I request our panelists to please rise up for a group picture. Please come closer for the group picture. And everyone, a final thunderous round of applause for our dignitaries. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move forward towards our next panel. That is going to be an exhilarating one, an exciting one. So I want your entire attention towards the dais, and those who are standing, please take your seats because it's time to begin with our upcoming panel. You know, retail was transformed by e-commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, retail was transformed by e-commerce, banking by fintech, and mobility by ride-sharing. And now perhaps the world's oldest industry is experiencing its own digital transformation and revolution. For decades, real estate lived by three words, that is, location, location, and location. But perhaps a new word has joined the conversation, that is, innovation. From AI-powered platforms and digital twins to drone-enabled monitoring and smart inspections, technology is redefining how projects are planned, executed, monitored, and delivered. And as India's PropTech ecosystem emerges as a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, and this is clear. One thing is clear. The future of development will belong to those who build not just with concrete, but with intelligence. And that brings us to our next panel discussion on PropTech and construction technology, redefining the future of development. May now invite our esteemed dignitaries here on the stage, starting with Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman, NAREDCO. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the stage. Next, it's time to welcome our panelists here on the dais, Mr. Prashant Gupta, founder, Bandhu and ex-CEO, MR India. Mr. Nikhil Agarwal, President-elect, NAREDCO, NextGen NCR, and Director, Signature Global. Mr. Saurabh Tyagi, co-founder and CEO, PropTech, and Mr. Simon Croft, Chief Executive, Industry and Policy, Australian Housing Industry Association. Now it is my honor to welcome our honorable moderator, Mr. Ayush Gupta, Partner, Digital and Emerging Technology Practice at KPMG in India, to guide this session along with other tech leaders. Everyone, can we please have a resounding round of applause for all the dignitaries who are joining us here on the stage for our upcoming panel. Thank you so much for joining us. You may have your seats now, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that warm introduction. This is possibly one of the most anticipated panel discussions for today, the role of PropTech and AI in real estate. My name is Ayush. I'm partner at KPMG, and I focus specifically on applications of AI in the modern world. But before we get started with the panel discussion and the introductions, may I request Mr. Niranjan to say a few words, please?
I'm very excited to be here to learn from the panel. So when I said that I want to be on this panel, the idea was to sit and learn, not really to speak on it. So I'm actually a learner here today, so in the situation. The questions have been, and they keep on asking me on various platforms, as to what is PropTech going to do for the construction industry, and what is it that really you bring to the table. And I did mention on several platforms that PropTech, AI, is something if you don't have, by the end of this year, you will be out of business next year. So I think the importance of PropTech in construction is definitely there. Somebody asked me, in what sectors are you going to look at PropTech? So I started imagining and started put it down. So first of all, land acquisition, feasibility analysis, design and planning, project management, sales and marketing, property management, smart buildings, asset management, all these aspects are going to be there. We have several challenges in our industry. Rising construction cost, expectations from our customers which are unbelievable. We need project delivery to take faster, especially when you have headwinds from Trump. We have regulatory compliances, and if you look at it, they're in hundreds. When you look at the various permissions that you get, there are lots and lots of them. We have labor shortages and skill sets. So we have that. We have sustainability that we want to target. And there's a pressure on margins, especially in the case of affordable housing. We are now looking at design, BIM. We are looking at digital design. We are asking AI to forecast our projects. Where is the likelihood of delays that are going to take place? Where are going to be the cost overruns? We are now looking at drones for the purposes of supervision and site monitoring, which is taking place. We are looking at prefab and modular construction, which means everything will have to be PropTech enabled in order to do that. I can go on and on. And we are looking at AI to be a game changer in forecasting, demand prediction, pricing, predictive maintenance. You don't want your stuff to get out of it. So smart buildings, sustainability, customer expectation, revolution that I expect. I'll give you a short story, one last one. One of the prime buildings in Thane, my Hiranandani estate project, person had bought a 5-bedroom apartment. And I met him after some time. And I thought I'd get smiles. No. Wo naraj the, unhappy. So I asked him, I'm sorry, what happened? Anything wrong? Leakages? No. Is the marble tile bad? Scratches? What not? No. The clubhouse had proper? No. What is wrong? You know what he told me? He said that the delivery of keys that was done for the flat was done by the engineer by pulling out the keys and giving it to me. And the keys were smelling. And my secretary, who bought the house, bought not a house, a Maruti car costing 4 lakhs, and this cost more than 6 crores. Got keys in a box, and there was 2 chocolates there, and a ribbon, and 2 ribbons were put on the car. I didn't get anything like that in my thing. And this is my secretary buying a 4 lakh car. So what is changing is that when you do scale and you want quality and you want delivery, if you're not having PropTech, if you don't have AI over a period of years and you believe you can scale with quality, that's not going to happen. So for me, this panel is extremely important, and I'm wanting to learn as much as I can. So I'd like to speak the least and hear the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niranjan. I don't think anybody could have given a better introduction to this discussion than Mr. Niranjan in his inimitable style. So let me first of all start off with Mr. Prashant. Mr. Prashant, please introduce yourself. And I've got 2 questions for you. Let me start with the first one. First thing that I'd like to know is, you've been on both sides. You've been in the real estate business. You've also been in the PropTech business, which is where you are now. And where is it that you think PropTech is delivering hard, measurable value? Mr. Niranjan spoke about a lot of use cases. Some of those are possibly live today. Some of those are on the way. But where is it that you think it's delivering hard value which can actually be measured by a CFO?
So by way of introduction, I used to be CEO for EMAR in India in 2018 and 19. And just after running that company for about 18 months, I decided to become an entrepreneur and launch my own construction tech company, which is called Bandhu Solutions. I've been building that out for about 6.5 years. And the gentleman on the right, Nikhil, is a dear customer of ours. He uses all of our solutions, actually. And incidentally, Mr. Hiranandani's company's first meeting with me happened just yesterday, literally in the last 24 hours, where we spoke about our AI-powered solution for construction monitoring. The value that I think the industry is deriving now is largely around cost management on an end-to-end basis with respect to how you do BOQs, how do you do cost planning, how do you do procurement, how do you digitally manage all the billings, the change order management on an end-to-end basis, creating a thread which stitches the headquarter, all departments in the headquarter, all the way to the site. That's where hard ROI is available. And I think there's a reason why this is happening now. If you take the last 10 years, most real estate companies and construction companies in India have gone through deploying what are called systems of record. So you've deployed SAP, you've deployed Oracle, you've deployed Salesforce. Many of these systems are systems of record, right, which is the foundation. Now is the opportunity to go one step up and create an application layer which actually digitizes the work of every employee in the company, literally every employee, and basically power their productivity. So we are seeing that very closely and across multiple clients. I mean, Signature is definitely one of our clients benefiting from it, but the biggest case study we often talk about is Lodha, where we have 1,200 of their employees using our system. We are actually larger than SAP for them now in terms of users, right? And day-to-day work has become much more seamless, much more accurate, error-free, highly productive. 30 to 40% more productivity at the employee level is very easily evident now, right? And the biggest thing is mistakes are completely avoided. Nothing goes wrong because everything is caught at the right stage, and in most cases, technology doesn't allow you to make an error. Error is just taken out of the system, right? So that's where it is. I think the other wave which is beginning now is all this AI-powered quality monitoring, progress monitoring, safety monitoring. That's the wave which has started the last 2 to 3 years, and I think the next 10 years will be very exciting using AI.
Thank you. You started by giving an introduction about yourself and how you were with Emaar and now you're doing PropTech. What made you undertake the change from running a real estate company to getting into a technology entrepreneurial journey? What was that decision making like?
So I was actually in the corporate world for 20 years, and I had the itch to become an entrepreneur and do something of my own. And I'm a techie at heart because if you go back in time, I did my computer science engineering from IIT Delhi. And I have the unique privilege, which is fairly rare in the industry, that I have technology background and I have deeply spent time in construction. So that's a combo which is not very commonly found. And that gave me the, I guess, courage to say that let me bring the best of technology into construction. And I think that's played out reasonably well for me for the last 6 years.
Wow, very interesting. And you're right. Sometimes this combination of skills and experience is not easily available. Let me from there go to Nikhil. Nikhil, as a developer, and we know you use Prashant's solutions, but if I was to put that aside for a moment, and if I was to ask you about AI specifically, not just tech, do you think AI is giving a true competitive edge to developers today? And if you look at what does a developer care about, you look at aspects like, for example, pricing or demand prediction or design optimization. Is it really giving an edge? Or do you think AI is today table stakes? Everybody's claiming to use it, and therefore, if I say I use AI, well, so does everyone else. What do you think AI is doing? And what are some of the use cases that you are personally passionate about in AI?
Okay. So thank Ayush. I think...
And sorry, please do introduce yourself.
Yeah. So I am Nikhil Agarwal. In two roles right now. One, President-elect at NAREDCO Next Gen NCR, and also Director at Signature Global India Limited. Coming to my question, Ayush, I think what has been more important is that AI has transitioned into a competitive edge to now into a baseline. And why do I say it is that, earlier in the orthodox way of real estate, a lot of decisions used to happen on a fragmented basis, where billions of rupees of decisions used to be done on bits and parts and fragments which were not accumulated and consolidated to one level. Now we have a lot of data touch points that have come up where decisions can be more data-led. AI as a baseline needs a lot of data which is a structured form of data, right? If you would have been asking, 10 years prior, was it even possible? I would have said it is an ambition, right? Mr. Hiranandani, there has been, a legacy holder in this about, future and tech. He will agree with me that 10 years before, data used to be on papers, on Excels. There was no one consolidated form which I call as source of truth, right? In past 10 years, we have also been able to create a source of truth, basis which the machine learning can take place, which can understand data patterns, which can then in turn lead to informed decision making, right? Three things I think that we have been investing a lot of artificial intelligences. Demand prediction and forecasting. B has been how do you, automate the sales portfolio while keeping the human touch, but by not just relying on AI sales callers, but analyzing the conversations, understanding the need, the pain, and their demand, and then curating your solution and product in that manner. And third, of course, with Prashant and Saurabh also here, we have been focusing a lot on execution part of the business, wherein how do we foresee, how do we look at the 7 years or 10 years of the entire construction timeline, preempt and also able to visualize before time where there would be bottlenecks, where there will be critical path issues, and then able to solve it prior to it actually happening. So without doing a post-mortem, doing a pre-mortem kind of an activity. That is something that we have been investing a lot of time on. With Prashant, with Saurabh, with a lot of other leadership in the organization, we talk about how do we create a brain of the organization, where all of the data then translates into one data set, which is a master data set, which is Signature Global's custom data set. Then we utilize a lot of different agentic agents or AIs to perform different functions through that brain. Right? For management, it is, I think, vital right now to have a decision making which is informed, which is led by market, so has market intelligence component. And I say that imagine if we want to invest in any land, we feed into the location or the preferable choice of city, and it gives us the entire feasibility study, the customer pattern there, the kind of people, what is their spending power, what are their likes and dislikes, and basis that we can create something which is their need, right, rather than experimenting on the ground. So there can be n number of good use cases of AI. In real estate, it's still very niche, still very naive, so to say. But with good data set and good kind of data being put into the system, we'll be able to achieve that.
Thank you. You made a very good point about the importance of data. And one of the previous panels spoke about how real estate has not been the first adopter of technology solutions as compared to some of the other sectors, especially in India. So let me from there go to Simon and try and get a view. Simon, please do introduce yourself. And also what we'd love to hear from you is how do you see this from a global versus India perspective? What does a digitized developer look like, for example, in Australia today versus what you see in India? And how ready do you think Indian developers are for the wave of AI that's coming up?
Great, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very honoured to be on this panel and go to this fantastic conference. A little bit about me. I started out my journey in construction 25 years ago as a carpenter, doing an apprenticeship in Australia. I've also done my teaching qualifications in training the next generation, then worked in building approvals and then government in terms of writing building codes, and now I've been with the Housing Industry Association, which is a member association of over 60,000 members in Australia. We also have the pleasure of sitting on a number of international housing associations to have our learnings across the world. Where I see currently with AI is probably 4 streams. One is in running a business. The second is in designing buildings. The third is in the construction of buildings. And the 4th stream is in navigating regulations. I'll talk that last one, navigating regulations. Our National Building Code in Australia, when I first started out, was 100 pages long and could fit in the glove box of your car. It is now over 2,000 pages and then references over Australia 1,000 standards. Now you need an American big pickup truck to carry all the paperwork to build the home. Also, I recently was out at a project and it took 460 days
to get approval for one house in a residential area. To turn a development from old farmland into new housing construction took 17 years. We are in a national housing crisis in Australia, and to take 460 days to get approval for one house or 17 years to start a new development is not on. So there is so much opportunity with using AI to navigate regulations, and recently I saw a project approved in 2 days using AI to cut through all of that red tape, green tape, white tape and regulation to get approval. So I think for the real opportunity that I'm seeing in many countries is to navigate the regulation web with AI. In terms of your question on how do I see it in Australia, at the moment, the different aspects that you mentioned are all being done by different entities. So you've got property sales over here, you've got planners over here, you've got building consultants, you've got designers, you've got all these things are all done separately. So the tools we are now seeing are no longer just an estimating tool, no longer just a design tool, not just a project management tool. They are now integrating. So I see the transition that we are on now is the transition to remove the friction in the system to then be able to have that integration to happen.
Thank you. Prashant, let me pose this question to you. You've seen both sides, and you know what Simon was just describing, where he said that, look, we're trying to bring together systems, and instead of having siloed systems or fragmented systems, it's, you know, the objective is to have one holistic view. To what extent do you think that's something that's currently the direction in which Indian real estate, especially from a prop tech standpoint, is moving? Because in your earlier point, you mentioned systems of record, but systems of record only go so far.
Yeah.
Eventually, you need to integrate it with systems of experience, systems of analysis, etc. So, how do you contrast this with the Indian scenario?
So in my experience, and I probably have spoken to 200 plus companies of, the largest real estate companies in India, I think there is no one answer, simply because each company behaves differently depending on where the center of decision making is. So in Signature Global, the decision making may be at the level of the promoter and one level below. In some other companies, it may have been pushed down at the level of some head of department. I think each company therefore behaves differently. And I think we see both patterns. There are companies where, for example, a technology choice is left to the discretion of the user, the using department. And there are some cases where that is not allowed because there is some governance in place. Therefore, the decision gets elevated. Therefore, the decision gets taken by somebody who has a cross-functional sort of company-level view as to how the processes are, how the processor could be if you were to deploy something versus not. Both models exist. Each has pros and cons. Obviously, if you allow a user department to choose a technology, it's probably faster decision, speedier adoption, but may not be most value-creating, right? Because later on, to unwind that decision is more expensive. Because some other department is not, let's say, able to use the same functionality, is not able to participate in the decision making, etc. Later on, it can create a lot of friction. So I think we see both models widely prevailing in India, actually.
Understood. I'll come back to this. But let me, before that, get Saurabh in. And Saurabh, let me ask you an adjacent question. If a real estate developer was to come to you for advice and was to ask you, look, I'm committed to using prop tech in my business. What I don't know is what's the right strategy. I could build it in-house. Some of the large developers certainly have the capital and the ability to do it. I could partner with somebody, right? I could even acquire or invest in some startups, which is the norm today in some of the other capital-intensive sectors in India, right? What's the right approach for a real estate developer to get maximum value out of this? And how should a real estate developer measure that value? Because eventually in this business, it's very important to be able to measure ROI given the nature of the sector itself. So how would you advise a real estate developer?
Thank you, Ayush. Let me just introduce myself first. My name is Saurabh Tyagi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of PropCheck. We are India's largest property inspection company, and we are in the job of criticizing the work of developers, finding faults, and that's my bread and butter. To answer your question, Ayush, looking at the panelists here, the answer is very, very clear. We'll wait for this announcement. So a lot of our developer clients, when they ask for an inspection report in a digital twin format, I don't build a Constra. I call Prashant, and he helps me with the digital twin format. When Nikhil has to get the third-party independent quality inspection done for thousands of his apartments, he doesn't build another department. He calls PropCheck and gets it done. When the Australian High Commission in India want to lease a property for their employees, they call upon PropCheck to inspect that property before they don't make another department. And I'm sure the next time Mr. Hiran Nandani delivers his flat, along with the chabi, he will deliver a PropCheck certificate. So he's not going to build his own this thing. So short answer, why reinvent the wheel? The wheel is already there. It's developing. It's getting better daily. So instead of focusing on something else, I think the builders should focus on their core business, which is property development, not software development, right? So when it's easily available, I would very strongly recommend,
Okay, so
always
that
partner with solutions that are already there in the market.
noted. So that eliminates the option of saying, okay, don't build it. But even when you are to take it from an external partner such as yourself, in some sectors it's been helpful to invest in PropTech companies. It gives the PropTech company some amount of scale, access, leverage, and expertise. It's also obviously beneficial for the investor. So would you prefer that model for India, or would you prefer a model which is more arm's length, saying, look, let's just work as customer and software provider?
So it's completely very strategic. It can't be like for us to have a builder invest in our company would be a conflict of interest, because we have access to the data of especially the faults that the developer is doing. So if one developer invests in us, the rest of the developers will run away. They would not want to take our service. But having said that, of course, for a builder, PropCheck is not the only option in terms of PropTech. There are many other options. If you're developing at scale, like a builder like Hiranandani developers or Signature Global, makes sense for them to maybe pick up a stake in one of the PropTech companies. Not only will it help them in their domestic consumption, but also have a good edge, a good leverage over others. So again, it's a very, very case sensitive thing.
Very case specific. Understood. Okay. Let me now get into a rapid fire round, and let me ask each one of you one question, but you've got to keep your answer short and don't think too much. It's not a very analysis driven question. Prashant, let me start with you. What's the one decision that you used to make as a developer that you today feel was completely wrong when it comes to technology adoption? Something you would change all out?
I think I did not spend enough time on technology, unfortunately.
Did not spend enough time.
Yeah, so those 18 months that I was in EMAR in 2018-19, it was sort of a Titanic on fire. And I was trying to turn it around and douse the fires and all of that. There was just so much firefighting and dousing going on that I didn't adequately spend time on technology. I spent a little bit of time because I ended up deploying a procurement automation solution at that time, which eventually I bought out when I became an entrepreneur, etc. But I wish at that time I had the wisdom to spend a little bit more time on making technology choices to build effectively technology platforms. When you choose right strategically, it creates institutional capability. I think that's a that's a thing that did not strike me at that time. I was just too caught up in the day-to-day land issues, legal issues, this, that, and the other, that I did not adequately spend time on tech. That would be my takeaway from that.
On a lighter note, I could see Nikhil nodding to that. Okay. Nikhil, question for you. If you had to pick one, we've spoken about a lot of them, but if you had to pick one digital capability that will define the winners in Indian real estate, not just in your company, in a 3 to 5 year time span, what would that one capability be?
I believe the predictive decision intelligence is something which will be the core of the new era of artificial intelligence in real estate. The idea would not be who makes the right decision. The idea would be who makes the right decision at the right pace at the right time. So, analyzing too much on data which is not consolidated and working backward rather than with the forward thinking would become a hurdle. This is what I foresee. And with the help of tools which are available and consolidated data which is available, we'll be able to have more predictive data about sales velocity, about a future customer base, about the hiccups or challenges in the construction. So end-to-end predictive analysis for the entire customer journey. So I believe that predictive decision intelligence would define the new era of AI in the real estate.
Predictive decision making. Got it? Simon, question for you. What's the one practice from a digital standpoint that you think Indian developers should pick up immediately from whatever you've seen? And also, what's the one to avoid?
So I might start with the latter and then work to the first one. I think, as my colleague mentioned, it's with us and it's going to continue to evolve and evolve very quickly. So there is a concern that AI is going to take the job and this job won't exist anymore, and so therefore people want to retreat, where we need to see it as an opportunity, not as a threat, and we need to embrace it. And we need to also, probably the other bit is the concern of governments trying to regulate or over-regulate AI. And we also need to then ensure that going forward, our rules and regulations are written to be AI intuitive and be able to be adapted by AI. So throwing the rule book out and rewriting it so it can be used, otherwise it can stifle it.
Got it. Noted. Saurabh, question for you. If you had a magic wand today and you had the ability to change one thing about how real estate developers operate from a tech standpoint, what is that one thing you would change which would really help prop tech scale up in India?
If I had a magic wand,
any one wish?
I would want the developers to remove the following words from their dictionary. We have been doing this way. If this can be removed, I think PropTech is going to scale 10 times faster. Basically what I'm trying to say is the biggest challenge that we face, I'm sure you will agree with me, is the adoption. It is not the technology. Technology these days is very easy to build. In the era of AI, it's much cheaper, much faster. It is the adoption that is the problem. And I mean, one just last point. I would say 5-10 years back when you were the CEO of Emaar, I mean, I think technology was more of a support function. It was supporting real estate. Today, technology is the operating system of real estate. It is no longer a support function. So, yeah, please go ahead.
Very well said.
If I may just add just a very recent story, it's vivid in my mind, so I might as well share. I was having this conversation about one of our solutions, which is Constra, which is AI-powered quality monitoring, etc., etc. So there's this guy on the other side, there are 3 or 4 client guys, they are trying to understand the solution. And this guy is basically describing a set of things. Okay, आपका ये जो system है, ये tile hollow है, ये बता सकता है AI के ज़रिए. And he goes through like 7 or 10 examples of things which visually you can't do Because obviously the AI can only process the visual data, like photos, videos, etc. And I'm sitting there, I'm nodding my head, ki nahi sir, ye to nahi ho sakta, ye to nahi ho sakta, ye to nahi ho sakta. So finally I had to tell him, I said, sir, you know, what you want, in today's world it is magic, correct? Because it's not possible. Right? Maybe 10 years from now, as the technology evolves, there'll be things that can be done in a manner where it becomes magic. So I think the reason that story is interesting is because expectations are ahead of technology today, right? Because there's so much people have heard about AI as if it's a magic wand, which it isn't. It's very good today. It has huge productivity benefits today, but it's not magic, right? There are things it can't do. I mean, for example, you want to know whether the window, when you open it, is creaking in a flat. You can't have a visual photo actually tell you that. It's not possible, right? So I think, and by the way, this is not the only time I've had this conversation. There have been dozens of conversations where I've had to explain to them कि भैया कुछ चीजें हो सकती हैं, जादू नहीं है.
उनको आप ना prop check को refer कर दिया करो.
जादू नहीं है.
Prop check can do that.
It's not like everything will be solved like, you know, nothing will be manual. I said, no, nothing will be manual नहीं होने वाला भाई.
I think.
I have one issue.
Please.
You know, last December, I started with ChatGPT. And it has taken me 6 months to really get something where now I can use it effectively and very well. And my junior most assistant trainee who just joined, she said, sir, you're very out of date. And she's just passed from college. You have to move to Claude. And then I talked to my architectural team. So you can't use that. You have to use Gemini. So, you know, you have to use Gemini. So whatever is happening, what we do find is that the change which used to take 5 years, 10 years to make badlao, now is taking 5 months to change. So at the age of 76, every 3 months you want me to learn a new tech. So I think that's a big challenge. Number two, whatever is the platform you've created, I promise you that a competitor will create a better platform in the next 6 months. So what do we do? Either you have to upgrade your platform every 6 months to see that it is up to date, because somebody else is going to do better as far as that is concerned. So the question always comes up as to the pace of change which is taking place in this decade, or the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, which has happened, is exciting. I'm very happy to see the change. I mean, believe you me, I can do so much on ChatGPT, which many of my junior people and even people who are just 10 years younger to me are shocked, you know. My God, you can do this and that and that and that. And, you know, I feel very happy and kicked that, mera gyan unse zyada hai. But the reality is that it's not like that. It's so much more that is done. And so I have a new intern which has joined my office. She is teaching me Claude, and she's just a 2-month-old graduate. So the change is impressive and fast, but I don't know how to keep up with it. So one of my questions is, how do I keep up with change?
Who wants to take that? But I can tell you one thing, sir. You know, I can just say one thing. You know, the pace of change is definitely accelerating. Many of us have been going through the same journey as you are, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, etc. But what's amazing is the new features that come in every day and the ability to do things that we never thought were possible as recently as 3 months back. 1 year back, nobody thought that if I'm a programmer, I could actually program an entire application in a few hours. But today, many programmers are doing that. So I think, yes, the change is accelerating, but we're in for one hell of a journey, sir.
I might take the change question. So, as a carpenter, you wear a nail bag, and you have your tools in the nail bag, you have your hammer, you have your tape measure, you have your pencil, your chisel. AI is one of those tools in your nail bag, but you still have the person and the skills. So when the colleagues on here ask a question to Claude, to ChatGPT, we still have the brains and the knowledge to ask the right question. And if we see it as a tool to reduce the friction in our operations and to therefore support us to be doing what we are best at, that is where we should see it and use it, not to see it as replacing us.
Thank you. And with that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as we did. We covered some very interesting topics, right from what the prop tech sector is doing to what real estate developers are thinking they should be doing, and where prop tech thinks the challenge is on the other side. I hope this conversation continues. AI is something that's here to stay. We're all going to be making more and more use of it over the times to come. So if you see us around, please do catch hold of us and continue the conversation. But for now, thank you so much for being a wonderful audience, and thank you for being such an amazing panel. Thank you, everyone.
Once again, a big thanks to our entire panel for this amazing panel discussion, the meaningful conversations that we had. So once again, everyone, please put your hands together for our dignitaries. And now it's time for the felicitation. To felicitate our dignitaries, allow me to invite on stage Mr. Ravi Reddy, President NAREDCO Next Gen, and Mr. Siddharth Jain, President NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. So please put your hands together for both of our dignitaries as they are going to join us on the stage to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. Everyone, please keep on applauding. Come on, everyone, please put your hands together as we felicitate Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Mr. Prashant Gupta, Mr. Nikhil Agarwal, Mr. Saurabh Tyagi, Mr. Simon Croft, and Mr. Ayush Gupta. Now, I will request Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani to please come forward for the felicitation. Done? Done? Okay. Do we have our dignitaries? Please proceed forward with the felicitation. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, kindly come forward. Yeah, done. Mr. Prashant Gupta, kindly come forward for the felicitation.
पैनल स्पीकर्स को सेम करते जाएंगे, बस पैनल स्पीकर्स के नाम लेते जाएंगे.
Okay, let the speakers name. All the speakers.
Thank you so much. I request Sri Ravi Reddy ji and Siddharth ji, please stay back and do the felicitation to all the participants, all the esteemed panel speakers. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Prashant Gupta? I request Ravi sir, please felicitate Sri Prashant Gupta ji and Mr. Nikhil Agarwal ji. Nikhil Agarwal ji, please come at front. Thank you so much. These are our NAREDCO Next Gen NCR youth icons. Can we have a huge round of applause? कुछ energy कम लग रही है hall में, और ये Next Gen का convention है, guys. Thank you. Sir, I request you to please pay the gesture of respect to Mr. Saurabh Tyagi. Thank you so much. The next felicitation is for Mr. Simon. Thank you so much, Simon sir, and yes, thank you so much for hosting a lovely, inviting our top leaders for a networking dinner tonight. Thank you so much, Mr. Simon. We look forward to organize an Australia study tour also in future. Can we have a huge round of applause for our leaders, global leaders, and the valuable inputs which he's shared with us. Last but not the least, the Sutradhar of the panel discussion for the day today, Mr. Ayush Gupta from KPMG. Thank you so much, Ayush ji, for managing such a wonderful power-packed panel discussion where we had the industry leader, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, and the upcoming generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Once again, a big thanks to all our dignitaries Please put your hands together, everybody. And now please come closer to commemorate this extraordinary moment with a group picture. And you know, what clearly emerges is that technology is no longer a support function. Rather, it is becoming the foundation upon which the future of real estate will be built. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move forward towards our next panel discussion. For decades, real estate has been built on three fundamentals: location, capital, demand. But perhaps a fourth force is beginning to reshape them all. That is intelligence. As artificial intelligence moves from experimentation to execution, data-driven systems are becoming to influence everything from valuation and financing to energy efficiency and climate resilience. Because in the decade ahead, sustainability will no longer be judged only by intent, but by intelligence. This session will explore how AI, data, and climate intelligence are directly connecting environmental performance with asset valuation, access to capital, and investment decision. And that brings us to our next panel discussion on AI, data, and climate intelligence, the new operating system for real estate. So please welcome our moderator, Mr. Gaurav Jain, CEO, India, Infracorp, Bahrain, along with our sustainability strategists and AI founders. Everyone, please put your hands together. One by one, we are going to invite our dignitaries here on the stage. Please welcome Mr. Samad Setia, founder, Rezio, Mrs. Sachin Kotak, Senior Partner, Bain & Company, Ms. Anu Talreja, Founder and CEO, Acacia, Mr. Saeed Ishtiaq, Founder and CEO, Raftar.ai, and Mr. Ashish Taneja, Head of Operations, ESG, KPMG India. So everyone, a resounding round of applause as we begin with this insightful panel discussion of the day. And a resounding round of applause for our dignitaries once again. Over to you, gentlemen.
Hi everybody. I want to hear some noises because this is a very interesting discussion we're going to have. Primarily because I don't think we all know what's lying ahead of us. It's what we call as a technological tsunami which is going to face us, and definitely for the better of the industry. It's not something which is negative. So can I have the organizers call everybody who's sitting wherever else? Because at least the front seat should be busy, you know. I know this is the last panel of the day, and Niranjan Bhai, can we have you here? Because otherwise if you go, everybody will disappear, you know. Can we have the PPT on, please? Yeah. You know, the whole idea here is, I have a question to ask from the audience, and please raise your hands in case you can, you know. How many of us owned a telephone or a cell phone as we call it in 95, 96? I want some raise of hands, please. How many of us owned a telephone in 95, 96? Nearly 30 years back. So maybe you need to stand up. I can see only one gentleman with a blue shirt here. Who else? Come on, don't tell me that nobody else owned a telephone in 95, 96. I got two gentlemen sitting here. Thank you. Now, how many of us own a telephone today, a cell phone today? Now, who doesn't own a cell phone today? That will be an easier question to ask, you know. Who doesn't own a cell phone today? Is anybody here who says, I don't have a cell phone with me? Anybody in the audience? No. So this is the, I would say, the opportunity which we have with AI in front of us. What you see is a 1996, maybe 2000, and what you see is a road drive of not 25 years now, it'll be maybe less than 5 years. The whole objective is the following. Can you see the slide at the back? Siddhant, I want you to look at this slide, it's important. A developer of 2020 versus 2030 developer, he knows what he wants, he knows what he's getting. There's a dashboard in front of him. So I like to start with Samarth, you first of all. You have been, you know, I would say a leading force or trying to be a game changer in the business of what every developer feels is a problem, which is the sales part of it. You handle the entire sales ecosystem. Your company, Rezio, does a lot of good work. So why don't you tell us what exactly are you doing, how the ecosystem is using AI, and how it will become better for all our friends sitting here who have now become very curious to listen to us. Some of them were not so curious to listen to us to start with. Thank you.
So my company is Rezio, and we are building an AI that's more into market intelligence gathering, as well as enhancing the way discovery takes place for a buyer or let's say a tenant. The first thing that we identified as a big problem in India is that the source of data is completely corrupted. Today, if you have to buy a property or if you have to rent a property, the only source of information that you have is let's say a listing portal where you go and then you identify which property is available, which is not. But unfortunately, that listing portal is dependent on data from a broker. And a broker on a listing portal is incentivized to put up an ad in a way that could be misleading but generates more leads. So whether they reduce let's say the value of the apartment for you to call them, or they might add amenities which do not exist. What we are trying to do is we have developed an AI that's trained the way brokers interact. It interacts with the brokers directly on WhatsApp without them knowing that they're talking to a broker, to an AI, gathers information with them, from them, and provides that information directly to an end user. So for example, a buyer can simply just say, I want to buy a property, and the AI knows exactly which broker currently has that property.
So I think the slide at the back of me shows that there can be a 10 to 12% savings, and also there can be a confirmed pipeline for sale, which is the biggest dilemma developer faces today. Now when Mr. Trump says the war is not over, everybody starts scary. When Mr. Trump says the war is over, even today the Sensex gone down by 838 points or something of that kind. So we really don't know whether war over is an answer or war not over is an answer. Any which way we are in a, what do you call, a kind of a roller coaster ride, goes up and down. That's the fun of the journey. Now, Syed Saab, aapse question hai zara before, I'd like to just, maybe don't mind my following a chain. What you are doing, I have also seen that, what my slide says is that construction cost, there's a leakage of revenue or maybe efficiency by 10 to 15%.
जी.
Where do you come in to help us to maybe make that gap less or eliminate totally 100%? And kindly introduce yourself because you're doing some fantastic job. Syed Saab is the owner of Raftar, and that's a platform which is doing supply chain management. I can assure you, a lot of us who are buying, selling things can see his platform to be an excellent tool, but I would like him to help ourselves to understand this question.
Thank you for the introduction. On this side, when you said 15%, we believe it's more than that, one way. Second, the developers usually get stuck up when they finalize the orders. So usually when they buy any of the material, they don't know what is the right price of it. So they keep on negotiating, and the contracts keep driving for 6 months, 8 months of time. So platform gives you a visibility what is the right price for it. And then it gives you an opportunity to reverse auction, go for the reverse auction. So that you arrive at a right price in a much faster way. So even if you say a 6 months of time in the procurement, it's a good amount of the saving. Plus the additional amount of sourcing from the right ones rather than from the middle ones. So a good amount of saving of 20-30% on the supply chain, any builder can expect on that side. On the supply chain of the manufacturers on this, we are taking shipments from them, delivering at the doorsteps, and also supporting on the fintech platforms. Means we are giving a 100% advance to the suppliers.
Thank you.
So money is being...
Sachin, the question is to you now. A lot of us feel that, real estate is still not, having a very high quality delivery mechanism. We start projects, but we don't finish them with right quality. Today, the best example is the car industry, where earlier, before Maruti, Ambassador and Fiat, you could see in Delhi monsoons, half of them are stranded on the road for whatever reason. Today, it doesn't matter. You're buying a 800 Alto or you're buying a Rolls Royce in the city, they all are excellent cars. It's just a different class altogether. So question is real estate, behind other industries? Is it happens to be a laggard? Or the way I look at it, it's a very strong opportunity in times to come, because the sheet at the back shows me that everything can get automated with, what we call AI being in place now. Help us to crack this puzzle, please.
No, so, when we talk about laggards, the definition has changed.
Just talk about yourself a little bit, please.
Huh?
You represent a very important platform.
Okay. Sorry, is it better?
No, I'm saying talk about yourself also. What is
Yeah,
your
okay.
name?
So, hi, Sachin Kotak. I'm a senior partner at Bain. I work in real estate, building materials. So this is a territory I roam around, every day of my life. And, you asked a very interesting question saying, are we a laggard? I think today everyone is a laggard. And the reason I say that is, just think about it, right? I was reflecting on it. We used to read newspapers every day in the morning. Today, by the time you wake up, the news has changed. The news that you saw late while sleeping in the night, depending on what Trump has tweeted, the world has changed. So if I think of really which industries started with AI, consumer, FMCG were really the first movers. But as compared to them, if I say real estate, yes, we are behind them. But in today's world, behind is only 3 months, 6 months kind of a thing. Second, a lot of the companies started with use cases. The world has changed. The AI work that is happening is actually on the entire process changes. So that's the big change that is happening. So companies that are able to do that are actually moving much, much, much faster. And third, I think end of the day, what matters is value. And the industry which will not be able to deliver, extract value will struggle in general. So from that lens, I think real estate has fundamentally many use cases where there is money. So I don't think it's a laggard. It's an opportunity that we have, which we are missing.
I think that's wonderful. So what you're seeing in front of you, or depends back of us, depends on which side you're sitting, is what we call as a developer's dashboard right now. Ravi, this is all in public domain. We'll give you the presentations, Idea is to share. Now the question is, whosoever are the promoters, principals, are you still waking up in the morning, don't know what's happening in your company? Don't know what approvals were to come yesterday, how many people are working, what is material at site, blah, 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 and most importantly, approvals happening or not happening, what is the state of sales, how many leads, how many phone calls you do by the time you wake up at 6 in the morning. But I know most of the developers have to because they can't sleep at night because so much of headache on their head. And then by the 12 o'clock, you're still finding questions. Have your lunch, then start shouting again on people, and by the time the day finishes, you're starting the whole cycle again. Believe you me, what you're seeing in front of you is not a magic. It is something which is reality, a developer's dashboard. What you're seeing the next slide is a simple CEO morning answer. I think a lot of our friends sitting here can assist you with the technology. This is what the world is moving, Your hours are saved, you focus on what matters, act early. Because at the end of the day, what is AI? It's a tool. It's as smart as you, it's as smart as the questions you ask, it's as smart as what you ask it to do. And that is the learning what we are trying to communicate here. I want somebody to ask us a question, please. Is it getting exciting enough, or you're just getting bored sitting in front of us? So I'm very excited to talk about it, Ravi, I know you are a young guy, I'm talking about, many other friends who, for us, for example, I'm 57 now, and I'm getting very excited listening to this story of AI, right now. So, Ashish, we have something called ESG, climate resilience, and I don't know how many of us understand this terminology and what it affects us. See, the whole idea is that we are trying to make it communicative. People in front of us should be able to understand that 4 of you and me, in some part, bring some value to the discussions. Help us to crack this puzzle, how whatever it is going to help everybody sitting in front of you.
Sure. Hi, my name is Ashish Taneja. So I am an associate partner with KPMG in India, and I also head operations for ESG for KPMG in India. So, sir, now talking about sustainability, I guess most of us must have heard the term called ESG, or sustainability, I may say. So ESG is nothing, it's environment, social, and governance. Like there are 3 different elements which are combined together. And then talking about that, so all of us look at ESG right now as largely as a compliance, right? Which will feel okay. At the year end, when the time comes in, we'll collate the data. There is a format which is required to be reported. We will report in the required format, and the job is done. But if you look at the perspective which is out there in the market, it's very interesting. So you must have heard, let's park real estate for a second and say, when you're going out, you are hearing a term called green material. You are hearing about green, anything antibiotic free. There are a lot of claims that you see in the advertisement. So it's all about saying that how are we ensuring that we care for the environment at the end of the day, right? So, and real estate being a sector, typically we call it as a hard to abate sector, which says that in real estate, nothing can be done from an ESG perspective. But I guess that proposition in itself is wrong and is now changing as well. Because if you look at 70 to 80% of the building life cycle impact, that can be controlled or that can be managed at the time of design of the building, right? So whether, be it talking about, how are you looking at the daylight simulations, how are we looking at the embodied carbon per se, So these are the considerations that people are looking at, or people should be looking at when.
No,
when they are
Ashish, see,
planning.
what happens is, a lot of us, I would say, we are looking at India being a developed country, but maybe not in my lifetime, maybe somebody else's lifetime. Question is, why should anybody do this ESG business when it doesn't make commercial sense for them? Maybe they don't understand it. So why don't you help us to say, maybe, something has to be done by the government to make them understand this. See, the advantage of being a developer is they don't do anything which is not approved or not, asked to them by somebody. Right. Why should they do this particular thing is a question I think a lot of us needs to understand.
Sure. So now there are 3-4 aspects which come into it. So if you look at, there is actually a demand. So when we say ESG, is it really a cost or is it a value creation, right? So the concept of ESG from being a cost to a value creation is shifting now. So when we say value creation, how that value creation is happening for you? Because if you're talking about a green building, then it is, so we call basically this very, very simple term. All of you must be seeing smart buildings these days, right? So we say that this house is smart, the building is smart. But now we are moving from a smart building to an intelligent building, right? So now what is the difference between a smart building and an intelligent building? Smart building's job is to gather the data, right? But if you talk about intelligent building, it is using that data to make sure that how is it helping me reducing the cost. Because if you are doing predictive maintenance, which is with the help of AI, if the predictive maintenance is done, that is helping me reducing the cost of maintenance, right? We are also seeing that if the room is not being used, automatically switching off the lights, cooling being automatically controlled, or HVAC optimization. So AI is helping us doing all of these things, which is ultimately helping in maintaining that intelligent building.
Thank you, Ashish. So what you have in front of you now, guys, is a very simple roadmap. What it says is it will take you maximum 6 months to take your company from where you are to what it should be. And before I come to, Rezio here, who has done it for himself, I'll give you a simple answer around it. Imagine you got a 10% saving on the cost through, Sayyed Saab, and you're getting a 10 to 20% extra leads and the sales. You got a 30%, 20% delta on day one, which is 6 months from today, because of the AI and the tools which are as simple as using Excel, Word, PowerPoint of once upon a time era actually. Maybe easier than that. So how was your implementation journey? That's important, Samad, for us to know. I'm sure you're running a big tech platform right now, and so is Syed Saab. So what has been your learning in terms of, is the resources available? Is there a data piracy? Is there somebody को ना मैंने आपको idea दिया किसी और ने चोरी करके कुछ और ही बना लिया उसके ऊपर जाके? So what is in your opinion? And maybe, Sachin, I'd like you to also add, because you are a consultant, you're dealing with so many clients, data piracy issue, because I want to do so many things. But can I do it in the given environment so that everybody is comfortable that their data is their data, it's not going out of the system at all?
So see, since we are not a builder and we are a service provider, our AI implementation started from the very beginning. But our time spent was
Little closer to you.
Was primarily on the training of the AI to understand how Indian real estate operates. Indian real estate is primarily driven by brokers in India. And the way they talk is very different based on which city they are in, which village they are in, or which state they are in. Our 6 months went by just to understand how Indian real estate brokers talk, what terminologies they use, what do they mean when they're saying Gaj, what do they mean when they're saying, I will give you this property which is, let's say, 5,000 square feet at the rate of 100. Are they talking about rental? Are they talking about sale? Once we understood how the market talks, the AI was able to independently, autonomously talk to every broker and gather information that what property are you selling, what do you have, without brokers even knowing they're talking to an AI. Now, because we had access to so much information, a lot of builders were able to gather information through us. At what price their competition is selling a property, at what price their own product is being resold in the secondary market. So overall, it took about 1 year.
Wonderful, wonderful. Sachin?
So, if I talk about security, I think definitely every company worries about it, but current set of AI tools, I think there is decent security because your data remains your subscription. Now, will that be the situation in future? It's a question mark. And the reason I say you would have read about Mythos. right? And the whole thing about not releasing it because it can break through firewalls and create. So, now the question is, what do I do with AI? Should I not adopt it? I would say if you don't adapt it, the challenge will be that 3 years, 5 years down the line, you will be at risk. So, it's a necessary evil part of it. Adapt it and go ahead with that. That's the way I would say.
Sayed Saab, your take?
On the first questions, coming from the industry almost 22 years into this construction industry, so know the basics, how it works around. So on the other side, we had been on the cybersecurity implementations, so know the challenge of the cybersecurity, the data protections. Third was the mid-layer, the technology implementations. And we had a couple of challenges, couple of backups there, to be honest, because it needs a lot of deployment of the technology man guys on the ground. On average, every day, we almost have 500 guys on the deployment. So you need to collaborate. But then there's the challenge, that leakage of the information that goes. And we had a couple of challenges initially on that. But with the right advisors on your side, you plug in those gaps and then you control those.
So there's no risk per se. It's only a process issue, not a question of...
If implemented rightly, I believe not. Because cybersecurity is really, data protection is really, you have almost 250 crore rupees of penalty in the India if you breach on the data.
So what we are hearing is, Samarth has to add something, please go ahead.
One thing I would like to add, that the LLM providers do have access to every input you make to an LLM. Whether you're directly using a ChatGPT or a Claude or using their APIs, they have access to your data, which is why they themselves recommend not to input any personal information. So you need to get an enterprise version to make sure that you do not give them your data. Otherwise, they have access to your passwords. Everything that you write, they can read it. In fact, if you, by chance mention that you're not happy with it while you're typing it, that chat specifically goes to the review team to understand why you were not happy with the response.
So, Ashish?
I just need to add one topic to this. Why we came here, we want your consent for every exhibitors to onboard on the platform. Trust us, we have your all data with us. But unfortunately, we cannot upload it. That's not the right way of doing business. That's why we came here to manually ask for your consent on board on the platform. Otherwise, we have almost all data with us. So that's how it goes.
No, fair enough. It's a learning process,
So I will rather say that data is safe provided that we have the right environment and the right controls around it. Because, so there's a quote, right? So I think there used to be an old advertisement that I can say, Zara si savdani and zindagi bhar ka aaram. So I think that becomes absolutely applicable to the
it's
data
a classic misconception in mind that aircraft travel is more risky than walking on the roads. We all know the data, how many people die because of walking in Indian roads rather than traveling aircraft. So I think this is a mindset we need to understand. When there is a better technology, they also are at risk of, collapsing. Now, what you see in front of you is a very strong slide which says how the traditional, let's say wealth is moving to intelligence. And I think AI is the intelligence part of it. I want somebody to raise their hands and tell me what is the latest happened in the world where everybody is aghast. Ravi, you should know about it, I'll give you a little bit of a hint here. MUSK, what has he done? SpaceX. What is the valuation of SpaceX today? Yesterday, let's call it yesterday. It was $2.65 trillion. And I read in the newspaper, what is a trillion? It says that many number of seconds will take us to the Stone Age, where our ancestors thought that by creating fire, that's the best innovation they could do in those days, Imagine, where is that wealth coming from? Not from oil, not from gold, not from real estate. It is the intelligence part of it. How will you assume that, India, like country where everybody needs a house, you tie in the intelligence by wastages control, by improving your efficiency, and then do real estate, which is obviously the biggest asset we know of. Sky's the limit. But to imbibe intelligence, we need a mindset. And I think what the panel is telling you is, there is a possibility, opportunities. We need to just imbibe the, challenge here. So now, Sachin, coming to you, help us to conclude some of the way forwards, so that everybody can say thank you to you and call Bain tomorrow that we need a consulting appointment with you, So what would that be?
No, I think consulting is far right now. I'll not do a sales pitch, but I would say 3 things to start thinking about, right? One, it's not about only getting a competitive advantage, because there is nothing called a permanent competitive advantage in life. You will get an advantage for maybe 2 or 3 years if you do it now. After that, it's hygiene. So if you don't do it, its hygiene, you are actually behind. So that's the first message I'll leave. Second, it's not complex, right? I think it's a mental model change, which is, think about it, what does AI do, right? I think if a simple way of putting things is, it looks at every type of data and is able to process at that pace and intelligence that a normal human being will struggle, right? An image is the data, Excel is the data, video is the data. It can integrate all of them, which as a human being you will struggle. Now suddenly you think about the art of possible, multiple use cases are there. And that's where you may find some edge which is different. And third, just start experimenting, right? It can be done for simple things, right? I will tell you a frustration I had in my, where I stay in my apartment complex. We don't have a booking app for tennis courts, right? And it used to be frustrating. Literally, I was on a treadmill. I went to the gym saying that tennis court booking मिला नहीं, लोगों ने cancel नहीं किया. मैंने 20 मिनट में app बना दिया है पे बैठे-बैठे, right? And that's the power of it, right? So now think about what's the art of possible, and that's the limit. So start experimenting. At the right time, please call me as a consultant. Happy to come at that time.
And one of the findings of Anthropic, which is the parent company of Claude, is that the businesses which are risk most is the consulting business, So I don't know how to address that concern, but I'm sure you'll innovate and you'll do better than what you're doing.
On that point, right? So our models will change for sure. Consulting will change if you ask me that question. I have started thinking about it. I have formed my pathway, what I'm going to do for next 15, 20 years of my life. You can go to my LinkedIn, you will see some patterns emerging and then decipher.
Wonderful. So this is the adaptation, we're talking about. Everybody knows is there. We cannot ignore the elephant in the room. Elephant in the room has to be respected and addressed, and then find a way to ride the elephant, rather than being afraid of the elephant. So I would like simply, maybe everybody's frank inputs. There's no agenda right now. Starting with Ashish, culminating with Samar. I got 2 more slides, and then I will leave the floor open to the panelists. I'm sure none of us is asleep here. I can see that, there are less people on the phones than what I saw at the starting of the session. So that shows we are engaging people actually.
Sure.
All yours, Ashish.
Sure, thank you, sir. So I'll just start with again with a very, very common example. So I'll just link it with the sports as well. I don't know how many of you play tennis, right? So I play tennis, so I typically try and link a lot of things with it. So in tennis, typically, when you start playing, you feel that if I hit hard, I will win the match, right? So, but there is a term called unforced errors in tennis as well. So that means that how many errors you are making while playing, that will decide you're actually winning the game or not. So if you look at AI is actually helping you avoiding those unforced errors or reduce those unforced errors, because it is helping in predicting the future in a better way and taking an informed decision and avoiding the mistakes which we have been doing knowingly, unknowingly, as a habit, so far. So I'll just say that.
Well, to add to that, I would say AI is like a 7-year-old with the knowledge of a PhD.
Absolutely.
For sure. So to add to that, I would say that, yeah, sure.
I think my takeaway will be adopt it before it is too late, to be honest. So as soon as you adopt it, you will realize that there's a life which is easier for all of us. For me, being on the stage, still my agentic AI is building for me. So I'm not working, somebody else is working for me, which is technology. So I don't need to work in the future. Going for maybe 10 years down the line, somebody else will be working for me, I'll be enjoying the time. So it will make life much easier. Precautions, yes, but yes, the technology adoption is very, very important, that is needed.
Sachin?
So I think I will give, again, 3 messages. That's my natural lifestyle. First, I think go back to your homes over the weekend, watch maybe a few of the sci-fi movies. Whatever you see there is going to be real, right? And that's the way to think about it. For example, you go and watch Minority Report, you will say, ye ho sakta hai, with the AI, the thought process. So just watch a few of these movies that will open your thought process. 2, download some of the AI tools, whether it's a ChatGPT, whether it's Perplexity, whether it's Claude, play with them, right? Just play, it's addictive. We were joking before this that, Gaurav was saying it's like my new girlfriend that I found. But that's the reality, right? So play with it.
That was a personal admission, yeah? You can't make a public information around it. Don't do that.
And the third thing which I would say is, take any of your business problem that you're dealing with. Try and have a conversation with any of these AI tools, and you will find it super insightful. And that will make you a convert. So do those 3 experiments over the weekend, and you will suddenly become a AI. My team at times calls me Claude Paglu because I just use it so much in my daily life.
Thank you. Samad?
So one more thing that has recently worked for me while using AI is that I let AI compete with another in every discussion that I have. So if Claude is giving me an answer, I would tell ChatGPT to verify what Claude has said and try to find issues with it. And when they both agree on it, that's when I know that I found the right answer.
Well, I'm sure you are lucky, because they never agree with each other, But any which way. So, this slide in front of you, I want you to identify one tool which everybody uses all the time and is not here. Come on, Siddharth, you are the now next gen, NCR. What is that one tool you use every day, morning till evening, but it is not here? WhatsApp, correct. So there is a WhatsApp University, for example, which everybody tells you what it is, and it's not here. Now imagine, whatever is here is none of the English which we are currently used to, Microsoft, Office suite, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's email, whether it's PowerPoint, is not here. Because those were the parts of a car which you are actually trying to be, mechanic and driver at the same time. Here you're getting a car automatically. Depends on how you look at it. Now I'll show you one more slide. And this is where we are, live examples and impact. What you see with AI being implemented. And I can assure you, any business which is running 10 to 25% efficiency across the entire pack you put it will be the impact. You'll get more time to spend with your family. You will be less stressed. Your efficiency of construction will become better. Your sales will become better. And your consulting will become better. You got all the 3-4 tools sitting in front of you. I think those tools are not mentioned here, but we'll mention them here also. So with this, I have one more submission to make. I was talking to Praveenji on Monday morning, and then we said, let's do this panel, I was in Bombay Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today is a Friday, if I'm not wrong. And it took me, how much hours you think to make this presentation? 1 hour, 1.5 hours, that's it. And I didn't do it. AI did it for me. But yes, as everybody said, that's a tool. You should know where to drive the car. You are still the driver. You got a better car now. There was time when we used to all walk, फिर घोड़े आ गए, फिर cycle, फिर rickshaw, फिर जो मर्जी आ गया. Today, this is the latest Rolls Royce you guys have. And I'll think it's not expensive. A Claude costs you 2,000 rupees a month. ChatGPT, I don't know how much it costs you. So, imagine with 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 rupees a month. And also try to get Notion with you. I was talking to them. Notion is a software, everything data gets centralized. Again, how much money? 2,000 rupees a month per user. So these are very, 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 very cheap tools, but they will make you so efficient. And I'm sure tomorrow get hold of anybody who's smart in your offices. Tell them, boss, we need to present this. This presentation is with Chirag Bhoj. He will give it to everybody who matters. And now I will leave the hall to ask us questions, please. I think this will show us whether we have been effective in communicating or we were just talking among ourselves, So raise of hands, some mic here and there. I've got 10 more minutes. I didn't think we'll last so much, but fair enough.
Go ahead.
I have one question.
To whom?
To just everyone.
ऐसे मत करो, ऐसे. Don't make our life difficult,
So, I'll just ask someone. There is one thing at the back of the head. Like every time we prompt on these tools, right, we are giving away a lot of information. And that information, can you hear me now? Yeah, no. Okay. So every time we prompt, we are giving away a lot of information, right, to ask certain questions. And it's remembering everything. After 3 months also, it is going back to a specific information that I gave and taking that into consideration. And what we realized is there a chance that it could be, because it knows so much about us, it will make it so believable for us going forward that the answer might be wrong, but we will believe in it so much that, we could be completely on a wrong track.
So you're right, that is actually a problem with LLMs, and it's called hallucination as well. So even though it has access to the right data, sometimes it does hallucinate and give you incorrect information, which is why when I told you, I use two models and I let them talk to each other at times. When I do get information from one, and both the models have accurate data about what I'm doing, not only in form of their memory, but in form of documents that I've asked them to create about me and uploaded back to them. So they always refer to those documents, confirm it's grounded on those documents, and then it gives me an answer. But still, like you rightly said, I clarify with another AI just to make sure.
See, Ravi, here my take is the following. It's like when you hire any consultant, you never do a consultant to make a pitch to you in a routine business manner. Others a very large mandate. And then whatever he tells you, with some question left and right, you believe the guy. Now, question quality matters, but also the intelligence on the other side matters. Here, what is given for sure is the intelligence on the other side. Now, question is how sharp questions you're asking, and ultimately, decision is yours to accept those answers or to still challenge the AI further, actually. And we do it a lot, A lot of things, they try to jump it on you, but the question is, you should be smart enough to know that this is not the direction I want, and scold the AI, They are very good to say, tell them you screwed it up, now you get into mend your way. They'll
But
say
do
sorry.
note, every time you scold it, they review it.
Which is fine. That's the whole objective. Somebody listening at the back.
Small point here, just not only 15 seconds. The decision-making role of the leaders in future is going to become more difficult. Because you will get false accuracy and you will have to take a call. So I think, we talked about consulting. I think life is going to become more difficult because my role in a project will go up. I will not be able to leverage my team as much because that's where experience, that's where exposure and will matter. So decision making as a leader, your job is going to be way more difficult than it is today.
So next question, please. Definitely, sir. I would say the ladies first, That's the first lady who's raised her hand. Thank you for participation. Truly appreciated.
Hello, hi. So my question is basically what we keep talking about AI, but we don't, India has over 1 billion people, right? And so with AI replacing jobs, what's your solution to that? How should we deal with that?
So who is your audience? Who is the question directed to?
Anyone who wants to answer.
So maybe the consultants can start with the question. So maybe ask her to repeat. You
I
do the
didn't
dirty
follow the
job,
question, by the way.
So we have over 1 billion people in India, right? And AI's main job is to reduce redundancies, reduce sort of employment, and take over jobs that were previously done by people. So what's your solution to that?
You're saying take over jobs is the way. I don't think so. It's reached that stage, or we are talking about that, right? What it is doing is changing the productivity and efficiency. Let me give a simple example of procurement, right? Today, when you see every procurement category manager making a category strategy, there is a lot of variability. Now, the moment you start using AI tools, the average quality of the category strategy is becoming way better. So it's actually making people become kind of quality-wise better and improving the productivity. For example, we complain about work-life balance, right? We talk about 12-hour work days. Do I really want to work for 12 hours or can I do that work in 8-10 hours with a better quality? So think about the benefit of that you're trying to generate. Or in terms of trying to manage 50 Excels and coming with an insight versus that productivity changing. So that is what it will solve for. Now, with every technology innovation, the nature of jobs will change. So I don't think so the judgment is clear what's the exact impact because people are still discovering, but the nature of the jobs will say. That way when tech came in, digital came in 20, 30 years back, people say, oh, with this jobs will go away. No, the jobs changed. So the professions changed. So we need to discover that. And that's a discovery which will happen over the next 5 to 10 years.
And I guess similar thing happened when the computer came in. That's the first time, right? So people start saying now that a computer can do a lot of work. Now it will eat up the jobs. But the point is that are you changing with the time? And are you using it to your advantage, right? So if you talk about if the people who are learning, let's say the coding and for that matter, relevant experience, then in fact the average pay package which a fresher getting right now, that will go up. It's other way around. It's a perspective to look at.
So I'll give a final answer on this subject maybe, so that, see what happens is any technological advancement eventually makes your life simpler and cheaper at the end of the day. There is no two ways around it. How do people reinvent themselves in various roles? Well, that is, I think, it will happen over a period of time. but nobody will be out of a job because that will be the expansion of the market. You will see suddenly 20 other roles will start coming in, and those roles will be as efficient as the earlier role the guy was doing, but maybe, as Sachin said, instead of working 12 hours a day, you're doing the job in 8 hours a day. So definitely, it's a learning curve. Nobody has the right answer, but we are very sure that history will not be kind to anybody who will create a position where, jobs disappear or people disappear. That's not going to happen. Your question, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, Gauravji. I think it was a brilliant session, very interesting, most interesting session of the day, I would say.
So are you serious? Most interesting? हमें तो लगा कि आखिरी सेशन है, लोग उठ के भाग जाएंगे, कोई बचेगा ही नहीं यहाँ पे जरा. Anyway, thank you for your kind words.
So, Samarth, you were mentioning that you make two LLMs compete with each other to verify information, right? So my question would be to Sachin. Do we have some sort of an aggregator of models? So instead of purchasing subscription for Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, making agents, Herbase agents, then Claude, coming up with the latest versions and then discontinuing them within a couple of days. कोई ऐसा aggregator है कि हम उसकी subscription ले लें and let that automatically verify answer from multiple sources and give us the best option?
I will put a counter question to you, right? Great idea. Can you use AI to solve that problem? I think you can, right? If you say, okay, can you create a prompt or an HTML to say whatever I put it here, can you actually have an agent who will kind of explode the query and bring the insight? Should be possible, right? So I would think of it, rather than is there a ready solution? You play with AI. My hypothesis is within 2 days you will have a ready bot, or an agent developed will do it for you.
Sachin, there was a typical
So maybe what we can.
Yeah, I have been trained in consulting for 25 years.
No, I think my request to both my learned friends of Bain as well as KPMG is, on this August panel, kindly offer some pro bono services to our friends here. When they get hooked to AI, then you can charge them thereafter. So I think that could be a good learning. Maybe we can all reach out to you.
A lot of the AI tools are free. For example, ChatGPT and Gemini are free with a lot of the telecom packages, so you can buy them free. They are not expensive.
No, but there is a platform. I'm not able to recall the name.
There are multiple platforms.
Correct, there is a platform. Yeah, that does.
A lot of platforms.
So do we have any more questions, because we want to be on time? Yeah, kindly please.
Good evening, gentlemen. I think it's a great session in progress.
Oh, Vibhav Srivastav ji.
Yeah, so I think very enamored about ChatGPT, Claude, and just in the rest, yesterday newspaper, how the market share for ChatGPT globally is going down, but still maintaining their pole position in India. But I want to just switch on to more real estate part of it, and my question to is Sayedji, because we have seen the more like a brick and a mortar, very conventional practices being deployed in the construction industry. So Sayedji, what is the vision, to see the landscape of the real estate, and how is that you are powering with Raftar.ai? How are you bringing the whole ecosystem together, making sure none of the stakeholders have been deprived of anything, and you create a very congenial environment to make all partners and ecosystem flourish together?
A different question. I'd love to answer this, to be honest, Vibhav, and welcome here. What we are changing is the whole game from the manual to the automation. That's the one single answer to your question. So it is not, we are just solving the single small puzzles. We are just changing the direction of how we work in the construction industry, in a whole ecosystem, if you see it. So what we are working as of now are a bit of the manual systems, or maybe a bit of the technologies we call the ERPs, which used to take the fundamental operational part of the organization they used to work. So we are changing it, we are making it from the project management to the process management. It is just like how the cars are being built. So it is the one step, then second step, then third step, then the fourth step. Eventually, whole of the construction industry will be digitalized.
So we have the last question. The timer is up. Anybody with the last question, please? Yep. Or we can conclude for the day. Thank you for your being here. Appreciated your time and your patience with us. And we look forward to many more adaptations and success stories. Please share your own story with NAREDCO, and they'll be happy to share it with their own platforms. The whole idea is, let this be another AI module where we all are sharing our data, and let the industry grow together. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you once again.
Once again, a big thanks to all our esteemed speakers. Today's discussion made one thing evidently clear. The future of real estate will not simply be built with concrete and steel. It will be built with intelligence, sustainability, and innovation. Once again, everyone, please put your hands together for this enlightening panel. And now, let us move towards the felicitation part for this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Mitu Jain, member NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. So please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the stage. Now it's time to felicitate Mr. Samad Sethia. So I will request him to please come forward. Everyone, please keep on applauding. Resounding round of applause. Next, to felicitate Mr. Sachin Kotak, it is my honor to invite Mr. Nakul Bajaj, Treasurer, NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. Yes, NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. So please put your hands together as we welcome. He's not here. Mr. Siddharth Jain, kindly join us here on the dais to felicitate Mr. Sachin Kotak. Now it's time to felicitate Mr. Saeed Ishtiyaq. So please put your hands together as I invite Ms. Shivani Agarwal, VP Events. And now I will request Mr. Ashish Taneja to please come forward for the felicitation, and to felicitate him, Ms. Ashi Dua, VP Policy. Please join us here on the dais, and please put your hands together as we welcome our dignitaries on the stage. Thank you so much. Next, Mr. Gaurav Jain is to be felicitated by Mr. Siddharth Jain, President. Come on, everyone, please put your hands together as we welcome him here on the stage. Thank you so much. And now I will request our panelists to please come closer for the group picture. And once again, a big thanks to our esteemed dignitaries for such incredible and insightful panel discussion. And once again, thanks to our all NAREDCO officials for joining us here for the felicitation. Once again, please put your hands together for everybody. Come on. Also, thank you to our distinguished panel for an insightful exchange of ideas. Clearly, the future of our cities will be shaped not only by infrastructure, but by innovation, collaboration, and bold thinking. Because we often say we do not inherit cities from previous generations, we borrow them from future generations. And that responsibility calls for vision, sustainability, and collective action. And with that, our series of panel discussion comes to an end. Thank you so much, everyone. Once again, a big thanks, but there are still things and segments that are yet remaining. So I would want everyone to please be seated and be ready for the next part that is coming soon. And I hope that the entire discussion was meaningful, fruitful towards building more advanced and move towards more innovation and develop the entire real estate sector. For our final segments, once again, it is my request to everybody to please take your seats. I can see that many dignitaries here, many people are scattered and standing here and there. Kindly take your seats and settle down. Once again, this is a final call to everybody to please take your seats. The audience, those who have joined us here, and all our NAREDCO officials, team members, kindly take your seats. And now it is my honor to announce that we are going to play the next gen AV here on the screen. So I want your attention to be placed here on the screen. Everyone, you rise here and let us begin with the AV. Thank you so much. And it's time for a group photograph of our all next gen members. So that it is my honor to invite on stage Shri Praveen ji. Please, sir, grace us with your presence on the dais, and all the next gen members kindly join us on the stage for a final group picture. And kindly let us welcome our members, our dignitary here on the stage with a resounding round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. Once again, a big thanks to all the members of NAREDCO Next Gen as they are contributing towards shaping the future of real estate through innovation, collaboration, and technological advancements. It is going to be a revolution. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward towards the most significant section of this evening. You know, progress is never achieved alone. It is powered by partnerships, shared vision, and collective commitment. And before we conclude, we would like to recognize and express our sincere gratitude to our valued sponsors and association partners whose support has made this conclave possible. Now may I request our dignitary to please join us on stage for the felicitation ceremony for our sponsors. So everyone, please get ready as it's time to felicitate our sponsor and the dignitary, Mr. Ravi Reddy, President, NAREDCO Next Gen, Mr. Siddharth Jain, President, NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. Kindly join us here on the dais to felicitate our sponsors and partners. And please welcome our dignitary here on the stage with a thunderous round of applause. So please grace us with your presence on the stage. And now, one by one, I will be inviting our sponsors. So please join us here on the stage and grace us with your gracious presence. So first, allow me to begin with our presenting sponsor. Everyone, please put your hands together as we welcome Adani Cement. The representative, kindly join us here on the dais from Adani Cement, as Adani Cement is our presenting sponsor. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution towards organizing this wonderful conclave.
और नहीं मैं ऐड कर लूँ भारत बिल्डकॉन जिनका अनाउंस मत करना
Thank you so much. Now allow me to announce our next sponsor, titled as, of course, titled sponsor. So please welcome Rana Shipping Company as our title sponsor. So please put your hands together. All right, as they aren't present here right now, we are going to move forward towards our next sponsor. So please welcome Technocraft. Everyone, please a resounding round of applause as we welcome the entire team of Technocraft. As the sole event is powered by Technocraft. Everyone, a resounding round of applause for the representative and for Technocraft for making this event possible. Everyone, where's the energy? We are at the final segment of this evening. So I want you all to show as much as energy possible and thank our sponsors because of whom this entire conclave has been possible. All right, now let us move forward towards our gold sponsor. Please welcome Signature Global. Everyone, a resounding round of applause back there. Come on, please put your hands together for our gold sponsor, Signature Global. Next, it's time to welcome our silver sponsor, NBCC. So please welcome the dignitaries, representatives here on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome our lunch and high tea sponsor, Saint Gobain. Please welcome the entire team here on the stage. Now, I'm going to announce our supporting partners for this conclave. So please welcome ARQONZ here on the stage. Next, please welcome Kraft Group. The representatives, kindly join us if they are here. Next, please welcome InfraCorp. Now, please welcome MNB. So we have the representative here. So please kindly join us on the stage. And everyone, please a resounding round of applause for our supporting partner, MNB. Thank you so much for your valuable support in organizing this show. Next, please welcome PropCheck, our next supporting partner. Now, please welcome SPJ, Shapurji Pilonji here on the stage. Once again, I would like to invite the dignitary from PropCheck, our supporting partner, to join us on the stage for the felicitation. All right, please welcome as speaker here on the stage, our supporting partner. And now please have a huge round of applause for our next supporting partner, Square Yards. So let us have a huge round of applause because the partners aren't present here right now. So we are going to move forward with our knowledge partner. Please welcome GLL. Next, please welcome our upcoming knowledge partner, that is KPMG. Next, we are going to move forward with our association partner. Give a huge round of applause for BRICS Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Come on, please put your hands together for the representative. Now, our communication partner, please give a huge round of applause for Magic Bricks. And also, this event has been organized in association with Bharat Buildcon. So everyone, please put your hands together as we welcome the representatives here on the stage. Thank you so much for your continuous support and for making this entire conclave possible. Everyone, please, I want a resounding and thunderous round of applause for Bharat Buildcon. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with that, we are done with felicitating our sponsors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You may have your seat now. And with that, we come full circle. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presence, for your energy, for your participation. Now, let us move towards the vote of thanks. And for that, it is my honor to invite on stage Mr. Nikhil Agarwal, President-elect, NAREDCO Next Gen NCR. Everyone, please put your hands together as we welcome the gentleman here with a resounding and thunderous round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. As we conclude today's event, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who made it possible. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers, panelists, for sharing their valuable insights and experiences. Thank you to the leadership of NAREDCO, NAREDCO Next Gen, and Bharat Buildcon for creating a platform that brings together young leaders, innovators, and professionals who are shaping the future of Indian real estate. I would also like to acknowledge our partners, sponsors, and the organizing team, whose efforts behind the scenes ensured the success of today's event. And finally, thank you to all the attendees for your participation, engagement, and enthusiasm. Thank you once again, and I look forward to see you again for the next gathering. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarkable words. And with that, we conclude NAREDCO Real Estate Conclave 2026 for the day. So everyone, please have a resounding round of applause for yourself, for your energy, for your participation. And one thing that we have learned from this conclave is that real estate is not merely about constructing buildings. It is about building communities, it is about building opportunities, and it is ultimately about building the entire nation. With that, once again, thank you so much. This is Nidhi signing off. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.